catch up already. I'm already behind. Willard Hall was here, but they reset them. Another reset. I know I didn't see it, Willard. Filter. And you don't gotta troll, Willard. You can just watch. You don't have to actually troll. You all survive. Hey,
Hello,
Tim.
everyone.
Good to see you. Hey.
Hey,
Good to see you. I normally would play Roseanne, but Chessboard made me a really cool thing, so I'm going to play that one first. It's pretty neat.
Pardon me, mister.
Customers. Are you customers? Have you come to try my time machine?
Well, we don't know. What is it?
Oh, it's marvelous, absolutely marvelous. You just step inside, and I throw a lever, and things spin, and lights go on and off, and you wind up somewhere in the future. I mean, really in the future.
You don't say. Well, it can't be any good. There's no line waiting to go in.
Well, let's go anyway. I'm curious. Besides, it sounds cultural.
Uh-oh, don't fight it, Fred. When they start talking cultural, we're dead ducks.
He's always obsessed with culture. He tries to put culture in my show, he says. And now that song's going to be stuck in my head, Jeff. They see me rolling. I haven't heard that song in ever.
Hey, and don't forget that Wilma's eyes and Barney's eyes are just black circles. The rest of them
That's
aren't.
exactly what Billy said. He goes, now that's all I'm going to be able to see. It's the Flintstones, thanks to Yorga. He actually listens. I play Flamingo and Talk P. Sky 2K. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Glad to see y'all survive Sky 2K. I love it. I will play Roseanne. I did change it because everybody said she was inviting me. I don't think she meant to, but anyways, I switched it back to the funnier one.
Greetings, Earthlings, and humans, and all other intelligent life forms, and unintelligent life forms, and, morons, idiots, imbeciles, just people who are walking through life asleep and being MK Ultra to death. Worse today than after World War II with Operation Paperclip and that whole thing that I talk about. But anyway, I'm going to still try to help you fight through it, even though you piss me off so bad. You listen to the worst fucking idiots instead of me, and I have about fucking half.
Hey, Cheryl. Yeah, well, I don't know. She did say something about name it. She named it. I don't think she meant to invite anything evil, but she kind of inadvertently did by calling out what demons she thinks possess both Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. But yeah, the way she worded it, I went ahead and switched it out. What the heck, Doc P? Anyways, thank you, Chessboard, for that cool what was it, Flintstones thing. Pretty cool.
Oh, you see the thing about Candace supposed to debate that dude from Turning Point?
Oh, he's not from Turning Point. He's from the internet. That's the weirdest thing about it. I totally did see that, Pootie. I haven't gotten into all the things. Yeah.
They paid $300,000 to debate her.
Yeah, well, there's something really strange about that. What's that guy's real name?
PBD's gonna be the moderator.
Who is?
PBD.
Oh, yeah, I think I did hear that they're going to do it on his show. That's going to be great. I'm going to watch it. It's going to get a lot of views. So I can't remember what the debate is. That she's crazy, basically. That what? Do you remember? Or did you hear about this?
No.
It's about, she's been saying that, turning a bunch of conspiracy theories out about Charlie Kirk's death. And he's going to argue that they've already got the guy, right? Something like that. And something to do with Turning Point, too. She's dogging out Turning Point.
Who's
Andrew
going to
Wilson.
debate her? Who's going to debate her?
Andrew Wilson, that's his name. I just couldn't think of it. But yeah, that's his name. He's some guy from the internet. He's recently been on Rogan.
I think
He's
I know
also
who he
been
is.
on, I think he's been on Tim Pool's, but he started out on the internet debating people and stuff. So it's kind of weird that him of all people, it is strange, but it's happening. Hey, Outlandish and Doc P, Kelly K, Willard Hall, medication. What? I'm happy everything came out okay, Doc P. Happy for you. Hey, Drummond son. It's all too much info. Oh my gosh. Good to see everybody. Hi, Regina, Cheryl, and Pam sent me some cool channels to look out for. I appreciate that. I got an email from her. It was good to get. Yeah, I do. Okay. Somebody was just talking about me reading all the comments. Shalom. Interesting tidbits. Good to see you. So, let's see. I was saying backstage, one of the things that just happened, I guess, I don't know, I could be behind, but the thing with Chris Wray and his new declassified documents released about, I guess, let's see, a secret operation under Christopher Wray. U.S. intelligence agencies trying to suppress the Biden family corruption gate by manipulating evidence leading up to the 2020. So I have like a news clip here. And then Chris Wray also comes to the podium. And as I was saying to them, it seemed to me like he was being defensive because it was, his name's all in it. I'm sure Jeff's got something to add about this, but I'll probably just go ahead and play this right quick. So y'all.
Fox News alert. Everything Prime Time has been saying about the FBI and the Biden family has just been confirmed. For years, we've told you the FBI knew everything the Bidens were up to. The cash, the Chinese diamonds, American policy for sale. Not only was Biden blackmailing other countries and other countries blackmailing him, but the FBI was blackmailing Biden. Senator Chuck Grassley just announced the Federal Bureau of Investigation has had 40 informants inside the Biden family for the last 15 years. What does that mean? It's exactly what you think. 40 FBI informants, going back to the time Joe Biden was vice president, have been providing criminal information to FBI field offices throughout the country. 40 FBI informants feeding the Bureau exactly what Joe Biden, James Biden, and Hunter Biden have been doing all over the world. Primetime isn't sure the FBI had this many informants working on the Trump campaign. So what does it mean that the FBI has had the Biden family wired? And what does it mean that the FBI hasn't done a thing? Well, it tells me that the FBI knows all of the president's dirty laundry and is blackmailing him. Because Senator Grassley also revealed that multiple FBI field offices tried to run this criminal information back to headquarters and were blocked at every corner. This criminal activity was shut down during the Trump impeachment, shut down before the last election, and it's still being shut down today. Grassley says FBI headquarters deliberately skewed criminal information coming from FBI informants about the Biden family as foreign disinformation, when in fact, after an exhaustive examination, there's never been any information that any of this has been foreign. Even the FBI informant that said the Bidens shook down Ukraine for a $10 million bribe, that was vetted and found not to be foreign disinformation. But it gets worse. The FBI's attempt to follow up on the $10 million Ukrainian Biden bribe was shut down. The FBI informant who said there's 17 tapes of Biden talking about bribes, that too has been shut down, despite that there's no evidence that this is foreign disinformation. And while all of this is going on, the FBI has been actively planting information against Donald Trump, doctoring emails and disseminating fake dossiers. The FBI used Biden to get revenge on Trump. They got a dirty politician elected so they could defeat a politician who caught them trying to frame him and fire their director. And now we have a compromised president in the White House being protected by a rogue gang of sick agents. And the American people are the real victims of this stupid inside game. You're paying more for everything. The border's wide open and crime is.
So the way he said that almost sounded like that was old, like he was saying that about Biden. But there's another one, Chris Wray, coming out speaking on it. So I don't know how it could be. It supposedly just recently declassed. And you were saying something, Jeff, earlier, well, in the back, you were saying that the boards say trust Ray, and I do remember that. And it is weird right now. It seems kind of relevant because I kind of don't. My natural instinct was he sounded defensive. Of course, I haven't played that clip yet, but go ahead.
Well, when they say trust somebody, like if they say, you know, trust Ray or, you know, trust Trump, because of the time that it was written, they are referring to the position, not the person. So anytime, like on the boards, this is the way I kind of gather what they were doing is they were using the present person who was in that position, but instead of saying trust the AG, they would say trust Bondi because that's who it was at the time.
Okay. This like
so it may not be the person, it may be the position that they're referring to.
Right. Well, I'm gonna be honest. If you guys are cool with it, I was gonna play Christopher Ray speaking. It's like a couple minutes, and just because, tell me if you think he sounds defensive. Did you already listen to it?
No, I haven't. I've been out of the loop for about 5 days.
Okay. Well, this was just. I didn't even have this. I thought I was done, and then today this came through my X feed today, and I was like, "Well, shit, I gotta look at it," you know. And so I thought this was all new. I mean, I have 2 separate things about it, and they just came through right before the show. So I thought that let me see. This one's Chris Ray. Let's see what it says here. 8 hours, newly classified documents by the White House Government Transparency Task Force confirm. Operation Round River, secret operation by the FBI, intelligence to neutralize same thing the other one said basically, but then he's going to speak. And I feel like the very first thing he says is, let's talk about what it's not. Like he sounds defensive.
Let me say up front that I appreciate the Inspector General's work on this important review. Thought I'd take a few minutes to talk about the report, and then I'm happy to take a few questions. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution. But to carry out that mission, we're entrusted with a lot of authority. So our actions are subject to close oversight from the courts, from our elected leaders, and from independent entities like the Inspector General. And that's how it should be. That kind of examination, that kind of oversight makes the FBI stronger as an organization and makes the public more safe. With that in mind, let me briefly address the findings in the Inspector General's report. I take this report very seriously, and we accept its findings and recommendations. It's also important, though, to note what the Inspector General did not find. This report did not find any evidence of political bias or improper considerations actually impacting the investigation under review. The report does identify errors of judgment, violations of or even disregard for policy, and decisions that, at the very least, with the benefit of hindsight, were not the best choices. We've already started taking the necessary steps to address those issues. First, we're going to hold employees accountable for any potential misconduct. We've already referred conduct highlighted in the report to our disciplinary arm, OPR, which is the FBI's Independent Office of Professional Responsibility. We need to hold ourselves accountable for the choices we make and the work we do. We're doing that fairly, but without delay, in the way that people should expect. We're going to adhere to the appropriate disciplinary process. And once that process is complete, we won't hesitate to hold people accountable for their actions. Second, we're going to make sure that every FBI employee understands the lessons of this report. Because change starts at the top, starts with me, we're going to require all of our senior executives from all around the world to convene for in-depth training specifically focused on learning the lessons that we should learn from this report.
Now,
All right.
when was that?
It said 8 hours ago on my X feed.
No, that's old. Because,
Really?
Yeah, because he has the director FBI pin on.
So why are both of these coming through right now, right before 8 hours? Real Robert. Do you know that's this? They're both from the same one. Real Robert. And usually it's
Real Raw News.
Real Robert.
Oh, okay.
That's just one I usually does do good.
I think the reason why this is getting rehashed is one, there is going to be some indictments that are probably going to be coming down in the next 2 or 3 weeks on people who lied to get FISA warrants. And I believe that when he was given this speech, he was kind of basically told to hold back, because I think he's a good guy, but I do know somebody that was in his staff that went to the IG, Horowitz, and blew the dime on a lot of shit. So I think that's where he was talking about with OPR, the Office of Professional Responsibility, because this person went and blew the whistle on a lot of this shit.
Right.
Well,
About
like
sorry, this-
John Dunning said, there a lot of stuff is being reposted as clickbait. I don't think it's you possibly could be right, but I think the reason why it's being reposted, because the American people have a attention span of about 10 minutes, and people have to be reminded of this shit.
So
Before-
does that this Biden stuff being declassed happened that long ago, or that's not new?
Well,
Because I know there's been a lot of stuff being declassed. I thought that just happened. So my bad.
No, that's old, but to the average person, it's new.
Yeah, I mean, I can't keep up with it all. I'll tell you that. Best Life says he debates 20-year-old girls and owns them, and then got famous-ish from it. He's talking about Andrew Wilson. So yeah, I mean, I guess you could say famous, but I don't know. I mean, nobody here. There's very few people do know who he is that I know. I do from the internet.
You know, if she's going to debate somebody for real, it should be somebody that we know.
Right. I don't know. I think the whole thing's kind of weird. A lot of people there's people speculating like he's being set up, for whatever. Like there's a reason to kind of nobody to go.
I mean, Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh or is that his name? Is that who I'm thinking about? One of the named somebody who's as big as she is should be debating her. Not some no-name person nobody knows.
Yeah, that is. I mean, it doesn't make sense. The whole thing seems strange, but
That might be the only reason he's doing it.
Right. Well, I'll be watching it. I'm sure a lot of people will too, because it's an interesting topic anyway. And but the guy has gone recently on. I think it was Joe Rogan, and also I think he's been with Tim Pool. Of course, Tim Pool doesn't. I've heard people say they think he doesn't like him, Tim Pool, because he's never there when he shows up, but other people are. I don't know. It's probably true. The guy's not he's not. I don't know. I think he's kind of got an attitude. He's not like the nicest guy.
I thought Tim Pool was quitting.
Hey, Pappy Two Bears. He did say that for a while.
Yeah.
Because of the dangers and stuff like this.
Well, sack up. Maybe people would take him more serious if he'd wash that skull cap that he wears. Because I bet you that thing smells like cat piss.
He probably puts a brand new one on every day, Jeff.
Trust Ray Charles. I mean, sure. New York prepper hurt your feelings. What does that mean? Did you get into it with New York prepper, Jeff?
Oh no, I just called him out on his bullshit.
I don't even. You know what? I don't even really know who that is, but
I love trolling that idiot, because him and Lee Harvey used to be buddy, and then they fell out because his channel got bigger than Lee Harvey's, and no, it was some stuff over topics that they have no clue what the fuck they're talking about. And, you know, I just had to put a short out there about it.
Oh, you put a short out for it. Oh, I have to look for it.
Yeah. It's funny because it got like, I don't know, 350 views in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, Kathy. CT doesn't mean I'm from Connecticut.
Hey, but don't let your head get big. I put out a video of a chair on my front porch and I got 2,000 views in like a day.
Oh my God, that was so funny, Yorga. That actually was funny. A chair, a light, a road, all kinds of things. Yeah, so now I'm wondering about this stuff with Obama. If this is, because usually that channel is really good. I usually have good stuff.
Look, all roads lead to Barack Obama.
Well, that's what this next one is, but it could be old again. I don't know. It's basically, this one says August 11th. Said he was spotted in London, UK, leaving his recently purchased multi-million-dollar home. They've not only recently purchased this home in the UK, they've also moved a large chunk of their assets into the country with a federal indictment of Barack related to his leadership role in Russiagate said to be dropping at the beginning of the new year. This begs the obvious questions. Are the Obamas planning to make a run for it and become fugitive from justice under the protection of a liberal government in the UK, whose leader they have a close personal relationship with? The answer is even more obvious. That is exactly what they're planning to do. Barack is going to try to escape justice as he's done his entire life. He's a clear and present flight risk and is long past the time for the admin to seize his passport, put him on 24 surveillance until the grand jury returns an indictment in the Southern District of Florida. President Trump needs to communicate to Prime Minister Keir Starmer that any attempt to harbor Obama in the UK will result in swift and harsh sanctions. I mean, this is all somebody's what they think, but there's a video. And like I said, if they're talking the first of the year, I think that's right. I think this one is.
Yeah, that was reported, I think, about 2 months ago.
Right.
When Trump was calling out Lloyd's of London on the insurance debacle.
Well, they ended up not insuring them, right? And Trump said, oh, well, we will.
Yep.
That was a big deal, a lot bigger than people give the credit. So it says spotted in London, and you said this is 2 months. It's on my thing, it says August 11th, but that's just when somebody posted it here, you know. It could be even further back. The two things that basically, that's why I thought it was, I should have realized, though, they were from the same channel. The Real Robert, I've been following that channel for a long time, and there's been a lot of good stuff come from it. So that one there was a different channel.
So, you know, you see how when Obama come out, right, there was about 5 or 6 agents that you could see right off the bat that were, you know, in suits and all that.
Hey, Hawk.
So if you go and you look at the video a couple weeks ago where Joe Biden was walking willy-nilly through the airport and getting on a commercial airline, that should kind of tell you something.
And Dundas says Andrew Wilson is good. I mean, like a good debater, or what does that mean?
Good neighbor, like Stefan.
Oh my gosh. All right. Hi, Hawk. Oh yeah. Speaking of high, I actually finally did get a safety meeting. I got it from Yorga sent this to me. It just took me forever to actually get it together.
Rip and bone, yeah. Rip and bone, yeah. You really ought to give it a try. Rip and bone, yeah. Rip and bone, yeah. And float it up to the sky. Rip and bone, yeah.
I thought it was pretty good for a safety meeting short there.
Was that chick and was that Mark B in drag?
Oh my gosh, I don't think so. I don't think Mark B would wear drag. Jeff's video on that guy has a warning prompt.
Yeah, I put it not made for kids because I swore on it. That's how you get around the YouTube shit.
Thanks, Tracy. Merry-go-rounds, corruption state. That's the thing. I do see a lot. It is hard to tell when they put it at the date as one thing, but that's just the date that it's posted.
Correct.
And it does get confusing. I'm calling for an unofficial set. I already played it. I was early. I'm well on my way. Starmer is gone. We have extradition. Let's see. We'll figure it out. There was a bunch more of things I would like to run by you. I am glad that.
Hey, check this out. Outlandish is saying that ICE are getting gloves that have taser gloves. That's awesome. I want some.
I'm not there.
Yeah. It's kind of like the remember in the movie Batman when he touched the material and it would shock it?
No, but go ahead.
That's kind of like what they're like.
Hey,
so the gloves, but if I grab you, you're on fire.
If you trigger the button, yeah.
I mean, you're lit up. You know. Yeah, I like it. All right, great idea.
Like a dry stun.
Great idea. Give me a whip that's got some of that shit in it too, man.
A fucking Wonder Woman lasso.
Yeah.
Jerry said stoners don't wear eye makeup. That's pretty funny.
Billy said shocking.
Uh-huh. I thought I've seen Mark B in here before, but it might have been somebody else.
Yeah, it's not the methed out Mark B.
Oh my gosh. All right, what do I got?
He railed. He went way down under and didn't come back.
So this one probably is old too. I think this is the real Robert. I think they're posting a lot of old stuff just that are all going together. This one is, I'm not going to play it. I'll just tell y'all. It says a CIA senior agent with 30 years of experience confirms the intelligence community / CIA took the playbook for psychological operations and information warfare used against our enemies and turned it against Trump and the American people to undo the 2016 election and ensure the overthrow of the United States government in 2020 and succeeded. So like, that's like almost a direct, that's not a direct quote here. It's right here. It's only like 40 seconds, but it's probably not new news, but it's something that was said.
No, she was arrested.
It's a man. Wait, who was arrested?
Another lady at the CIA.
Hey, Kiss Off. Hey, Carolina. Good to see you.
It was his secretary or assistant. Yeah. She got kind of cuffed up at the main gate.
Okay, so this says DNI Gabbard. It says Cash. So this was during the time that Tulsi was in when this guy said this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what we got. I mean, but it's in plain English. And I mean, I believe it. Not everybody has to, but it's pretty bad when somebody straight out of the agency tells you that's what they did. They, word for word, that's pretty much ripped it right out of our intelligence community agent.
Harmed Donald Trump. They were harming our enemies, and we information warfare that we would use against our enemies. Across from
it was a direct quote.
I'm an intelligence agent, now retired, very senior. He looked me in the eye and said, the truth of the matter is we took the playbook for psychological operations, information warfare that we would use against our enemies, and we turned it against the American people to undo the 2016 election and to make sure they didn't elect Donald Trump in 2020. Now, that was a senior intelligence officer with more than 30 years of experience, a patriot who served in some of the most dangerous parts of the world, and he understood that the tactics of making something fake look real were ripped right out of our intelligence communities. Our intelligence agencies not only harmed Donald Trump, they were harming the American public, the national.
So anyway, I just figured I'd share it with y'all because it came. That's the same channel. I feel like he's putting together a lot of things and you said there's going to be indictments. Maybe he knows that. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
Look, I'm telling you, when all of this starts to break loose, we're going to come back to the same thing that nobody is going to believe what's real and what's fake. That is going to be the biggest problem.
I feel like that's right now.
Oh no, you haven't seen shit yet. I'm telling you, you haven't seen shit yet. I've been saying drip, 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 flood for 6 years, since 2018. And now you start hearing some of these quote unquote big time independent media journalists on Rumble and YouTube that are now starting to say, it's going to be a drip, drip flood. I mean, telling you, when all of this starts to happen, people are going to be in the corners of their houses rocking back and forth.
I'm
Because
going to be throwing a party, Jeff. I don't know. I'm not going to be doing that. I'm going to be throwing a party.
I'm telling you, because look, just look at this guy that Todd Blanche just had charged. He just charged him, and they've already arrested him. He was a senior level at the Southern Poverty Law Center. They were embezzling.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
In millions
I
of
will.
dollars. And
yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead. Using it to fund all of this craziness that's going on.
Yeah. It's right here. You have it in the back. The chief financial officer of Southern Poverty Law Center arrested and charged. I have clips of that too. And I know this is now is John Solomon. And I appreciate the vote of confidence out of Devin. If it's on my feed, it's not real. That's not true. I follow a lot of good channels. It is, and in fact, it was real. It just wasn't current. It's already happened. But I appreciate the vote of confidence, though.
Hey Jeff, where were you when we lost gravity today? I was on the crapper.
I was, well, I could tell you where I was at, but nobody would believe it. So
okay,
I was in a room somewhere.
Right. Well, let's see. I got the Solomon thing here. He's talking about Obama, and I know you're talking about Obama a lot too. So,
wait, did Mr. T hint? Yes, he did. No, he didn't hint about what I was saying is going to happen. He come out and told the reporter, there's going to be things that I can do. Yeah. Look, there has to be. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying I can't prove this. But when I was in this room, I was told that the U.S. Supreme Court had basically, in a split decision, ruled or given opinion that if what they've been shown is factual on the election of 2020, 2016, and 2024, that all three of those elections could be wiped. Meaning like they didn't exist. And the reason I think this is factual is because what did Trump just say he's going to do? He is going to blanket cancel every action that Joe Biden did.
yeah, I've got that actually. If y'all want to see it, it's short. They read off the truth.
And according to the memo, the draft memo that I seen, White House counsel had already ran this through the U.S. Supreme Court. And I thought maybe within the next week or two, we are going to see this national emergency. But now I'm thinking it may be a week before the election, because a federal judge, I think it was yesterday, either yesterday or Monday, come down and put a stop to Trump's order of having the U.S. Post Office handling and processing the mail-in ballot. And here's my other thought on this, because I'm back and forth on this election. I mean, do I think it's going to get canceled? Absolutely not. Trump doesn't want that on his watch. Do I think there possibly could be a pause? Yeah. But do I think they'll let the election go on and then mid-cycle through the election, all of a sudden voting stops? I could see that happening too.
Right. This is here in the background is just what you were talking about. You guys were telling me this like I guess Sunday, and I hadn't seen it. I didn't have any clips. But
just happening, posting on Truth Social moments ago that he is canceling all of former President Biden's executive orders, saying he was not involved due to the auto pen process. Let's bring back Dana Marie McNichol. Dana Marie, what can you tell us?
Alicia, good afternoon. Well, I can tell you that President Trump is at the golf course, but of course he is posting on Truth Social some shocking news. I do want to read you exactly what he posted. He said, quote, any document signed by Sleepy Joe Biden with the auto pen, which was approximately 92% of them, is hereby terminated and of no further force or effect. He says the auto pen is not allowed to be used if approval is not specifically given by the President of the United States. He also says in that post, quote, I am hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden, because the people who operated the auto pen did so illegally. He goes on to say in that post, Joe Biden was not involved in the auto pen process, and if he says he was, he'll be brought up on charges of perjury. He says, thank you for your attention to this matter.
so it almost seemed like he knew who was in charge of who was doing it, right?
Oh,
the way it's worded.
Look, it's been quite a while, but I explained to people how this auto pen works. You have to sign this thing out. There is such a paper trail on this device. You have to have it signed out. You have to have a they call it, TPI, two-person integrity, that has to have their eyes on that device at all times. And, like Devin says, who the fuck cares? Nobody. But what this is doing is this is laying the groundwork for the whole shebang.
Hey, Kaiser.
Now they're saying Joe Biden's cancer is rapidly, mutating, or whatever the fuck terminology they use. And I told people, years ago when, people still think I'm a crackpot, but that's all right. This is how a lot of these people are going to be taken out. We'll probably never know the true reason why they were taken out, but they're going to be written off like this. And it's not because I think it's to preserve the country, because you couldn't have such, shock that, we're fucking executing people, even though a lot of us want to see it and know it and be able to witness to it. It would do too much damage to the country. So I think this is how some of these people are going to be written off.
Right. There's so much going on. It's nuts. I didn't play this with John Solomon about Obama, did I? I don't think I did. I wanted to hear, because he's the one that is working for free at the White House now, right? And
Yep.
you said a lot of information is going to come through him. I found it interesting that he's talking anything at all about Obama. He's actually talking some big shit too. Well, I mean,
where the FBI had just cleared. I know President Trump has every right to be frustrated with him. I think President Trump's analysis last week was right. I think my immunity rule might protect him on the original charges. That's what most legal experts tell me, that ruling is so sweeping it will protect Obama for what he did in office. However, Barack Obama can now be summoned before a grand jury. He cannot take the Fifth Amendment because he has immunity from prosecution. He'll have to tell the truth. If he lies as a private citizen about what he did as president, he'll no longer have that immunity. And that is a trap that Obama is sitting potentially facing. And I want to say the irony to that, because on January 5th, 2017, he presided over a meeting in the White House where the FBI had just cleared Mike Flynn of any wrongdoing. And they schemed in that meeting how they might be able to jam up Mike Flynn. And they came up with the idea, we'll lure him into an interview, catch him into a lie, and then prosecute him that way. Barack Obama now is about to face a potential similar situation as the one he created unfairly for Mike Flynn.
so like full circle kind of thing.
Look, I'm telling you, the greatest gift that George W. Bush gave this country was FISA.
Okay.
Because that gave the NSA carte blanche under UCID 18 to do what they needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, I've told people the whole Q thing, that's a complete NSA operation.
Mm-hmm. So now I'm wondering about this one as well. The Kash Patel and CIA director. Is John Radcliffe still the CIA director?
Yes.
Okay. This says that they've released a trove of documents proving that the FBI planted and tampered with evidence during the raid of President Trump Mar-a-Lago home. They knew they didn't have probable cause to raid his home in the first place, but the Biden admin put enormous pressure on them to raid the president's home anyway. A senior Biden official was quoted saying, "I don't give a shit what the optics look like. The case was a big lie. Jack Smith and his team fabricated the entire thing. The criminal charges against Trump were the Biden admin's own version of Russiagate. It was a coup attempt meant to take down Trump and prevent him from inevitable return to the White House by illegally weaponizing the justice system against their political opponent." And I know a lot of people already felt this way, but each and every one of them should spend the rest of their life in federal prison, high treason. God bless Kash Patel and John Radcliffe for exposing the truth in these documents. And let me see. This says August 11th, and it's Sunday morning with, let's see. I'm trying to see. Yeah, because he's talking about the photograph and stuff. See, first of all, I don't know if it's new or old, but I didn't know this about what they're saying about the picture that we saw and everything placed a certain way. Hold on.
And the government has had Jack Smith. Yeah, so that famous photograph, what we have now learned, and the government has had Jack Smith and his prosecutors have had to admit that that was staged. And those top secret classified sheets that all the public saw and said, "Oh my God, look at those top secret documents."
Let me rephrase that. I did know it looked staged. I didn't know they actually admitted it, but it's only a minute, y'all.
Documents, those were placed there by the FBI. What Jack Smith admitted in court this week was that, in his word, they mishandled the classified documents and misrepresented those to the court. Maria, that's a kind way of saying we tampered with the evidence, then we lied to the court about it. And they got caught when President Trump's lawyers and the other co-defendants raised this issue and said, look, the documents here don't match up. The documents that were presented to us don't match the digitally scanned records of when they were taken from Mar-a-Lago. And Jack Smith, not only did they tamper with that and lie to the court about it, but he's now admitted to the court that he doesn't know how that happened. He's only offered a number of possible. He's absolutely blown the chain of custody. And again, he has a lead prosecutor in this case, Jay Gratt, who met with White House counsel and a representative of the National Archives several times in the weeks before Jack Smith was even appointed. Hurricane when the Obama-Biden administration fabricated evidence before the FISA court, lied to the court about it to pursue Donald Trump, and now we're seeing it again in this classified documents case. The judge could dismiss this.
There's that word again, FISA.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't fully understand it all, but I know you just were talking about it was the best thing.
Well, so basically what it is, FISA stands for Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. So under UCIT 18, which is United States Signal Intelligence Doctrine, Annex 18, basically tells intelligence personnel that, let's say I'm listening to a conversation, and the conversation that I'm listening to is in North Korea. And during this conversation, whether it is voice, digital, signal, whatever, okay, I'm constantly listening to this target, and then all of a sudden somebody else comes on, and there's a conversation going between the two. The requirements that I have under UCIT 18 is I have to do HFDF, which is high frequency direction finding. And what that does is I put in the frequencies into what's called a Wooling-Weber. It's a big antenna array, and it triangulates the signal to where I know where that signal's transmitting, probably within, we'll just say for shits and giggles, 2 miles. So if this secondary person that came on, if it's in the United States, according to the doctrine, I have to drop that second part of that signal. I'm not allowed to listen to it because it could be construed as spying on Americans. Well, with FISA, what this would allow me to do is if I know that this secondary person is in the United States or on any U.S. territory, like an embassy or a U.S. flagged vessel, I can record it and I can save it. And then I can apply to a FISA judge saying, hey, I have reasonable suspicion based on this part of the conversation that legally I was allowed to listen to. I have reasonable suspicion that there is a crime that's being committed by an American on U.S. soil. The judge goes over the evidence and then rules. That's basically what FISA is. And they use 9/11 to set the groundwork to be able to spy on the American people.
Right. Your stash of black pills, Doc P. Black pill lives matter.
Well, you
Yeah.
know, you remember, and this just come out a day or two ago. I think it was last Wednesday. I was telling you guys that I was told somebody in the U.S. Air Force was arrested by the U.S. Secret Service. Remember when Trump was over at NATO and they switched the planes?
Yeah, I have a clip a little ways down on X. I actually do.
Not
Go
only
ahead.
did they switch them once, but they had to switch them twice.
Damn.
Because they found out that the person who leaked about the vulnerabilities of the new Air Force One, they leaked out that the U.S. Secret Service ushered the president out of the new Air Force One through a meal truck to put him in the old Air Force One. They flew him to England and landed, and they had to do something else to put him on a streamline SAM flight because that person leaked that they moved the president into a meal truck to get him out of the way of the press so the press wouldn't see. Now, the funny thing is, if whoever would have attacked that plane,
Hey, Prepper.
it would have taken all the press down with them. I'm sure that would have been a shame.
I definitely saw some of that. I heard a whole conspiracy on it too. I don't think it was the same, and I don't have it. But I did hear something that it was more to it, and there always is. It's just a matter of we all just speculate what it may be. I have this real short. Go ahead.
The only one that went with him was Hegseth. He made Rubio and Bassett stay on the other plane.
I got this short clip of Trump talking about Fauci and that they should prosecute him and give him the same treatment they gave others. Like, I thought that was pretty cool of him at least to say it.
Dr. Fauci.
Well, you know, they prosecuted Peter Navarro and they prosecuted Steve Bannon, two very decent people, over something that essentially was never prosecuted before. And there are sort of telltale signs of similarity. And they went to jail for a number of months over something that I saw one of the analysts said they used to laugh at it in the Justice Department when something like that was referred. But Merrick Garland prosecuted two very decent people and sent them to jail. I wasn't president. I would have given him a pardon in 2 seconds, but I wasn't. It was after I left. They waited till after I left, and then they prosecuted these two people, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves. So when you see that happen, you sort of say maybe he should. What he did is far more serious than a lot of crimes, frankly. But they prosecuted two people when nothing like that has ever taken place before.
Yeah, they locked up Navarro and them for what was it? Oh, the 5th.
Oh yeah, somebody up there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Failure to appear.
Right. Yeah, somebody up there was saying of another thing we were just showing. Oh, he'll just plead the 5th. They were talking about Obama and fake Mr. T. Oh gosh. Let's see what we got. Do I still have it? Well, by now it doesn't even match. I don't know if I have central casting anymore.
Central casting.
I do have central casting. I don't think so. I think it was him.
He made a joke. He said, "When I go, I go."
You know, if that conspiracy is true,
which one? Hold on. Which conspiracy?
The multiple Trumps. Body stuff. You know, I'll tell you how you can tell. And you don't even have to look at Trump. Look at the lead Secret Service agent. If it's a different Secret Service agent, then you know something's up. Because the lead Secret Service agent is attached to that dude's hip.
Body doubles are far from new. Right. Here's the little short thing that everybody's freaking out about because he said it was a possibility. That's all he even said. I've heard him say more than this.
Ruled in 1983 under Reagan that INS versus Chadha, that if you declare a national security emergency as the president of the United States, they can't challenge it. It can only be overturned by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress. So if you do this in the next month, we will get photo ID, proof of citizenship, and a limit to mail-in ballots, and you don't even need the Senate vote.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
That's all I said.
All right, we'll leave it at that. So let me
just say that stranger things have happened. Let's just leave it at that. And people really freaking out. I'm like, he didn't even say he was going to do it, although he might.
But look, even if the Save Act got passed, it wouldn't have time to be implemented by midterms.
Right. So this is why I think we're on the verge of the constitutional crisis.
Right.
how do you you are going to, let's say he comes out 2 weeks before the elections and issues a national security emergency. There's already been a judge that said he's going to shoot it down. Under national security guidelines, judges don't mean shit. Here's where your problem's going to lie with the state attorney generals. So what happens if a state attorney general defies the executive order on national security? This is where I think your constitutional crisis comes into, because elections are national security. And even with the SAVE Act, the biggest thing, the SAVE Act didn't address the machines. All it did was voter ID, proof of citizenship. So you could still go in, show your ID, show your citizenship, and go to a machine, and Senator A, the incumbent, is weighed at 1, but the person coming in that's running against him is weighted at a 1.3. It didn't solve your problem. So this is where I think the national security, and I've been saying for months, I was told it was already written, and they're just waiting for the right time to put it out there.
Right. I do think that what you were saying about the arrest is a big deal, and nobody cares when something happens good. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about the things that haven't happened, and it does kind of stress me out.
Well, yeah,
I have the clip of Todd Blanchard, and I know where we can put that file of that guy getting arrested. We'll put it right here. There's enough room to add some more files to the Nothing Ever Happens files.
Yep. I mean, you have to get rid of these people's money first.
And it does seem like there's a lot of that going on, like big time, all the fraud. I need to get more clips of that, actually. I do have this about the Southern Poverty Law Center. Did I get that right? SP? I don't know. Close enough.
It was just arrested.
Well, this is just about the 11 indictments. This was the 11th. I guess this is yesterday. And when was he arrested today?
Yep.
Okay, so this is kind of old news, but this is what led to the arrest. The Nothing Ever Happens
indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. According to the charges in the indictment, the SPLC is a nonprofit entity that purports to fight white supremacy and racial hatred by reporting on extremist groups and conducting research to inform law enforcement groups with the goal of dismantling these groups. As the indictment describes, the SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred. The indictment describes this conduct in detail, but one troubling example is that the SPLC was paying a member of the leadership group that planned the Unite the Right protest in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017 that resulted in the death of 1 person and injured dozens more. This particular person being paid by the SPLC allegedly received approximately $270,000 over the course of 8 years. In total, according to the indictment, between 2014 and 2023, SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, the Nationalist Socialist Party of America, Nazis, and the American Front. Now, as the indictment lays out, after SPLC paid members of these extremist groups, it created work product that reported on these activities that the members participated in or contributed to. And to that end, it was doing the exact opposite of what it's told its donors it was doing.
That is really nuts when you go down that rabbit hole, it's nuts. they're causing the problem that they're trying to quote unquote fix. It's really freaking crazy. And paying people. Hey, Marina, good to see you.
Well,
popcorn.
well, now when you look at it, you're feeding the machine that's feeding you. And this is a fucking huge RICO case.
Yeah, I agree. So that thing that Pootie sent me, though, we can't back that up. Don't know if it's true. Hey, buffering. I want it to be true, but I can't say it is. It's from, what was the name of it? Shoot.
And we know, or
no, I love And We Know. I would probably think it was more true if it was from And We Know. But it is let's see. Bad's Land Media.
Oh, well, look. I would say Badlands Media is pretty huge. I would say if they're putting something out there, they got a little teeth behind it.
Well, this is about the DC thing that you said, Panic in DC or whatnot. I'll read it, and this is allegedly in Minecraft, and it's an article. I wish I could pull it up here, but I got it through a text. DOJ convenes rare special grand jury in Washington, D.C., August 12, 2026, by Ali Tucker wrote this. And like I said, it's from Badlands Media. The Justice Department has quietly convened a special grand jury in Washington, a rarely used legal weapon that could lead federal prosecutors dig into some of the biggest and most explosive cases in the Capitol. Unlike a regular grand jury, this one can drop a public report naming people even if prosecutors decide they don't have enough evidence to charge anyone. The bar is only a preponderance of the evidence of wrongdoing. Anyone named gets a chance to testify and call their own witness. These juries are reserved for unusual cases, investigations of government officials, broad conspiracies, or organized criminal activity. Corruption cases that prosecutors deem to be linked could qualify as the latter. The 23 jurors focus on one case or a cluster of related ones instead of the usual mixed docket. They require a formal request from the Attorney General or their designee and approval from the district's chief judge, who is in DC is James E. Boasberg, which was my first, okay, how does that work? The panel generally lasts 18 months and can be extended to a total of 36 months. The DC panel will be overseen by Stephen Vander Velden, one of U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro's closest deputies. Pirro has already tapped him for high-profile probes, including one into then Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, and another examining claims that D.C. police deliberately cooked their crime numbers. So I don't know. I can't verify it, but I don't think that they usually put out clickbait, but who knows?
Cola.
Mm-hmm.
You want to rewind the clock 2 weeks ago?
Okay, let's do it.
So you remember when the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and
thank you, Outlandish. He says it from Newsmax, but go ahead. He's got it right here. Thank you for telling me that, Outlandish. But go ahead, Jeff.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the two members of Congress were seen going into the U.S. Capitol to testify. Remember that 2 weeks ago?
I guess I don't, Jeff. I believe you, but
no, we showed the video.
Right, I know. I guess,
I remember.
And I kept telling people the only time that a Supreme Court justice goes and testifies in front of Congress, never. And people were saying, well, the media is saying it's because of their security. They need more security. It wouldn't be the Supreme Court justice that comes in and testifies that the justices need more security. It would be the head of the U.S. Marshal Service tasked with providing that protection, which I know is a gentleman named Brad. He's tasked with that. He would be the one testifying in front of Congress. I have a sneaky suspicion that meeting that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and those two Supreme Court justices were brought in for was this right here. Because the military, and they're just saying a preponderance of evidence, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt, correct? That's constitutional, correct? Guess who has a less burden of proof? That would be the U.S. military. They don't operate under the U.S. Constitution when it comes to legal matters. They operate under the guidelines of Uniform Code of Military Justice. If the President of the United States, which everybody says it never happened, I'm still going to hold to my guns and say that the President signed the Insurrection Act. The duties fall to the military. It doesn't fall to the court systems because the country was attacked by foreign or domestic powers.
Right.
That's why
Man.
I believe that article is true.
Well, I've got actually Sherry sent me something straight from Newsmax, and they're much more reputable, and I can share it with you guys, and that makes me happy. Thank you so much, Sherry, for sending this to me, because the last thing I want to do, I would never tell somebody something that was untrue on purpose. I might get it wrong, whatever, but I would never do it on purpose, and that's why I started that with allegedly and all the things, because I wasn't sure, but this makes me a lot more sure. It's basically the same information again, but from Newsmax. Justice Department has convened, and it makes me excited and happy about it. The Justice Department convened a rare special grand jury in D.C., giving federal prosecutors a powerful tool to investigate some of the Capitol's most politically sensitive and controversial cases. The Washington Post reported on also. The special grand jury will be overseen by, here's that same name, Vander Velden, of U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro's top allies in Washington. According to 3 government officials familiar with the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the development has not been publicly announced. It remains unclear what investigation the grand jury will pursue, but the decision to establish the panel is notable because special grand juries are rarely used and are generally reserved for broader, particularly significant criminal investigations, including cases. See, when I saw Boasberg's name, though, Jeff, it gave me pause because I know how he is, and I don't know which role he's playing here, but just hearing his name, unless he's one of the people being brought before the courts. Anyway, let me pick up where I left off. Particularly significant criminal investigations, including cases involving government officials, organized criminal activity, or alleged conspiracies. Unlike a regular grand jury, a special grand jury can issue a report identifying individuals it believes engaged in wrongdoing, even when prosecutors don't have sufficient evidence to obtain an indictment. This could be very interesting. Steve Friedland, a law professional, said each administration has its own approach to how it enforces the law and how it uses the tools available to it. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington declined to comment. I've been involved in many of the controversial investigations, including an inquiry into then federal chair Jerome Powell. Same info again. The timing of the grand jury comes as Pirro and department faces pressure to pursue cases sought by Trump and individuals. Todd Blanche, former personal attorney, was recently confirmed as an attorney general, cementing his role as the department's top official. The tenure as U.S. attorney has been marked as a series of politically charged investigations. While setbacks, the Washington Post reported, her office failed to secure convictions in high-profile cases. That doesn't sound good, including matters involving a man accused of throwing a sandwich at a federal agent. I do remember that. 6 Democrat lawmakers who released a video urging the military personnel to reject, the seditious 6. Okay, last week, Trump suggested Pirro's position could be in jeopardy after she dropped charges from a former Olympian accused of vandalizing the reflecting pool. Officials familiar with the grand jury said prosecutors submitted the paperwork to establish the panel before Pirro dismissed the reflecting pool related charges. They differ from original grand jury set report respects. 23 members who focus on a single investigation. Gosh, this one's long, y'all. I won't read the whole thing. Oh, well, then I'm almost at the end. Federal law treats special grand juries as an exceptional investigative tool. In most jurisdictions, including Washington, they must be requested by the Attorney General or designated official. The paperwork must then go through District Chief Judge in the U.S. District Judge James Boasberg. There's his name again. Okay, so let me see. The paperwork must then go through the District Chief Judge, in this case, Judge Boasberg. Does that make any sense, Jeff? How is it going to go anywhere? He's going to throw it out, right? The grand jury generally operates 18 months. The judge can expand its term in 6 months increments, although its total lifespan cannot exceed 36 months. Maybe it's a test to see what he does, because he probably, I can't imagine he just goes, okay, yeah, this makes sense. He's gone against every single thing that he can possibly go against. What do you think about that, Jeff?
Yep. And what happens when the court systems have failed? Boom.
Tell me.
In walks the U.S. military.
Thank you so much, Outlandish, again. So you think that they'll try to do that, and then he throws it out, and then then what happens next?
Then
if he throws it out, what would be the next move, you think?
The announcement of the Insurrection Act.
Mm.
And I think that's why you had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and you had the 2 Supreme Court justices, because I think the chairman of the Joint Chiefs notified the House Intelligence Committee and the Armed Forces Committee of what's going to happen. Because, like I said, I've never in history that I can find, is there ever been a Supreme Court justice ever testify in front of Congress other than a confirmation hearing? Never.
I don't know. There's so much to keep up with. And Kaiser says Boasberg is deep state on steroids. That's what's so confusing about, like, why even try? And my thought is there's got to be a reason. And maybe you're right, Jeff. Maybe it's just, hey, what if he doesn't throw it out? What if he's too afraid to, and he does the right thing? Then things might go differently. I mean, he's got options.
Right.
But I don't think he will. I think he'll do whatever he can to screw it up on purpose. Like, why wouldn't he? That's been how he's responded to everything. He's not just gonna be like, okay. And if he does, then that's gonna be strange too, right?
Well, and here's, my thoughts are the arrogance. Never think they're going to get caught. And when they do, the house of cards comes down on them.
Right. Well, I really do believe a lot's going on. I know there's a lot of people that don't and things like this, but it's like, even if it isn't, which I don't believe, I'm not going to sit there and think nothing good's ever going to happen. I'm going to focus on the next good thing that's about to happen, because it's a terrible place to live, to just think the whole world's out to get you. Everybody in the power is evil and terrible and wishes us no well. I don't believe that. Nobody here can convince me, because I don't believe in absolutes. And just like they're not all good guys, they're not all bad guys. There are good people in high places. And that's why so many whistleblowers, that's why all this information comes out in the first place. So I'm just saying, even if I think it'll probably be somewhere in the middle, once again, back to absolutes. Maybe everything doesn't get dealt with, but it's not going to be nothing either. Nobody gives any acknowledgments to the things that happen, like what you have back here, an arrest. People said no one ever gets arrested. Hey, a guy got arrested. Does anybody care? Nope. For those saying nothing is happening, the former chief financial officer of the Southern Poverty Law Center been arrested and charged, part of the ongoing federal, so that means more, case accusing a massive fraud scheme, secretly funneling like you said, stop the money, millions in donor money to informants inside extremist groups through shell companies and fake bank accounts. The organization spent decades labeling conservatives hate groups, is now facing serious criminal charges of its own. The investigation is still active. more charges are expected. I mean, that's a big deal, but nobody wants to talk about it because it's enough.
Have you noticed the people, all these people that's getting investigated and arrested now? It's kind of working its way up the chain.
Mm-hmm.
Like bigger and bigger people, like the guy right underneath Fauci. Oh, and Fauci, I've got all kinds of stuff, and I know people may not be with me on it, but they're trying to get him for contempt. There's 3 states going after him. Once again, just by like numbers and odds, something's going to stick to this guy. He's not going to skate on all. He's got 3 states seeking out for him, and they're trying to get him on contempt charges. One of those 4 different ways and avenues, and I don't believe that's the only thing. They're trying every avenue possible. They're going to get him somewhere. Even if they get him for taking the tag off his damn mattress, he's going to get something. I don't believe he's walking free. There's too much going on.
They were still asking Trump today about the Biden pardons if they was going to overturn them or whatever today too. I've seen that.
And I feel this comment, Carl. It's as if Americans aren't even on our side because they seem to want us to lose. Sometimes it does feel like people are rooting against good change. And I don't understand it. Jerry says Potts requested. I got to respect it. It's been a long go at it. Let me find her. Where'd she go? Were you going to say something? You could say it first, Jeff, if you had something.
Well, you know, honestly, you know who I think in the long run will get Fauci?
Who's Rand Paul?
No. What country will get Fauci?
Huh.
Well,
China.
No. Russia.
Wow.
And I look for the Politburo to indict him on mass genocide.
That's what should happen.
Could they extradite him on something like that?
Sure could, as long as the President of the United States in the State Department, you're damn right they could.
What about the people that Trump just got released from Russia? He might have did a trade deal with them.
Isn't that amazing? That
guy that just wanted a cheeseburger. I don't have a clip of that. I'm sure a lot of people heard of that anyhow. The guy he got.
Yeah, the Marine that was held in prison for 4 years.
Yeah.
It's
crazy.
Yeah. But I truly think he's probably going to go up on genocide charges.
I think he deserves it. I really do. I'm going to play Pots and Pans for Jerry. He didn't nobody else asked for it, so he had to ask this time. So Out of Popcorn says, used to only be those who were not towing the cabal line, Danny Masterson, Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein, to go down. It is to keep the rest of the Satanists in line. Well, and there's a lot of blackmail and stuff too. But I do believe so much information is coming out. It is hard to keep up with. Just left and right, the D classes on things and things that were just conspiracies that aren't conspiracies anymore. Crimes against humanity, Linda said. And I love that the things that we were saying, and I say it all the time, that the biolab situation thing, I started to think, oh, this really is a conspiracy. It's not even true. Because you just don't think so much time could go by. And then, oh, by the way, that was true. But it totally did. They totally put that out there. We could trade him for a basketball player.
Well, just think of all the shit that Trump has spewed since 2016. Name one thing that Trump has been proven 100% to be lying on.
I mean, there's a lot of, you're asking the wrong person, but I know there are people that say, I know somebody, I'm not anybody from YouTube, somebody from my real life who says that all the time. He's just such a liar. And I'm like, I never do get just one.
No.
You know what people would say? I know what they would say, that he didn't want to go to war. and then we ended up in war with Iran. That would be one of the things people would say. I know, because I hear people talk. It's become popular to talk shit about Trump. I've noticed.
Sure.
It is what it
You
is.
know-
I don't know. I think that is the new programming, and people are falling for it because it's popular. Like, everybody hates him now. And it's weird because the main thing is this war. I don't think that we had another option than the war.
And
I really
they think that anybody who likes him worships him, and that's not true.
Oh,
No,
he gets
that-
on my nerves.
Yeah,
But
that's not healthy.
Yeah, can I say something about the Iran?
go ahead.
Between the pipelines that Saudi Arabia and the Qatar has got oil pumping out, and the ships that are coming through the strait, we're getting more oil out of the Middle East now than was before the war.
I thought people were coming to us for oil also. Yeah, because of Venezuela, we got a bunch of oil in that situation, right? But you're
Yeah.
saying something, right? I mean, there has been a huge shift in that, and I see it as a positive one. May not have been great how it happened, but I consider it a positive change. And Carl said Hillary would be. Go ahead.
That's what Matt Morris showed today. Is that between, he showed all the oil that they're pumping through the pipelines and the ships that are coming through the strait. So we're getting more oil now than we was before the war coming out of the
Yeah,
Middle
it's
East.
definitely true. I mean, for sure. So Camel said Hillary would be in jail if he won. Yeah, he said that. I feel like that was a quip, and she said something because you'd be in jail.
Yep.
It was kind of like a one-liner, and then
Yeah.
he did walk it back and said he didn't want to set that precedent almost. And then they tried to get him, so it's kind
Yeah.
of hilarious.
Well-
Good thing you didn't want to set the precedent. They did it anyways.
Hey,
Go ahead,
do,
Jeff.
Do you have that video clip of where Hillary Clinton walked out of George Herbert Walker Bush's funeral?
I don't.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like she was in handcuffs to me.
Was, man. You can look at it or slow it down and stop it in the right spot and zoom it in, and you can see fucking handcuffs on her.
Yep. And look, I have a unverified conspiracy photo of where she's on a slab.
I don't know, y'all. It gets too far. I don't know how far to go with it. I did see, who was it that had the ankle bracelet, or it looked like they had an ankle bracelet? Do you guys remember that? I've seen these.
A bunch of them had that.
Pelosi, might have been Pelosi.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know if it's hard. I mean, like, why not tell us? Well, I mean, I guess I just don't know. Devin, you're extra strange tonight.
So, hey, did you guys hear the quote unquote official story that the Department of Defense released about the uranium that was supposedly given to the Iranians by Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton? Did you guys hear the story of supposedly where they found it?
I know. Syria just gave us some of the uranium.
There you go, Pootie. They said that when we dropped that Moab in Syria, that we burned up all the dust. Okay? I find it very interesting that I had enough circumstantial evidence based on flights where we got the uranium out of Iran. And the whole purpose of this whole Iran debacle was to set up the Monroe Doctrine inside the Middle East. And we had to get rid of some of the players inside of Iran because they didn't want to play along. And we also had to send in special forces to get a sample of the yellow cake in order to prove that it came from our stockpiles. And, we had those weird flights when J.D. Vance was over there. I just find it really interesting that they're talking about the uranium that was mysteriously blown up by a Moab in Syria.
I don't know.
That's the plan, baby.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had one of those, Pootie. You almost sounded like you did that pretty good. You can't. If he's going to replace you, Pootie, what are you going to do?
Plan, baby.
That's the thing, is the baby at the end. That's the difference, you know. I think I still have Tim Pool. One of these days, I'm going to retire it. I get people take it the wrong way anyway. I just think it's funny he said it too.
Trust the plan.
He even was drawing him an air cue in the air. That was pretty funny. Wasn't that when she had been at the 9/11 ceremony?
Yes, you are correct, Linda. It was the 9/11 ceremony. I was thinking of the envelopes.
Man, there really is a lot. And I don't really know. I don't know what happens. I tell you, if things don't work out, if all these things don't come into any kind of accountability or justice for anybody, and the other side gets in, I cannot even imagine what will happen. I basically feel like they're going after everybody as far as, and they've said as much. They're going after everybody. They're going to try to get everybody in as much trouble as possible. Safety meeting. I got one. Where did I put it? This Yorga found this, and I was like, that's pretty good for the cause.
Rip and bong it, rip and bong it. You really ought to give it a try. Rip and bong it, rip and bong it, and float it up to the sky. Rip and bong it.
I like it. I mean, I didn't really notice. I knew something was weird about it. I didn't realize the guy had eyeliner, but I mean, it fits. Here's the thing you were talking about, Jeff, or basically everybody's kind of been talking about, the switcheroo thing. Right here. I don't think it's like 30 seconds or something here. So he didn't really go on this one.
No, he went on it. But then you'll notice, stop. Yep, there you go. The catering truck. So they took Trump he's in that catering truck right now.
How? Oh, that was a fake Trump going into the plane.
No. That was a real Trump going into the Air Force One. They take him into the catering truck, and then they move him to another Air Force plane.
I wish I would have saved the conspiracy that I saw about this. It may have been similar to what you were saying. I don't know. Like, we're back to speculating again.
No, they've actually, Secret Service actually come out and admitted it, that they did this. They had to, because the Air Force officer released it to the news media. And then they went and arrested him.
They went and arrested who?
The Air Force Secretary General. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember, this is the one I told you about. He was arrested. I don't think he was the chairman of the Air Force. He was the secretary of the Air Force. He was relieved of his command. He was stripped down and arrested. And it's because he leaked this. It's been on the news that it was leaked.
Man. I mean, there's just so much. I don't remember that. There's too much to keep up with. And it's crazy. It really is. So I forgot about this. Was August 5th about John Solomon saying that Thune and Cotton are backing the DOJ are blocking the DOJ from obtaining the Brennan transcripts, and Blanche is not enforcing their release. I don't know. Everything I've been anything John Solomon says, I pay attention to, because I think he's a good guy, and I think he's trying to help. But
I think John Solomon, when all of this starts to break out, he may be the new press secretary, or two, he may be the person who delivers all the information, possibly during a 10 days of darkness.
there you go. That's a good thought. I think he's a good guy. It's everywhere this week. All that stuff Jeff's talking about just came out today. I thought everyone knew about AF demoter POS leaker. I did hear about the leakers and that they were going after them. I guess I'm not connecting dots. I'm trying to keep up. I'm looking at things in the background behind this page as well. Was the Fox reporter Hannity or was it Ducey? After Bart, Durham, and others, I'll just wait and see.
Look, what people have to realize is all of these shuffling pieces, like Barr, like Durham, like Horowitz, in these type of what I call major SAPs, special access programs, not one individual person knows all the information. That's why you see Dan Bongino go in and he does his thing. They pull him out. They bring in Pam Bondi to do a certain thing. Now they bring in Todd Blanche. It's so not one in this is military intelligence. This is how they operate. Not one person knows the program. Like when I was working SAPs at Pac Fleet in Honolulu or IAEA, we had cell groups within this SAP program. There was 4 guys in my SAP program. We didn't know what the other SAP programs were working. It's the same concept. They tap people in at certain times and say, okay, you're working on this. You don't know what your predecessor has worked on. That way, not any one person knows everything.
Right. Barr was on the tribunal's list. I mean, that makes sense, Jeff. And, you know, and then it makes it even harder, though, because you got to connect it all together. I feel like you need one of those. I bet you probably could create one, Jeff, like one of those boards with the red string and like tacks. You have different names and like one string leading.
Yeah, like a storyboard. Yep.
Yeah, you have your cigars instead of chain smoking cigarettes.
That's how you know, when you start linking, like one of my jobs in Hawaii was looking out for other embassies. And that's how you would do it. You would say, okay, this person's talking to this person, but this person never talks to this person. Why is that? That's how it's what we call a storyboard.
Right, Kaiser, what a tangled web that would be. It would be. I don't know, man. It's been a lot. And then even because I watch both worlds, which maybe is a mistake. But I feel like I'd go crazy if I only stayed in the politics side and never took a break mentally to something else. But like that whole thing with Perez, where he's all, which a lot of people probably aren't paying it because it's just kind of pop culture or whatever. But I don't know if you even heard of it, Jeff, where he's like dragging that. It's pretty crazy. He was on TikTok, like scarring himself up with a knife and smearing blood all over. It was pretty gross. And they left it up for like 30 minutes. And he's the guy that used to do Hollywood and talk shit about, you know, whoever.
Yeah. Yeah. This is going to be a bumpy ride. I'm telling you, for the next probably 12 to 24 months is going to be nuts. Because, you know, and here's my thing. Everybody knows that Trump has an ego, right?
Right.
I think everybody can agree on that. My thing is, do you really gamble? If any of this is true, do you really gamble the whole quote unquote plan on midterm elections? Because what happens if the Democrats sweep because of the Trump hatred? They just vote straight ballot.
So you're thinking that they're not going to. They're just going to. But which the thing is, they still haven't though. Not officially, right? They still haven't done the emergency or whatever. Or
But what I'm saying is if there is such a thing going on as the plan, you mean to tell me, if that is true, that the military and the executive branch of government, if they're involved in this so-called plan, would rely on literally dumb Americans to vote the way that they believe the country should go rather than vote on political lines? Would you want to gamble that, knowing that if you lose that coin toss, day one, you're getting impeached? Day one. And you're a lame duck president for the next 2 years. I cannot see that in the realm of possibilities. Something major has to transpire in order for that not to take place. And, you know, just look at what General Flynn just said. General Flynn said the storm is here.
yeah. Let's see.
I mean,
Might as well. Where's it at? Well, I used to have it. What storm? Right here.
What storm, Mr. President?
You'll find out.
That was a long time ago. Kathy said, watch Flynn's post. He's been putting out great stuff.
He's talking about, he's putting it out there. And then Trump or the White House or the Department of War will repost it.
Right. I don't think it's possible that everyone's corrupt or everyone's innocent. I just don't.
No,
Sorry,
absolutely.
I'm responding to Moonchild. It's impossible just by, what is it? The law of averages. There's got to be a couple good guys. It's impossible. It's not possible. Now, could there be a lot? Yeah, I believe there are a lot. I believe that even probably right now as we speak, there's people that are not who they say they are. And even maybe the president himself doesn't know. Maybe people in his most inner circle. Obviously, the leakers. And I don't know which part I wasn't grasping on that. I guess the arrest. I was aware that there were leakers, and that I know they said something about however many Americans that lives were put to risk by that leak. So I was aware of the leakers. I don't believe I saw the arrest of anybody on that, but I'll take y'all's word for it. Everybody here did. So that's a good thing. And I know right where to put it. I'll put it right here. With the big list of files of things that aren't happening, even though there's a freaking wall full of things happening. I didn't know that. Trump put up a picture of a storm after Flynn did.
Yep, in Aberdeen.
You're arguing with yourself, Devin. I don't know what's going on out here tonight. I mean, literally, I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah, I mean, look, what
I'm gonna live my life, Moonchild, if the plan isn't right. I mean, I don't know what people expect. I'm gonna live my life. That's what I'm gonna do. But I don't believe it. It's not gonna, that things aren't happening right in front of my face. Once again, so you weren't here, I don't think, Moon, but we just pretty much confirmed there's a special grand jury going on in DC. That's awful weird. Like, why would we need that? Why should we have a grand jury? I didn't skip your question, Lucy. I didn't even see a question from you. I didn't skip any comments. So I don't know. YouTube might have hit it. So try to word it separately or use some numbers for letters or something, because YouTube must like it. Don't just assume. I didn't hide anything from Jeff. I put every comment on the screen. So I don't know. Maybe space it out or put some numbers put a number 1 for the letter I, a 4 for an A, and still type it out. YouTube doesn't like whatever you're typing. So I don't know, because I didn't change or hide anything. It's not showing up on my end. Anyway.
Well, here, first of all, when people say, talk about the plan, 99% of the people have no idea what it's about.
Amen,
they probably never even looked at 4chan.
Right.
To understand.
Here's the thing, even if there's not one though, Jeff, even if there isn't a quote unquote plan, what's going on in DC? Why is there a special grand jury? What's going on in Florida? Why is there 3 states going after Fauci? And, here's what I see personally, and people can call me crazy or whatever. I see a fight going on against right and wrong. People say, hey, Fauci did these horrible crimes. Here's his diary. And then the public makes it political. The left has to go, oh, well, we don't like Trump, so we don't care if Fauci tried to kill us all. We don't care. Right. We back him. He's our hero. Meanwhile, he's a bad guy. What he did was wrong. If he was on the right, I would throw him under the bus. So freaking click and run his ass over with the same bus. So I don't understand it. I'm not that way. I would not side with someone just because of the party that they're in.
Nope.
But I see a struggle. I see cases being brought. I see when they try to get, not all of them are going through, and they're finding the judges aren't doing what they're supposed to do. But what I don't see is just a rollover or everybody working together. That's impossible. It doesn't match what's going on before my very eyes. Anyway, I'm sorry, Clay. I swear I'm not deleting a damn thing. I'm putting them all up here that I see on my end. So I don't know. It has to do with YouTube or Stream. I didn't think StreamYard blocks anything. I think it's YouTube that does it. Hi, Diane. 2 arrests of leakers lately. The teleprompter for the White House in general. That was fired last week. And I did hear about the leakers being arrested, but you said something about somebody way high up there. I don't know.
Secretary of the Air Force.
I did not hear that one. That's the one I did hear. I heard the other things.
Yeah, hold on. I will get his name. Air Force Secretary.
I get you, Moonchild. You don't have to trust any plan, but you can trust your eyes. You can trust things like when you see actual court cases going on, you can trust that plan or not. And that's what I'm trying to say. It does look and seem like it's going right along with some old 4chan. When you see the names, Christopher Wray, or not Wray, well, Ray's name is in them, but not for those reasons. But Brennan, Clapper, Comey, all of those names are on those boards. And all of those names are being tried for conspiracy, or charges are being brought. Got to be a coincidence, though. But how far does coincidence reach? DC is not a state. Who said DC was a state? Nothing will happen to Fauci. It's just for publicity. He got a hall pass. We'll see, Prepper. I really don't believe that at all. There's too many attempts. There's too many places to catch them. Go ahead, Jeff.
All right. So here it is. August 2026. The Pentagon revoked the security clearance and classified access for a former Secretary, Frank Kendall, over alleged unauthorized disclosure regarding Air Force One. He was, now this is according to AI, he was not fired from his active position. Well, according to Pete Hegseth, he was fired. And according to the report to come out today, he was arrested. And he's going to be charged under treason charges.
Okay. Don't hate me. Can you say that last sentence? I was literally coughing and I couldn't hear you. So,
says,
I didn't hear. Go ahead.
It says here, former Air Force Secretary Frank Kendall, over alleged unauthorized disclosure regarding Air Force One. Well, guess what? It's no longer alleged. because the U.S. Secret Service had to come out today and say, yes, he did leak it. That's why we had to move the president to a food cart and move the planes 3 times. Because
Gotcha.
this,
So it all ties together. Real quick, this is the comment that was getting deleted, I guess. I asked Jeff, would Trump sign an EO to rid of the, I guess, mosque in the country? I guess
Muslim mosque.
Whatever you said differently, I did not see this. And if you asked it more than one, I'm telling you, I did not see it. So do you have an answer for that person?
We are
Thanks, Kathy. I see it.
I think because I don't think he would. And the reason why is religious freedom. Now, it's a church. You don't have to agree with that religion, but just like in Christianity, you have psychos in Christianity. You have psychos in Muslim. You get rid of them. You know, because the reason I say that is because then you begin a slippery slope. Well, what if the next president, let's say, I don't know, is a Muslim, and he wants to get rid of the Christian churches? And we're all going to be Muslim now. I don't think that'll happen. I think there will be a crackdown. I think if these people get deported, you know, like I said numerous times, I'm so thankful that my grandparents were part of the greatest generation and not this generation, because it wouldn't be a great generation. We would have lost already. We all would be speaking German.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. They were getting ready to round us up and send us to FEMA camps till Trump's generals give them a chance. Thanks, Kathy. I saw that. I did see, I've got some interview with Kathy O'Brien and Roseanne. I'm not going to play it right now, but I will play some of it. I'm not actually this part, but she talks about the plan, and I'm not talking about the trust the plan. I'm talking about the one that got interrupted, where Hillary thought she was going to be next, and it was a lot, man, and things would be different.
The 16-year plan.
Yeah, there you go. The 16-year. Did you watch it, Pootie? She said it all before, and many people have talked about it, but
they have the 16-year plan to basically collapse our country.
Right. And that's what's so scary, if there is no big changes made and, we end up swinging the other way, which may happen, but I don't know. I really hope that's not what happens. But if it does, it's not going to, how much will, it depends on how far it swings and what happens next, how much it will even affect the regular person's life. I would much rather.
What's
that, Jeff?
What's going to stop that? They didn't get to take away our guns.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Hey, and and I wanted to mention this just because I sent this text to a high-level Secret Service agent shortly after Todd Blanche was confirmed. And I put in there, Todd Blanche was confirmed on August 8th, 2026. Now that's 8/8, as the 88th Attorney General of the United States. And then if you go to 4chan and you do a search for the 88th post that was done by Q, it says Trust Sessions.
Jeff Sessions?
Yes. Now remember, don't equate it to the name, equate it to the position.
Yeah.
And what was Jeff Sessions' position? I don't remember.
Attorney General.
Okay.
Now, how in the hell can you have 8-8 the day that Blanche was confirmed, 8-8 being the 88th Attorney General, and when you look that up, it says trust Sessions.
I mean, there's a lot of weird shit like that. There's no doubt they play off that. Susan said, I think we're in the last days. They're praising evil and punishing good. And I agree. That's what I think will happen. If, it swings too far, is it'll just be time for revelations, like biblical end. I hope not. But I mean, I don't know what else farther we've got to go. It is the scarier thing about it all, in my opinion, is all the infiltration of all the other religions and where states are being taken over and they're bowing in the streets and there's nothing happening of that. I hope things start happening of that more than the things we cover. And I do think there is a counter to that, but not big enough. Were you going to say something, Jeff?
Yeah. When did Trump come into office on his second term? That was January of 2025, correct?
I think, and you're right, Doc P. It's not in that one.
Have you guys happened to see the new $100 bill? Have you seen it, Cola?
No, I have not.
Okay, let me pull one up. So, the new $100 bill that started to print in 2024 when Joe Biden was president has a picture of Donald Trump on it, and it has the President of the United States signed it, and the Secretary of Treasury,
Scott
Bessent. You know what it doesn't have on there? The signature of the Federal Reserve Chairman.
Huh. So Doc P and Moonchild said something about the plan. Doc P said, I can't trust a plan we know nothing about. I feel like people are taking me entirely too literal. I've never seen the quote unquote plan either. It's a wink and a nod, in my opinion.
Yes.
Where I'm coming from when I say it, here's the short version. Here's what I believe. The plan, quote unquote, is to weed out the deep state. Short and long of it. That's it. Get rid of the corrupt, evil politicians and try to get it back to as good as it can possibly be. That's what I mean when I don't know what everybody else means. And it's a wink and a nod to things that have been said 8 years ago plus, and I'm seeing happen now. I think people take me much too literally about that. It's kind of almost a joke but you guys go ahead. Sorry.
Take back the republic.
There you go. It's the same thing, but it is what it is. And I have not seen it. It's not like page for page written out, although there is a lot. For me, that was some of the first. I've learned a lot of things I did not know through looking in those boards. I didn't know about the Clinton unalivings. I didn't know about a lot of the corruption, and it hit me like a ton of bricks going through all of that info. And there was a lot of talk of all these corrupt people and that there was going to be justice come with all the people I've named. That is the quote unquote plan, is the people that are getting indicted and charged and things now were in it. They were there 8+ years ago. Those names, Brennan, Clapper, Comey, all these names. Go ahead, Pootie. Sorry.
Did anybody watch Monkey Works Thursday? Y'all watch it. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty good one. They talking about JFK. You ain't watched it, y'all go watch it. You ain't watched it, y'all watch it.
Clay B says up here.
What a 20 looks like.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Alternative lifestyle and religions will come out of those and have everything restored to them by the blood of Jesus. I trust God too. I don't think God would be against getting rid of corruption in the government. It's not hard for me. To me, they're almost the exact same thing. I think he would be on board with all the things to get us back to, like Booty said, take us back to a republic. That's over the mark. I'd be shocked if we got to see all that happen in our lifetimes. We might. A lot of people believe that.
Well, and see, here's a lot of people don't even know how.
I know, Moonchild. I know your beliefs, girl. I know that. Go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
A lot of people, when you hear like trust the plan, right? You have to understand how to use 4chan. And so, like, when Trump posts something like at 2:00 in the morning on, something that makes no sense, or something outlandish.
Or Scavino, Dan Scavino,
Correct.
also.
Correct. And
Cujo.
you look at like the timestamp. When was it posted? And you go and you look that timestamp up on 4chan to see if there's any relevance to what was just posted. And it kind of gives you a guide of, okay, this is the reason why POTUS posted this. Like I said, I mean, to me, Trump has a huge ego, and he's not going to let his legacy just collapse.
That's right.
Well, then it's good for something, then, right, Jeff?
Well, and look,
just making a joke,
right? I mean, but here, at the end of the day, this is the way I look at it. I probably only got 40, 50 good years left. After that, I'm not going to know anything, anyways. But in the meantime, whatever higher power you believe in, I don't think they let this country fail. And if something does happen, don't worry, there will be, I'm guessing, a small populace that will fight back.
Just look at all the countries that pretty much allies of ours now that you never would have thought.
Right.
Never would have thought 5-10 years ago,
Yeah.
There's been a lot of changes really fast. Tom says, so Jeff, man, you believe Ray is a good guy? What the hell, man?
No, you didn't listen.
That's not what he's saying.
He said the position that Ray holds. You did say that.
Mhm.
That's what it stood for. Oh, hi, sir. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. Let's see.
Thank you.
I'll give you the clip no one ever. I shouldn't do the clip no one ever asked for, huh? Some people do. Some people think it's funny. If I can find it.
And you know what I find so amazing is for months and years, I've been, telling people that there is 100% no doubt in my mind that the U.S. military, after the 2020 election, retrieved all of these ballots. And I kept saying,
The watermarks.
and, I kept telling the one person that I know that's in the White House, I kept saying, man, it would be nice the day that this ever comes out. And then, a few weeks later, maybe a month later, Scavino puts out that picture of the ballots with the boxes, or the pallets with boxes. It's
With the Q on it. I remember that. I'm going to play this even though nobody wants it. This is my happy dance for my $5 donut. Thank you so much. That chick cracks me up. I'm sorry, y'all.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Happy dance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
This
one
also he's not on any bills.
Make
So I
two
keep-
Joes a day.
What's that, Pootie?
I say you made two Joes a day.
He made 2 shows a day. What?
Cujo's Day.
Cujo. 2 shows, Cujo. It sounds similar.
Yeah, that's where my head would go too. If somebody said something that sounded like Cujo, I would think, oh, 2 shows.
2 shows. Never mind.
To show Cujo. But no, like this one comment here. If you can't put it in as evidence in court, it's worthless. When the courts have failed, it doesn't go to the courts. It goes to the military.
Yeah.
Hence, that's why when Trump was asked about recently about the Insurrection Act, he says, I have many tools at my disposal.
Oh, yeah. I saw something about that a little while back. Susan
Yeah.
said, I think a higher power took out the Georgia Guidestones. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Something did. If that, or I don't know who else did it if it wasn't that, right? I don't know. I would not argue with you on that
I
one.
have this weird feeling that whoever blew them up are the same entity that made them.
Could be, but why would you?
I don't know. Don't ask me why. Just that's what my gut tells me. It's that weird. That's what my gut is saying.
Hey, I like this comment from Out of Popcorn. You know why I like that comment?
This one right here on screen or a different one?
Yep. Cola, did you see the Scavino post today with Trump in the Star Wars music theme?
I didn't, though. Did
Okay.
you?
Nope. But for anybody that follows my channel, I put a picture up maybe 2 days ago where they had the call sign for the Doomsday as Order 66. And in Star Wars, when was it Palpatine said execute order number 66, that's when they all went and tried to kill all the Jedis, but only one was left standing. And it's amazing now that Scavino puts up there a Star Wars themes.
Yeah.
Trust the plan, baby.
Thanks again, Kaiser. Do we have to have a hunting license, Jeff?
No, it'll be like Groundhog Day, baby.
Yep. That's true, Clay B. Only one perfect person. Moonchild said, Trump is better than what our options were. Agreed. Am I happy? No. Maybe that's why I'll never marry. Military.
Well, there goes my future plans.
George A. He just put out a video, said that Trump spies sneak into the vote counting room and caught the Democrats cheating.
Who said that?
George. You know George?
No.
A little black dude.
No, I know the Q guy. I don't know George.
It's a young dude. George A. That's what he is on YouTube.
I'm trying to figure out a way to survive. Our courts have failed. In a lot of ways they have. But that's the thing, is that true justice, if we really would be the judges that aren't doing, that they're breaking the Constitution and not doing things and being corrupt, those guys to be judged, also the judge be judged, you know? That's what I'm ready to see. And I don't know, I have seen some of it. I definitely saw Boasberg, you know, word famous or something like that. I didn't even know what it meant before I heard about it. But now that name being brought up again with these special grand jury in DC totally causes me pause. I was all excited and I saw that name and I'm like, what the hell? And to me, honestly, Jeff, it seems like it may be a test almost, like to see what happens to that judge. Because if he does the right thing, cool. But if he goes against it, maybe he's going to take charges for it.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what a lot of this is right now, is just exposing all the rats, and then go later on maybe round them up or something. I don't know, but that's the way I see it anyway.
Yeah, I don't really know, Sharon. I don't think anybody knows for certain about the Guidestones. We just know that they were just gone one day.
Well, you know, the funny thing that you're talking about, the courts, right, and how they're not going by the Constitution and they're corrupt.
Yeah.
Well, this is where I think Congress is going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Because Trump talked about this, and he said, I don't know, some high number, like 81, 82% of the American people want the Save America Act.
I saw that, Jeff. I did see that. Yes.
Now, to me, him saying that brings up one particular thing. If 82% of the American people want it, congressional members, as part of a representative democracy, they are supposed to vote the way their constituents want. That's per Constitution. Not
taxation without representation.
Yeah, not the way your donors and your lobbyists want you to vote. And I think that there's a reason why Trump is saying that.
I think they ought to get rid of all them damn lobbyists.
Yep.
What's the reason you think they're saying it, Jeff?
It's Trump's putting it out there. Say, hey, without saying it, Congress, you're supposed to be voting the will of your constituents.
Yeah.
Not what your lobbyists and your donors want. It's what your people want. So whether you're in a Democratic stronghold or a Republican stronghold, if 82% of your constituents want it, whether you agree with it or not, that is how you were supposed to vote.
Right. I did see that video. Did you guys? I can probably get that one if you give me a minute. Did you see it, Jeff? The video?
Yeah.
Or, well, thanks,
No,
Jeff.
I didn't.
I'm just kidding. I got to figure out where it is. It's in here somewhere. I remember seeing it and saving it. Yes, it's down a little bit more. Give me a second, and I'll find it. But
Yeah,
you guys,
that's a cool video.
I don't really know what it means. They're sending out signals to things, and I don't know. Hopefully, it's a good.
Restored. Well, they're taking the capital, the government back away from Britain rule.
I didn't understand you. Backing away from Britain rule.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
See, they pretty much still been ruling us.
This is the only reason I saved this one was is that right? Okay. Was for this weird ass cryptic situation here. Capital restored, order restored. This come out from the White House supposedly. And I'm gonna leave the music off. But it's short, we can talk over it. It's just this weird ass video. Let me make sure regular speed. I'm curious if everybody's opinion on this. Oh, sorry, paused it. I'm sure you could probably pause in some strange places on this, but almost looks like pieces on a chessboard, I thought, but I don't think that's what it is. But shit, who knows? Capital restored, order restored, the capital reclaimed. Meaning, I guess reclaimed would mean that, it needed to be reclaimed. World War II Memorial, whatever that was. What'd you say, Jeff?
That the Capitol has been taken back.
Right. That's what they're saying. And these are like chess pieces. That was like the horse, right?
Well, yep. And if you like how you look at this, or just by me seeing this for the first time, what this seems like to me, Game of Thrones, okay? You see those chess pieces? What does Q say? There's moves and counter moves.
There's so much.
Checkmate.
What do you call it?
We got you.
I believe that.
What did the White House just put out, a week ago? DC in panic?
Yeah, that would, and then we get the information about the DC special grand jury shit. That could make sense why they'd be in panic. But here's the thing that's so stressful. You don't see the stuff on the news. I mean, so many people, I just found this out right before we started tonight and I got to be careful because then something else will be clickbait or it's old news or whatever. But that shit was confirmed with Newsmax and several places out. It was the same information. So, I mean, technically, I guess I should have had a third one to totally whatever, but I'd say that's pretty, what's it called? Verified.
Well,
it's not go ahead.
Now I forget what the hell I was going to say.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, that's all right. Give me, it'll come back to me.
I'll play my forgot clip. That's what I try to do. It tries to give me a second to remember. And if somebody else does it like this.
Had a thought. Apparently I had a second thought that's ricocheted off the first thought, and now I can't find either.
Well,
love it.
Okay, so, you had General Flynn talking about the storm, right?
Yeah, hey, it worked. I remember that, yes.
All right, and all these videos that the Department of War, DOJ, the White House is putting out, some of the videos start out with the EBS, right?
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you get an EBS warning before something like a storm. Something is about ready to happen. And this is like the tells that, they teach you in intelligence and counterintelligence that's sending messages. Look, it's about ready to go down for people who know, for people who have an open mind.
The other thing is, like, what other reason would they have? You know what I mean? Like, people that hate him or, whatever, they're not going to care about that video.
Right.
Who is it for? That's the thing. They're not going to waste that time and energy, you wouldn't think, for no reason to put that stuff out.
Well, I think it's for idiots like us. To say,
well,
right. It's to say, look, it's about ready to happen. Because, I've told people when all of this starts to happen, some people are going to have to explain it to some people because they're not going to buy it. Because it's easier to convince somebody of a lie than to
convince them they've been lied.
They've been lied to.
Right.
So,
thanks, Jerry.
I mean, there's too many coincidences, and like I said, if it was me, if I was advising the president, and you're putting your gamble on the American people, that some days they're with you, some days they aren't. And if you have this fictitious craziness that you have contrived called Q, would you be willing to gamble all of that on your midterms? Because they're going to come after you if you lose. Like I said, the American people are dumb. They really are. I mean, and it's a fact. All you have to do is turn on the damn TV and see how dumb people are. And the American people haven't had to sacrifice shit. I've been to some shitholes in the world. And we got it damn good. But people were just so brainwashed.
Well, one of the main things to the MK Ultra thing is repetition, and they do that like crazy. Like we've played so many of those clips where they're saying the same thing on every network. That is the repetition. You know, it's going to be, what's the thing? A failure to democracy. It'll be a whatever it was. I wish I still had those on hand, but I don't. But for sure, it's definitely repeated over and over and over again. And here's the thing. I can't remember how long it's been, but it wasn't terribly long ago that I turned on the news, listened to it, and believed it because it's the news. What the F do you mean? It's the news. I turned it on. The newscaster said the thing. It's true. I've come a long way since then to realize the shit is controlled and all of the things, but I didn't. There was a point in time where if I didn't hear it there, it wasn't a fact. There are people that still feel that way and think that way, and they hear Orange Man bad, all the things, they'd still believe that. I don't believe the news. If they say it, I almost indefinitely think it's the exact opposite.
Well,
they back up the ouchie guy too, but go ahead.
But, you know, prior to 2020, I was a news junkie.
Me too, Playboy.
I bet you since 2020, I bet you I have not watched more than 3 hours of U.S. news. I watch more international news to actually hear some truth. You know, and surprisingly, you know, Russia, they put out a lot of truth and, you know, a lot. I mean, Russia's been talking about this shit since Trump was elected in 2016. How a lot of our congressional members are bought and paid for by all governments.
Right. Well, you know, when you say that he wouldn't risk it and things like this because of his ego and stuff, I hear you. But if I don't know exactly how any person thinks. Everybody's different. But if I were in his shoes, I don't think I would think like that. I would think what's right and what's wrong. And even if the consequences were steep and maybe it wouldn't work, I'd probably balls to the wall, try to do the right thing. So I don't know how. You're right. He does have an ego and might think of it that way. But a good person, well, I don't even know. I have to say that loosely. But a person with any morals that, you know, loves their country, you would like to think anybody would do that. They would do the right thing. Whatever the right thing is, to the best of your knowledge, you would fight for that thing, no matter consequences be damned. But so that's the thing I fear, that maybe he is making mistakes by God, you know, but who knows? We'll have to watch it play out.
Well, this is how I look at it. From 2016 to 2020, right? Think how many times they attacked him and attacked his family.
Right.
You allegedly lost the most secure and fairest election in history. Why would you come back in 2024 and subjugate you and your family to the same shit, but on steroids, if there wasn't something in place, or if you weren't asked by a group of people to do this to save the nation?
Right. Doc P says, who is they? I like to ask that question too, Doc, because the funny thing is, it really depends on context. There's the media, there's the government, there's so many different theys. And I've definitely been in a conversation and had to stop to ask which one, which they. So it really depends. I don't know which sentence you were talking about. It could change. That's what's so confusing. You could say they in one time and you'd be talking about the government, and they again and be talking about the media. Those are not the same thing. But, you know, it does. I always ask that question too. Who is they? Depends on the context. They is the media sometimes, the powers that shouldn't be, you know, called the news desperate 11 for decades.
And this is why I believe that in that letter in the alphabet, they make a point to state that before all of this is over, a scary event is necessary.
Okay.
The scary event has to be able to wake up the American populace. So, what is the scary event that wakes people up?
I don't know. Do you?
No. I do not. I have my theories, but
As far as what?
well, you know, is it loss of freedom? Is it a nuclear scare? We've seen that multiple number of times being tossed around.
I kind of came in the middle of this, but I think the only thing that will actually motivate people to wake up is when they start going after guns. Maybe
get them.
Maybe that doesn't fit with what you were talking about because I only heard half of it. But
well, yeah, you know, in a way, but they've been trying that for how long?
well, I mean, really, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There has to be something that shakes the American people to their core, and I don't know what it is.
Okay, you're kind of quiet. I heard you. I don't know if everybody did. He said it's got to be something that shakes the American people to their core. I don't know if your mic got low or you pulled back from it. Carl says when they do a close-up of Nancy Pelosi, that will be a scare event.
Hey,
yeah,
I think I would probably still shag Nancy for some of that cash.
Right.
God, that would be horrible, Jeff. Oh, no amount of showers is it's gonna cure that. Oh.
Hey, you know what they say in the Submariner community, Yorga? It's not gay to get caught.
Yeah, I heard that.
Right. Wake up like 9.
Okay, well, I'm going to go jump off a bridge.
All right, so what are you saying, Jeff? So if you were actually had relations with Miss Pelosi, that would be gay?
Oh my goodness.
Well, hey, you're not allowed to ask their gender anymore. So
It's good. What's your pronouns, baby?
Kathy says our National Guard said they wouldn't take the guns. And every time I've ever heard Trump speak, he's never been in favor of that.
Right.
As far as anything I've ever, it's been exactly the opposite of that. Did you see her beach picture, Yorga?
What's that?
Someone said, did you see her beach picture, Yorga? Bruce said.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Oh my gosh, rude dog.
I would rather watch the bouncy happy dance bitch than see Nancy Pelosi's beach picture.
My happy dance girl. Alinda says, Jeff, you have to knock the cobwebs off that old thing. Good grief. It can't be just for the U.S. It has to scare the world, says Out of Popcorn. The scare event can't be just for the U.S. See, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's a good thing. If you have to go in with the feather duster, don't hit it.
Oh my god. Pelosi is a 2-bagger. Best life. 4 men go on a ship. 2 couples come off.
Yeah.
It's just nasty, Jeff. And I was part of the submarine community. Submariners might do it deeper, but they have standards, 1 or 2. Echo said Pelosi, that borderlines on bestiality. We always have comedians, man. Devin's right behind you, Cujo. I sure miss Don't Ask, Don't Tell. A naked picture of Joe Biden would scare you. The black eye girl, what's that? Scare event could be the alien thing. Damn, Cheryl, that's a good point. That could be worldwide. Japanese need to reenact the Bill Monica thing. Gross.
Eating's not cheating.
Oh gosh. So this is, I don't know how old, a little bit. This is Glenn Beck saying that, I mean, I don't have to play it. I'll just read it right here. President Trump told Glenn Beck in his second term, he is the hunter. This time there will be some big game brought down soon. I think you'll be excited. Because he was the hunted and now he's the hunter. And that's also a post. The hunted becomes the hunter. So it's like, weird to use that, but he's not, he doesn't know anything about it. He's not playing into that. Somebody's telling him if he doesn't know, but I know based on the times he was asked about it that he's aware. Okay, Vicky says we need the arrest to shock the world. But Jeff and I both kind of, I think that I remember, we can consider Trump being it. They did literally arrest him. I mean, they took his mugshot. He used it and made money off it, which is hilarious.
If it wouldn't be that, the arrest that would shock the world would probably be Anthony Fauci.
Oh, thank you, Kathy. The dancing gal should have black eyes. Explain the joke. Yeah. Gosh. Okay. Now I got to go find it. Who said that? Thanks. It's always funnier when you explain it. I know it's not, but I always say that because it kind of is sometimes. I have that mugshot T-shirt. See, yeah, he made money off that shit. That's the weirdest part. Can't blame him. I mean,
I made money off that shirt.
Jeff.
Damn right.
I've made money off that shirt. I don't know if the alien survey president houses.
We have a shirt with Trump's face on it. It says one more and I win a toaster. About
one more and what?
One more indictment and I win a toaster.
Oh my God.
That's after he got indicted like 3 or we sold hundreds of those.
Even memes have truth to it. Linda says, I think Netanyahu, that would be a big one. I thought you were kind of saying Obama in the past, Jeff. Truth.
Obama's coming.
Okay. Out of Popcorn says the truth about the kids, not a scare event, but a shock event. If nukes or aliens or medicals are not used. I mean, that's there's a lot of people that don't know. I wish I didn't. I think it's terrible. And I know, it's something Kathy O'Brien talks about a lot. Carl says his arrest would signal that no one is untouchable. That's truth. Oh, vomit first, the left's Christ. How to count money. They're not teaching our kids anything anymore.
I
haven't seen Miss Sue. Go ahead.
And that could be, the children could be the thing that shocks the American people to their core.
What could be? You're kind of getting quiet.
The kids. That could be what shocks the American people to their core.
I mean, and if it doesn't, then what the hell's wrong with them? That's some of the stuff that that I couldn't believe. And it wasn't just the boards. There was people like Allie Carter and then Kathy O'Brien, who both say they were MK Ultra, schmeck slaves, which is crazy allegation. But they said it's currency. That's what they use. It's crazy.
Rave. Did you say Rex Raves?
I did. I said. You gotta talk like Scooby Doo if you say certain code words, right?
Yeah.
Schmexual. Schmex.
Right, Raggy.
It works. Good night, Kathy. I see that. I'm fading.
Rexual were wrong.
Raggy.
Oh my God, you guys. You guys are funny.
All right, guys. Well, I think I'm gonna call her a night.
All right, Jeff. Thanks for coming.
We appreciate it.
All right.
I love picking your brain and bugging you and asking you and
my craziness.
And after you leave, Jeff, she's going to think of 9 different things she wish she would have
Right.
asked you.
I've given up. I've given up on getting them all out there. If it's really important, I just ask the next time.
Yeah, or she'll send me a text message.
There you go.
Right.
Yep. All right, guys, we'll see you.
Later,
Thanks
dude.
so much. Good night. He didn't do the slip out the back door goodbye. He actually said
No.
good night. I'm so proud of him. I love it.
Normally he pulls the old David Copperfield.
All right. NYC police watch the videos and now gone people will flip out. I don't understand that one. What am I missing? Police watched the videos and now gone people will flip out. Okay. Is there another comment too? Sorry, it's going over my head. They could use Project Bluebeam for a scare event. That's what Cheryl said, aliens. I mean, it could be. Anthony Weiner's insurance video. And oh, man, I wish Jeff was here. Oh, my God. Patriot Girl.
I told you.
Well, he'll see that probably, maybe, if he's still watching. But seriously, I mean, I didn't know she was going to type that. That's a good point. Like, I never even thought of that. That's the one, which, in case anybody doesn't know, they allege they pulled a girl's face off and shit. It's some crazy shit they say in that video. That would shock the world, I'd say, if everybody saw it or found out about it. But to be honest, I thought more people would be talking about this Perez thing, and he's not political or anything, but sitting there on a live stream, slicing yourself all up, my God, you know what I mean? You think everybody would be talking about that. But nobody really is. I mean, I guess a lot of people probably don't care, but I think it's terrible. I wish I didn't know, pretty gross. I know it is dark too. And I don't think anybody here. Did you know about it, Pootie? The guy that did that? Did you hear about it? I don't think so.
Pootie, wake up.
It's all right. It's a knack I have. I'm good at it. Cuts for clicks. Oh man, Doc P. At least you know what the hell I'm talking about. It's pretty weird, man. That's what I was saying. Phil R. I'm still lost. What the heck? Hi, Jeff. So we were talking about the media a bit, and I saw this freaking clip here. I was gonna play you guys. It's very short. Let me try to make sure I got the right one. Shoot. It's this isn't the right one. Okay, yeah, it is. They basically are just talking shit about RFK Jr. and taking up for Fauci. It's real short, but this was like Good Morning Joe or something. And we're like, oh, why are they taking up for Fauci? Why that? Well, because this is what people see that don't dig very deep. You know what I mean? They don't. These are the people that still think that the news is telling them the truth, which, as I said, I lived in that world. I can't blame people that they haven't figured it out yet. Some of them are younger, some of them whatever. But anyways, this is what goes out.
What we're dealing with is an enormous amount of civic ignorance in this country. We're dealing with a wash of misinformation, a wash of conspiracy theories. He's a man who could take us from civic ignorance into civic idiocy. I mean, this is a situation where we've got somebody who's the most prominent public health official in the United States, he's just spewing lunacy into the public square, just absolute lunacy into the public square. And the problem is, a lot of its constituents have sort of created this sealed off media environment where they're going to just get a nonstop avalanche of propaganda about the medical establishment, about vaccines, about the mainstream media. And one of the tells is the way in which they just pin everything on Fauci. When, as was pointed out, as Dana Bash pointed out quite well, he couldn't close down anything. This was something, the lockdowns, these came from governors. They had the police power. They had the authority to close down our cities, close down our states out of concern over the pandemic. Fauci was an advisor, and he was most critically an advisor during the first Trump administration. So this is all happening with Trump as his boss. And so they're demonizing a person who did not have independent authority. They're letting off the hook Trump himself, who it's a matter of public record. I remember when he was all over Governor Kemp of Georgia, when he didn't want Governor Kemp opening up. I mean, we're just in the middle of a massive amount of revisionist history right now. Oh. We're in the middle of a massive amount of misinformation about public health coming from the nation's public health authority. And we're moving towards civic idiocy on public health, at least in parts of America.
It is terrifying to think how unprepared we would be if there were another pandemic.
Oh my gosh. So I don't know. They talk about revisionist history. I feel like they're revising what just came out about Fauci. Like that's the revisionist history. It's brand new info with the diary and such. And they want to, it's just crazy. The opposite of what they said is true. So whatever. Anyways, I wanted to share that because I saw it and I was like, well, this is why. This is exactly why. People believe what they believe, think what they think. I can't sleep anymore now. Oh man. I heard he's under a conservatorship too, Vicky. Which, I mean, whatever. Yep, that's the one. Those are it's by design. I hope that asshole goes to jail. Oh, there's so much. I really do believe something's going to happen. Maybe I'm wrong, but I really do. With him specifically, because there's so many attempts and so many different angles and ways they're going at him. Working people just grab maybe an hour or less of news when they get home, and that's it. That's true. He's paid to say these things from various sources. Agreed. A lot of us got hurt big time. Deny, delay, deflect. I wonder what they're paying him. Man, I don't know. 7 of the 9 cops to see it are not with us. I heard they like vomited and everything, and they see shit like this in real life, and they see a video and it makes them vomit. Imagine how gross. I don't even want to imagine. Toto needs to pull the curtain back on Oz. I saw a different in granddaughter after 2 years, just saying tested parents, not genetic. Those eyes are dead. None of the left will understand they don't get rid of the mainstream media. Huh. Well, I don't know. I don't know exactly. I feel like it was Q, the 4chan, whatever, that really got me to got me to see it, because they not only talked about all the crimes and the corruption, things like this, but they went through the families, who's married to who, and what a small world it is with the news, right? Like it's like 4 families or something, and people are married you would never believe were married. And once you see it, it's like, damn, how could everybody not know this? But they don't. That was some of the first things I saw, but also just things that aren't true that come about every so often, and they just spin all the narratives. Fetterman took up for Fauci. Yeah. It really bothers them. People stop believing in their bullshit. Well, John says, I'm floating around without any gravity waiting for the aliens. Yorga, you said you were... What happened?
I was on the crapper and we lost gravity for 7 seconds, and it was not good.
Oh my God. We just tell you to your face you're nuts, Devin. I mean, we're nuts too, or you wouldn't be here, right? Rand Paul and Ron Johnson were shown this publication prior to the EUA of the vax. Rand Paul and Ron Johnson. Huh. No zero gravity today. How do you keep your drink in the cup, JD? The numbers, Trump gets hot again, 8-4-27 in Ohio. Regains consciousness a week or so after that. I don't really know what that means. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah, there was this thing. I did want to ask. I can't get through it all when it comes to showing all the things to Jeff, but there was like 19 more arrests. I'm trying to see what it is in Pennsylvania. Was on Next News Network. And once again, it's not a super mainstream. It's just, I mean, this guy is coming up. I don't think he had a very big, I don't know. I thought he came from the internet. Maybe I'm wrong. You got the guy that does Next News. Anyways, I'm about to share it so you all know who I'm talking about. But 19 people arrested in Pennsylvania, which I think is a big deal. And not really talking.
Is committed to looking further, digging deeper, working night and day to unmask the fraudsters stealing the wealth of America and bring them to justice. And this commitment is reaping dividends right here and right now in Pennsylvania. Today, we are announcing criminal charges against 19 defendants for fraudulent home health care schemes that targeted Pennsylvania's Medicaid fraud program and resulted in over $4 million of fraud. 18 of these defendants were charged in the last 12 days as part of a strategically coordinated law enforcement operation between the Fraud Division, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the Pennsylvania Attorney General's Office. The cases today build on the work that we recently announced.
Fraud Department, AG. See, that's what I've noticed a lot that I hadn't heard a lot in the past is people work at different departments working together, which sounds ridiculous, but I think that's what it takes. And anyways, that's another one for the nothing's ever happening files. Put it in there with the other things that aren't happening. That's arrests. They're not the people you want to be arrested, but they are arrests. 19 is not a small number. I'm surprised it wasn't 17 at this point. But I'm just saying, like, it's everywhere. And it's a good thing. These types of things being uncovered is a good thing. And that wasn't just indictments. It wasn't this. It was actual arrests and hit with charges, which matters. Devin, you're on one tonight. Mary says, how much longer the cover up about Mitch? See, I don't really know anything when it comes to the Mitch McConnell thing. I don't even know if the guy's still alive, you know? You think they couldn't get away with something so large but I don't know. Nothing would shock me anymore, you know, with things happening, you know? I don't know. Do you all guys have any opinions on Mitch McConnell and his, like, hardly being, you know, anything going on with him?
I don't know. They still haven't had any photos surface or anything of this guy, right?
I think that's what she's saying. Echo said, Georgia, it's called liftoff, not anti-gravity or loss of gravity. It's called liftoff. Huh.
Is that what it's called? Okay, thanks.
Like Tucker Carlson living down the street from Hunter Biden, WTF. I didn't watch that interview, but I can't believe it. It's kind of strange. I did see something with how much those two have, like, I don't know, like affiliation with one another more than you would think. I can't remember what it was. MSM said, we will read it for you and tell you what it is. Q said, here it is, have some information and follow the links to do your own research and trust God. Two polar opposites. They use the Socratic method. They ask questions and let you answer them. But they knew what questions they were. They knew what information you were going to find when they asked the question. But it does actually work better when you ask someone a question instead of spoon feed them. If you spoon feed someone, they're going to forget much more likely than if they go find it for themselves. You know, it really is different. That's why it's called the Socratic method. There's a reason. You know, it works.
Is that like when you have a good idea, but you make somebody else feel like it's their good idea, so they'll do it?
It's probably right along the same lines of that. Yeah. Although I've never been good at things like that. I'm pretty much like, blah, 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 here's the thing. I'm not good at those types of.
I'm not either. It's kind of an art form.
Yeah. David, is that like predicting the future? How do you know? Asking for a friend. What did David say? Shoot. Take on it. I can't go backwards. Kissoff said amen. Drummond son, I was about as worried as zero gravity deal as I was about the Y2K. Oh, that was, I slept like a baby. Whatever Doc P said was hilarious. What did he say? Sky 2K? He's a funny ass dude. That's pretty funny.
Did we go through the anti-gravity already?
We don't really have anything on it. What do you think? It didn't happen.
No, it was supposed to happen.
I thought it was like an AM thing, was it not?
Yeah,
I thought so.
we've got 15 minutes left of the day, so Eastern. So
I thought it was a morning thing, though.
Oh,
I'm not trying to be funny. I really did think it was supposed to be like an AM thing.
I don't know, but it didn't happen.
I am pissed. I miss everything. I swear. I wanted to float around.
I slept through it, I think.
Yeah, 7 minutes
You wake up on the ceiling.
No, it would have been cool, though.
Oh, what was that old song you were dancing on the ceiling? Or
Yeah. Do you remember that video?
I don't remember. I do remember the video, but I don't remember enough about it.
They took a whole room. Just imagine this room, and they're walking around and they start walking up the walls and they walk up on the ceiling and on the ceiling. What it is the whole room is on a gimbal and it rotates. The camera's set, so the camera rotates with the room so they can walk all up on the ceiling and everything and then come back around. And when you look at the film back, when you play the film, it looks like they're walking right up the walls.
Oh, that's cool.
Have
I'd
you
like to.
heard- Speaking of weird shit, I just discovered this and I put it up on my page. Cheryl looked at it and said, that's pretty crazy. Have you ever heard of the Wilhelm scream?
Mm-mm.
All right. This is, I'm just veering off. Jeff's
Sure.
calling so we could talk about shit now.
Yes, I have heard about it though.
You have heard about the Wilhelm scream?
Yes, go ahead and tell.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's several videos on YouTube about it, but it's like this guy in the 70s was working at one of the major Hollywood studios. He's a sound guy, and he was looking for a scream, and he found the scream and said, "Man getting bit by alligator." And it was from like the 50s or something. And it's a scream because like, I can't even do it, man. But it's kind of a funny scream, right? So he put it in one of his college movies. He was still in college, that's right. And then like his first gig was Star Wars. So he does Star Wars and there's a scene in Star Wars where this guy falls off this thing in it and that scream comes in. He just punched that scream in, right? They call it the Wilhelm scream. Man, it's been in Raiders of the Lost Ark. I mean, like every movie, everywhere, and nobody outside of the movie industry knew about this. It was like an inside thing, and certain people who were in the know would hear that scream and go, there's that freaking scream, man. I mean, it's in like hundreds of movies. And now that everybody knows, they don't really use it anymore because it's not like an inside joke anymore. Anyway, it's funny as shit.
If I was in charge of a movie, by hell, that would be in every movie I had.
I would use it for every scream in the movie.
Yeah. I do remember that, but I remember being a kid, like younger, hearing that and recognizing the scream. Also, the same stock sounds and footage that they have for like the bullets when they ricochet. Yeah, that shit. It's always the same, and the Africa stock footage they used to use in the old Tarzan movies, and anytime they were doing wildlife or quicksand or whatever, they would use the same stock footage for all the old movies. You would just see the same shit.
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, stock footage. Speaking of those old movies, I had a friend that I worked with, and he was Native American Indian, Chickahominy, and full-blooded too. Cool guy. We're just talking about shit, and he said, "You know what really bothered me about those old cowboy and Indian movies?" I said, "What?" He said, "The music." I said, "What do you mean the music?" He said, "Every time they showed the Indians, you'd hear this music, you went dun 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 dun." He goes, "Where the hell did that come from?" He said, "We never wrote any music like that, man. Where did that shit come from?" I thought it was funny, man.
That is funny. There was a episode of Family Guy where they roasted the Indians, and this guy said,
You there?
yeah, sorry. I got involved with an asshole on the road. Anyway, no, there was a episode of Family Guy, and they were roasting on the Indians, native, feather, not dot. But this DJ was saying, and now for the 4,000th week in a row, the #1 song, and then he goes, he cuts to them going, woo, 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 woo. I mean, I can't do it, but it was the shit that you've always heard. Anyway, it was a lot funnier in my head than it was after I relayed it. So sorry, everybody.
There was another one that went, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Now, I apologize to any Native Americans out there, because I know there are some, but I'm just relating to what was in like 150 TV shows.
Well, you don't have to apologize. I am 1/8 Native American, so I fully, I give you my cosign on it. It's fine.
So you're
I have
7/8
been
not.
adopted by the Saponi tribe. It's an offshoot of the Cherokees. They have adopted me, and my Indian name is Blondie.
Mm-hmm. No, I've heard that before, actually.
Sure.
Well, I'm a member of the Slapaho tribe, so
there you go. Slapaho that stole my guitar tribe.
Oh God, that would. Oh, by the way, if anybody out there knows a very messed up chick that owns a Budweiser guitar,
Nope, Cheryl.
You know I'm going to run across that guitar someday.
Or one like it, at least, maybe.
I'll get it. If I run across it, I'll get it some way. But or if I run across one that has Budweiser on it, I'll get it somehow.
Yeah.
I did have a couple more clips. I don't know if you guys are interested. I have some funny ones too. I guess I haven't really played anything funny. Devin said Budweiser tribe, laughing my ass off. That's pretty accurate. There might be one. If not, he might start it. But it's back to it's a response to what Aaron Rodgers said, and it's talking a little bit about a civil inquiry, because I'm not going to get a lot of the facts right. I skipped over the subpoena to Fauci from Florida, which they explain in great depth. Unless anybody's really dying to hear it, I was skipping it just to not bog it down so much. But I did want to share a couple more things when it comes to Fauci, because people keep saying nothing. And there's just so many, what's it called when they say so many irons in the fire? There's so much going on that there's no way something is going to stick. They're going to keep going until something happens with this. And at the very least, he's going to be stuck in court forever. But this is like a refresh of the Aaron Rodgers thing. And the Attorney General James Utmeyer, or however you say that, I think it's his response. But he also talked about the stuff out of Florida.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, 111.
You got a pardon and you pleaded over 100 times at the White House. What are you scared of, Tony? I thought you were the science.
So Fauci's attorney David Schertler responded this way: Aaron Rodgers doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
so
he
told
does.
The Athletic on Fauci's behalf. He should stick to football. Where do you come down on that?
Well, I think a lot of athletes have reason to be concerned. You had very healthy people in top peak performance falling down on courts across the country shortly after receiving these vaccines. We now know that Dr. Fauci doubted whether or not it was a good thing for children and young people, but he nevertheless publicly pushed for it. So I appreciate Aaron Rodgers speaking up on it, but whether he's going to stick to just football or not, I'm going to focus on the law. That is my job in Florida. I'm going to fight for our citizens.
I'm sure you watched the testimony with Fauci on Capitol Hill in both the House and the Senate, invoking the Fifth Amendment 111 times after, as Aaron Rodgers pointed out,
that's right,
insisting through all of the COVID pandemic and the lockdowns and the mandates that he was the science. Listen to him. When somebody who says repeatedly, I am the science, won't talk about it, what does that say to you?
He's a liar.
Shows me he's got something to hide. He's worried. When you get a presidential blanket pardon, that should provide immunity where you can talk, you can explain your reasoning, you can explain the research. But I think his diary makes clear he was not confident in that research. He doubted it. He doubted it the entire time, but he didn't reveal that publicly. No, he was focused on the mandates and the lockdowns because that would sell. That would help him get the book deal, the agents he wanted to meet. That would help him win awards and fame and fortune. So we have a lot of concerns in Florida. We're going to investigate. If he has violated state law, we will hold him accountable.
Well, there was a huge battle between Florida and the federal government during, over the COVID mandates, the mask mandates, the lockdowns, the vaccine mandates. Fauci did visit the state a few times with Joe Biden, I believe. You're looking into what might have transpired during the time that he was there?
We are. Certainly there's personal jurisdiction over him. He came
That's
down
right.
many times to advocate for mandates. In the diary, he expresses his frustration that Governor DeSantis is not following in line. He's pushing common sense. And we were right in COVID. We were right. Florida has come out, the free state of Florida, ranked #1 in almost every meaningful category because we fought back.
So at the moment, this is a civil case. Do you think it could
It starts as a civil inquiry, but we're going to tie in all aspects of Florida common law, things ranging from deceptive trade, fraud, public nuisance. Nothing is off the table. Where you have lies and dishonesty that result in people getting hurt, and a lot of people got hurt. This is one of the largest evidences of harm in human history. And if he's personally profiting off of that outside from his government role, he could have problems.
All right, well, we'll stay.
So you heard it there. I was going to screw that all up, and I didn't want to. He named all the different ways. There's a million ways to Sunday, and they're looking at all of them, and that is just Florida. So I have high hopes for this, and people, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll laugh in my face and I'll be wrong about everything. But one of these things,
You can hope for good things, you know.
I don't know. My thing is, he said this is some of the greatest evidence. I mean, if you listen to what he said, he sounded pretty damn confident. Maybe he's wrong, but I don't know why something good can't
Better than
because
just
it hasn't happened
sitting back
before.
saying nothing's going to happen. You know, I mean, you know, be hopeful, people.
Well, that was one thing. That was the just Florida. Now Rand Paul's going for contempt of Congress, so that's a second avenue. But there's also other states. There's 2 other states. So to me, one of these is going to happen. This is Rand Paul's version.
We're going to vote on a resolution to hold him in contempt of Congress, saying he appeared under subpoena and invoked his 5th Amendment to refuse answering questions. During the hearing, I ruled the 5th Amendment did not apply because of the pardon and that Fauci had waived any remaining privilege giving opening testimony. So I ordered him to answer and I warned him about contempt, but he still refused. That is obstruction of a congressional investigation. The committee will act accordingly. And so the resolution will be presented on Thursday and hopefully it passes. But remember, this is the same pattern that we saw with guys like Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon. They invoked a privilege. They said, we have executive privilege to not testify. Congress sat in judgment, made a ruling, said your privilege does not apply. We don't have evidence to support your right to not speak. And they voted Bannon and Navarro to be held in contempt. They got prosecuted. They went to prison. It's the same thing. It's just a different actual privilege. And so Fauci waived it and he was also pardoned for it. And now the contempt proceeding will advance.
So, and just like he said, like the precedence has been set. It's happened the other way, you know? They did it to Bannon and Navarro. Not exactly, but very similar. And I see Bob out there. I'm going to send him the link in case he wants to join us. But I had one more clip, and then I'll be done with this entire thing here. I skipped one for y'all. This one ties in Bill Gates, which totally perked up my ears because that's once again a big name that people bitch and complain about. Then you finally hear it. Nobody wants to talk about it because it's good news that potentially he might be caught up in this web of things. So real quick, I'll play that and then I'll try to get Bob the link in case he wants. But this was news to me big time. And I trust this source more than most of them that I follow because he's to the point. He's factual.
How about guys like Bill Gates saying there are many people that I'd also like to bring in for questioning on this?
He's Rand Paul post he's reading from, talking about many people I'd like to bring in and names Bill Gates.
Bill Gates, whose ambitions include unearthing dangerous viruses and making them more transmissible to humans. I want to know about his government clearance and about his foundation and more. And so here's Rand. And so this is not over yet.
You've talked about Bill Gates. Is he someone you'd like to talk to? He was in high-level meetings shaping America's COVID policy. You also, after last week's hearing, mentioned other people surrounding Fauci that you would be calling in potentially to the Hill.
I'm going to call his assistant who said she deleted a lot of his records. As far as Bill Gates, I think the most important thing we've learned so far is that he wants to find and identify all the viruses in the world. It sounds noble at first. Sounds like it might even be a good idea until you think about it. So if a virus is buried 300 feet underground in Bakwano, 15 hours away from a major city in China, does it make sense to take a virus that doesn't interact with humans very often and bring it to a city of 15 million people? So I think that idea of Bill Gates is a bad one, but they do more than that. They take the virus to Wuhan and then they mix and match parts of that virus with other viruses and then they try to infect humanized mice. This whole procedure can train or push the evolution of a virus towards infecting humans. So they call it virus identification, but in the end it has elements of gain of function and is actually very dangerous.
Yeah, and they should all be investigated for what they did. And as we heard, Bill Gates was also apparently paying and funding the NIH, the NIAID, and was even asking Fauci to edit his memos. And Fauci did, like a good little, So we're excited to see what happens. Very nice resolution, regardless of what happens in the Senate and what the DOJ decides to do with it. We also have the fact that we've got 3 AGs now issuing subpoenas over to Fauci for answers about all of the benefits that he received as a result of him shilling remedies to a problem that he caused. And so we're going to keep our eye on this story.
And I'm going to continue to follow this guy because he follows everything court-wise. And any move that gets made, even if it's just a motion and no court date or anything, he will cover every bit of it. And he does a really good job. But I'm just saying there's a bunch of different avenues. It's not just one cut and dry way. There's 3 different states attorney generals going for him. Rand Paul's going for contempt. I believe they have his phone. I didn't play that. I have more. I might give it a rest because I feel like nobody really cares. At the end of the day, people really don't, even if it is good news. You played Jeff B. No, that was funny. Wait, what? I missed those frogs. Best commercial ever. Oh yeah, I gotta play your I make guitars. I'm making guitar for Hawk. I gotta play your clip, Yorga, because they gotta find out if they're gonna get me for it or if it's gonna be good. We'll just have to. I got a new guitar Yorga clip. Pretty good. But yeah, there's a lot of things going on. They've got his phone. There's several investigations going on, and it's coming from all angles. If only Fauci goes to jail, he's a scapegoat for the many. But here's the thing, John. I feel like that is moving the goalpost, though. It's like people say nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen to Fauci. It happened to the guy right underneath Fauci, but nothing's going to happen to Fauci. Then if Fauci goes, he's just a scapegoat for the many. At what point can we be happy about things? When can we go, yay, something good happened? It seems like no matter what thing, it's always, well, it wasn't this thing. And I'm just not living there anymore. I'm going to celebrate every single victory along the way and be happy. Because there was a point in time when nothing was happening. And I really didn't know when the sun was going to come back out. So I celebrate all the victories. And they do stack on themselves. You know, you get a couple. It's like a puzzle that's getting put together. Then all the scientists went missing. That's a whole thing too, Kiss Off. Some just wander off. I try to keep covering that. There's been no new added ones too. Yes, Camo, I sent you the link too if you wanted to come up, Camo. But I don't know how to translate these onto my screen. It'd be better in email. I don't know. We got a Democrat ballot scandal. Former SPLA CFO arrested. Yeah, we did go over that one. And shoot, no, I lost my train of thought. I got to play the one. That's exactly what happens too. I'm so glad Echo sent this to me.
Apparently I had a second thought that's ricocheted off the first thought, and now I can't find either.
That shit happens to me all the time. They do think that, Cheryl. I agree with you. But if it gets proved, then what are they going to say? I mean, there's a lot of people that really like Trump, and he got arrested, and what did they do? Nothing. They go, oh, he got arrested. What can you do? If he would have gotten more time and spent time in there if there was anything to it. And that's the thing. It may be some small thing they get him on, right? And he doesn't do a lot of time, but I would rather see anything happen than nothing. He's guilty of crimes against humanity, committed capital crimes in 2002, 2005, and the pardon is a non-issue. He is going to be just fine. But see, I disagree with you, Devin. He's not going to be just fine. He's already devastated. He has had his image. He was a rock god before his diary came out, before they dragged him in front of Congress. And now people, maybe not all of them, but his reputation has been smeared and damaged, and he will go and sit in courtrooms, and he might even do some. And I really hope that anybody, anywhere, says, "Huh, good thing."
Yeah, he's completely ruined. So, you know, I want to see him in jail, but if he doesn't, and we all know how these things can go, he's completely destroyed and ruined as a person. You know, his life is over.
Yeah, because he really cared what people thought. He was the things he was writing in that diary. I would be humiliated. He didn't want people knowing that stuff. He didn't want that info out there, but it is. I played Jeff B. That was funny. Yeah, I mean, I played a little small things. Well, we didn't lose gravity today. Thumbs up to that. Yeah, nothing ever happens. Damn it, we were supposed to float around, and that shit didn't happen. I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said the F word. Don't hit me, Scott. He's damaged goods for life. Yeah, he's definitely not on that pedestal anymore, and that's good enough for me. But I really do hope more comes of it, and I think it will. I just don't see how, you take 10 shots, how are you going to miss every one? They've got 3 states going for them. They have a contempt of Congress from Rand Paul, and they also have investigations, and they have his phone, and I don't know what all's in that phone, or what they're looking for, or what. I've got the things on the phone, but I'm honestly going to skip it because I don't think anybody really cares. I really don't think it would make a difference. And I think I don't know. I just think
they could find stuff in that phone that we haven't even heard about yet.
Exactly. I just think it should be equal and opposite. Like the same outrage that was showed when things weren't going good, when you get some movement in the other direction, be happy about it. at least celebrate it at some. Just say, hey, good, anything, literally anything. To see that there is movement. There are things happening there. May not be as big as you want, but out of context. Oh, Bob made it. Good to see you.
Hey, guys.
So I said an hour ago. Listen, Guy, this is at 12:05. I'm 1 minute behind an hour ago. What the hell? I can't keep up as fast as y'all want me to. That's
Bob.
pretty
Hello,
close
everyone.
to get. How you doing tonight, Bob?
Not bad. Not bad. Finally, we got some smoke cleared out of the Northwest today. Thank God. Yeah.
I was trying. Johnny called me on my bullshit. I should have said farting. You're right. Called me. I'm glad the smoke cleared out there. I didn't get any, thank God, but I have in the past, like when I was in the city, we got some from Canada before, but I don't remember that as a child. Maybe it just depends on where you live. I don't know. Definitely does depend.
I'll tell you what, Cola, that there were Eastern Washington, Spokane is the biggest city in Eastern Washington. And in there, a whole bunch of fires were lit off. And they captured one guy who was in the act lighting one of the fires. This guy was a complete maniac. He confessed to lighting over 20-something fires over the last few years. But he came from the state of Arizona, and he was on the run up here. He stabbed his father because his father asked him to do the dishes, and he stabbed him. So he was on the run, and
how dare you ask me to do the dishes?
Yeah, so he knifed his own dad. Yeah, so at least it got one more lunatic off the streets. But Eastern Washington, yeah, Eastern Washington really got hit hard this year, man, really hard.
So what you're saying is pretty much it's all arson.
Yeah, it looks that way. Much of it is arson. I think there were maybe two fires weeks ago that got started by lightning. That's it. The rest of it was lit by maniacs, copycats and all that stuff. So
yeah, they're trying to stop global warming by starting everything, catching everything on fire.
Oh Lord, don't get me started on that.
It's all climate change.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah, climate change. Yeah. Yep.
Well, if you put that in a kind of a political spectrum of the way people think and act nowadays, it kind of is climate change.
Yeah. Right. So the other time, I guess it was Sunday, you guys were talking about the men and women's basketball or something, and you were making jokes about why wouldn't the best players just join and things like this. I think someone already had, but now who's this Royce White? Have you guys heard him?
Yeah, he's hilarious.
Yeah, I got a little clip here. It's like maybe a minute or something. Liberal Hive Mind covered it, but I think there was somebody first. Was the guy's name? I don't know this guy. Cantor or something was the first one to.
Yeah, Enos Cantor was he was supposed to be a University of Kentucky.
Excuse the hell out of me. My bad. You sound offended that I didn't know that.
I am offended, man. Come on.
My bad. Well, this is just the other guy.
Got deemed ineligible, so then he just jumped into the NBA draft and he got picked like third or fourth or something in the first round. Anywho, okay, I'm out.
No, you're good. It's just kind of funny. Like, I don't know. I feel like this just happened. So in between us talking about it, now the other guy definitely was first. I didn't even see that one yet. So yeah, this was on Liberal Hive Mind. I really like that. This guy's funny. He's straightforward. The guy that's covering it.
Week I made the announcement. I'm transgender. I'm a woman. I identify as sometimes identifying as a woman for purposes of basketball, professional basketball. So I'll be declaring for the WNBA draft in 2027 as well.
I messed up.
Well, I mean, I think I'd be unstoppable. But I'm a team first guy.
Look at his hat.
First kind of player. I do the little things. I led my team in all 5 major stat categories at Iowa State University. So I do a little bit of everything. I'll do whatever the coach needs me to do. I'll do whatever the girls need me to do. It's only fair that some of us get a shot to play in the women's association. I think I'd be a great fit. I still have low mileage as a player. And I got the natural fair skin and the nice, thick eyelashes and whatnot. I haven't broken out my wigs yet, but I'm looking into some good ones. I don't know much about the wigs, but I'm looking into some. And I just hope that the bangs on the wig don't get into my eyesight so I can play like I need to play.
What would stop you from declaring for the WNBA draft?
I think the WNBA could come out and make a definitive statement about guys with a pair of balls playing in the women's association, but that'd be probably too much like right. So,
and unless they do that, you're very certain you're going to be declaring, right?
Oh no, I'm declaring. Yeah, no, and I don't want to be discriminated against. No, I want fair treatment. I'm a black, I'm a young black, hopefully United States senator. That would like a fair chance to participate as a sometimes identifying as a transgender woman athlete.
Royce White.
Sometimes identifying
Sometimes.
for the purposes of basketball.
Yeah,
now Johnny says he's going to join the WNBA.
Yeah, when it's beneficial to me, I'm a woman. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm a freaking Japanese geisha right here. Woohoo! Oh, God.
That's what I told you, Cole.
You're so full of it.
Seriously, I could play for the WNBA. Maybe I wouldn't. I couldn't start because I'm not going to run up and down the court all game long like I used to. But I could come in and spot duty, knock down a couple threes. Gosh damn, motherfucker.
Somebody's talking to him or something. 11-year NBA vet.
No, sorry, I got some crackheads in the parking lot. Anywho. Okay. Anywho.
You could knock down some threes, you were saying.
Yeah, I can take it in the lane. I can dish it off, get a bunch of assists. I'm a hell of a passer. Can dribble the ball, It just cracks me. We used to have a girl named Lisa Harrison who played for Southern High School and ended up being a star for University of Tennessee back when they were winning championships every year. And she went on to play in the WNBA because she come along pretty much when the WNBA first started. And anyway, we play basketball. She's a good basketball player, and all like that. But me being a nobody who I could play football, but in basketball, I was just kind of average, a little better than average, depending on what you were talking about. But I could dominate her. And she was a star. And it's just stupid that this men and women's basketball shit, it's just stupid. And I wish like high school boys who would just go to a small college or something and not get NIL money, that will never go pro. They should say they're a woman and declare WNBA. The NBA subsidizes them and they'll get a better paycheck than they would.
Don't you think a whole bunch of young men are probably thinking that right now?
I hope they are, because I want to see all this shit exposed so that somebody's got to say some shit.
It'll eventually collapse upon itself.
I feel like that's what's going on right before our eyes. And Drum & Son saying that comments are not coming through from YouTube and saying, do I want you to send again? Here's the only thing I can tell you. This is something Mountain Man says in his chat, that if you replace some of the letters in a word you think they might not like you to have with numbers, like Cheryl says, I see it up there. Depends on which one. So That's the only way I know that could possibly sneak it through. So like if it's a word that would be flagged, but you put a 4 for the A or a 1 for an I, etc., a 0 for an O, or space it out or spell it wrong on purpose, sometimes that'll work. I don't know. That's just something Mountain Man always suggests to not get him flagged. But if it's taking away your comment, that's about all I got that you could possibly do, I guess. Devin says, I don't want people to lose everything they've worked so hard for. I don't know where that's coming from, Devin. Me either. I don't want that either. We lost Pootie. He might be getting tired. So the one about Fauci and his nuts. What, Cheryl? So real quick on the same thing here, they actually did come out and say they need, the league commissioner came out and said we need to say what a woman is. And it's like, we've been telling you that. But also they don't want to say what one is or something. Like, it's kind of hilarious. Kind of painted into a corner on this one. Here it is. This is very short.
Good
What's
luck
that,
with the Supreme Court justice that can't even tell you.
Right. That's exactly the joke of it all. He does a little, I'm pretty sure this is where he speaks on it a bit, and it's pretty funny.
Travis writes, after 2 former first-round NBA draft picks declared for the WNBA draft, the WNBA's commissioner says the league will be meeting to review what a woman is for purposes of league eligibility. These meetings need to be streamed live. That's must-see TV. Very freaking interesting, don't you find? I thought you weren't allowed to define what a woman is. Ketanji Brown Jackson couldn't even do so. But now, all of a sudden, as they realize the can of worms that they've freaking opened, now I guess they're going to be defining what a woman is. And to be honest, they're probably going to be engaging in all kinds of mental gymnastics. Oh, actually, being a woman is a very complex equation. See, it has nothing to do with chromosomes. No, it's something along the lines of your testosterone levels multiplied times your muscle density, multiplied by how much you like Starbucks, divided by how many years you've spent being a man as opposed to declaring yourself a woman. That's what defines a woman, see? Lunacy. It's lunacy. And that, of course, is the entire point. And yet, for some reason, people can't get it, even individuals in the league. You got WNBA players still doubling down that, no, well, of course, they support biological men being involved in the Women's Basketball League, the Women's National Basketball Association. It's by definition, it's in the freaking name.
I think it's trans rights right now is our new battle. That's what I think I was saying, that like the battles have changed. You know, like our intentions are the same, but now the environment has changed. We see trans people's rights being, stripped away from them. There's a lot of discourse around trans athletes and what they can compete in. I would welcome a trans athlete on my team or against my team anytime. I don't think it's a problem in the world. It's just another way to kind of attack trans people. We've seen players like Layshia Clarendon who stepped into that forefront and have been brave enough and courageous enough to kind of step up. So I guess that's the next battle that we have to fight as athletes.
But I guess they don't seem to realize that this would essentially destroy them. Listen, lady, if you allowed biological men to play in your league, you would no longer be on the team. You would be out of a job. I don't think you realize that. Or maybe they do and they think they can contain it. Well, actually, only 33% of the team is going to be allowed to be biologically male. But even given that scenario, lady, you're probably going to be stuck on the damn bench. It'd be smarter to play 5 dudes for 48 minutes than ever subbing a female on the court.
5 dudes for oh, Pootie's back. I mean, it's pretty nuts. And then they proves the point with someone coming speaking out against it automatically. The one about Fauci and his nuts. All right, I gotta uncrack this mystery.
Gotta crack that nut, baby.
Okay. I'm trying to back it up and see if I see it on my end or if it is being. Does it say show or hide on it, Cheryl? Hit show on it if it does. I don't see it. Anyway, I tried to scroll back. I did not see it. Trump's comment. Fauci should have his Mr. Peanut cluster hung up until he assumes room temperature. Let's try that. It came through, Drummond son. Oh my God!
I think what y'all do, put them in a room with a bunch of fleas and let them fleas do the job.
A bunch of fleas? Oh my gosh!
Yeah, like he did them dogs.
I heard something about. He's done all kinds of. I just can't believe it. Sometimes every gal that has to play against a man pretend to be a woman should kick him in the nads several times. I mean, I don't know that all of them have them anymore. Right? That's the whole thing. Thank you, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Oh, it did say it. It did try to hide it. I hate it when it does that. Let us decide, you know. I'd like just about everything to be able to be shown, unless it's going to get me shut down and taken off the internet. Leave it there, you know. So what? It's like the thing you say, Cujo. You know, let people show who they are. Don't censor people. If you're an asshole, I want you to be able to show me you're an asshole. Say it so I can see it. Don't hide it. Shit. Let us know. Women can't kick hard enough. Thick jog cut. Test the theory, Johnny. WNBA does not have the balls to declare what a woman is. Okay, Steph, I see you. I have to unhide a lot. Thanks, Cheryl. See, you say you don't do nothing as a mod. You do. You unhide shit. That counts. You hit show. It makes a difference. You have to do that because if a bunch of people hit hide, it's trying to decide what to do with it. I always hit show. Just so if I'm a mod at anybody's channel, just know if it asks me hide or show, I'm hitting show every time because that's what I would prefer. It doesn't mean that's what y'all want me to do, but that's what I would do on my own shit. It's like I want to know, like, show it. What was it? Anyway. Let's see.
Yeah, I just sent Virginia Roots a text with you. I just said cola. Let's see if she can join us tonight because on another topic, Washington State is trying to pull some major bullshit. I don't know what's involved. I didn't hear very much information about it. It was where they're trying to get they're trying to make this state or city a transgender refugee center.
Oh my gosh. Carl
Because
said
there's-
moist mustard sandwich is trying to summon her. We should talk about butt worms. Go ahead, Bob. I had
LGBTQ homeless.
Yeah, they're trying to make this. I'm sure there's federal dollars involved in it somewhere, or else Seattle and the state of Washington wouldn't do it. But the transgenders are so picked on and discriminated against, so they're going to try to make this area into a transgender refugee area. If you had told me about all of this stuff, the conversation of what is a woman, all that, 50 years ago, I would have said you're nuts. What the hell happened? I mean, seriously, what happened? Yeah.
That's like all that fraud they finding out there in California is supposed to be is all that money going out there for the homeless people, and they're laundering that money.
They keep importing more homeless people from all over the country into this area too. Yeah. Yep.
That way they can get more government funds.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
You know that they were flying homeless people to Hawaii and just dropping them off because the homeless are like, hell yeah, you could live in Hawaii outside pretty good. You know, I mean, you don't need shelter really.
Okay, so real quick, good to see you. Wonder where you were. I don't see Miss Mendersue, you guys. And then on my phone, I see, let's see, what Johnny saying, Camel Carl, okay, I picked the female I want to kick me in my burned nuts. But he's not over here on the StreamYard side, but he's on my phone. So I don't know what the hell's going on. It's some weird shit with these comments. I don't see Miss Mendersue either. I don't know why she'd be hidden from StreamYard at all. This is weird shit.
Maybe it's Miss Mischief.
I guess it could be, but they were asking about Miss Mendersue earlier. Here says, oops, Miss Mendersue.
Right there she is.
She said I had to unhide it. Well, it wasn't here, Pootie. Don't make me crazy. Where? I still don't see it on this side. Do you see it on the StreamYard side?
No, I don't see it.
Isn't that weird?
11:10 p.m.
What is it?
11:10 p.m.
All right, so it'll be 12:10 on my laptop. I'm looking. Maybe it's there and I just overlooked it because stuff does, come fast. Okay, yes, it does say it. Okay, thanks, Pootie. I thought it was like closer down, I guess. Also, though, I know that I don't see Johnny's. I see it on my phone, but not on the StreamYard side. It's way up there, Echo. I did the same thing.
I ain't going to say nothing important anyway.
What'd you say? Say anything that does what?
He ain't going to say anything important anyway.
Oh my gosh. Flying homeless to Puerto Rico.
Johnny's saying they flew homeless to Puerto Rico. I know for a fact they flew them to Hawaii. I saw a whole bunch of different videos. They were interviewing those people and shit.
I've seen it
Yeah.
too, Jorga.
One-way
Mary
trip
said,
to
what is
Hawaii.
the famous volcano in
Here's-
Hawaii? It's erupting.
Here's the thing that pisses me off, guys. Okay. They get all this funding from the state and from the Fed for affordable housing for these homeless people. But I have not seen any rehab centers funded by the state or the Fed. I haven't seen any. You're not going to get these people to straighten up until they get off the dope. Period. End of statement.
Yeah.
And I saw someone, he lived in downtown Seattle, a city official or someone who said just that. They're not building any rehab centers. And suddenly a bunch of Antifa showed up and roughed him up. Little bit of a connection there, you think?
Yeah. You know, Thomas Jefferson said, you know, we need to take care of a certain percentage of people that cannot take care of themselves, but never make them comfortable. You know what I mean? During this time, never let them get comfortable in their poverty or whatever, you know, but you know, and that's the thing. They get comfortable and it's like, you know, this is life now. I don't have to work. I just have a bunch of kids and they're going to pay for everything.
Yeah. How did we get to this point? I just don't know, man.
Long time coming.
Yeah, it is. But don't worry, guys. The rest of the country, this kind of stuff, you're going to see it in your area too. You know? Now they're doing the transgender thing. They're going to import them from other states into this region here, and I'm sure they're already aligning federal funding because they're political refugees. Yeah,
we're gonna get some of our East Coast trannies.
Oh my gosh.
Oh God.
That's what I'd say. You can have them.
Yeah.
Well, it is.
I don't know what the answer is. I'm just belly aching. Sorry. Go ahead, guys.
No, you're good. Yeah, I do wonder what all they may or may not find that phone. They also talked about different ways to get him for charges and stuff like that. I don't know. I sure would like to believe it. That they find something in there that they didn't even. I feel like they're going to try so many ways till Sunday and something will stick. But I don't know. I guess we'll find out. It does seem like they are trying from all angles. And I know I'm circling back again like Saki. I do have a clip. Somebody opened the closet door. What? I do have a clip of that lady. I think she's funny. She plays like the white trash lady with her fake cigarette and stuff. She usually does dollar store stuff. But this one's substitute teacher. She does kind of crack me up. And I haven't played really anything lighthearted, so I guess I'll throw her up. I do want to play one more where she actually shows her identity. I'm playing this one first on purpose, in case anyone's not seen this character. Because I have another short where she actually doesn't have the disguised makeup on, and she talks about the character. Said she created it during COVID. I think this chick's pretty funny and talented for just some chick on YouTube. She cracks me up just being silly and goofy, you know.
I'm not here to inspire nobody. I'm here till your teacher gets back from her gallbladder surgery. Right, Nancy, did you want me to get rid of your head lice? No, that's okay, Suge. I probably got it too. Right, is everybody here? Let's get started. Now, does anybody know who they say discovered America? Christopher Columbus, right? Now, they like to paint him as a hero, but I'm going to put it to you straight. If you show up uninvited and claim the place is yours, son, that's not discovery. That's trespassing. Right, so if you write trespassing on your pop quiz, I'll give you credit for that. Braden, you got a question, honey? What's an ounce? Oh, hell, your mommy's still dating that salesman, ain't she? Okay, tell her it's 28 grams. Break it down to 8. She'll know what I'm talking about, hon. Right, now moving right along, we're fixing to learn some percentages. Right, little Johnny, listen up. You might need this information later on in life. Right. Now, say I get arrested again for driving with no license, right? And the judge sets my bond for $5,000. Okay? Now, the bail bondsman ain't going to charge you but 10% of that. You know how to find the percent? You go to the tens place, 10%, knock off one of the zeros, and there you got $500. You take it down to the bail bondsman, that's 10%, 90% chance I'll be back in there by Friday. You following me? Next up, we got spelling. The first word is child support. Can anybody use that in a sentence?
My daddy don't pay a lick of child support.
Okay. Hell, that's enough spelling for today. Right, see me after class, son. I think I know your daddy. Right. Mystery Meat Monday. Oh, hell yeah, we fixing to go to lunch. Right, that smell on Braden's book bag done gave me the munchies. It's time to wrap up today. And whoever told your teacher I let you watch Jerry Springer last time, better keep my name out their mouth. Bye, little brats. I hope I don't see none of y'all on America's Most Wanted in a few years.
It's
That's
silly.
great.
She does a really good job at it. She doesn't even, she's got a, obviously has a wig on and stuff like that. But she definitely is just a regular lady and said she was bored during COVID. And I will play it before I close out for sure because it's funny. The fact that, I guess she's not famous. She's famous to me. She's all in my feed. That's just because I guess I find it funny. So I click on it. So they give me more of it, but I think she's hilarious. I think they should give her something. They always say it's harder for women aren't as funny as men. Are you trying to do it? Devin says I do a great job of pissing everyone off. She's funny when she does cooking videos.
There's been some funny women comics like Aunt Esther on Sanford and Son. She was funny. Carol Burnett was funny. Who else? I love Lucy. She was funny.
Man, she was funny. She really was.
Yeah, there was plenty of funny ones actually.
Right. Yeah. This little cat was kind of funny. It's only like 20 seconds. Feel like I might as well. Well, shoot. Why do I have two of them? Sorry.
What'd you do with Cujo? Right, Mom?
I feel like he'll probably be back. Sometimes he's like out and about and doesn't want to make background noise, and he usually does come back. I hope so. I'll send him a text in a second. I don't know where Virginia is. I thought we said butt worms. We said moist something else. We tried all the things. Bob even text her. I don't know. Hopefully she makes it. This was just a little dumb thing I thought was kind of funny.
I think it's crazy that we have anger management, but we don't have stupidity management. I can't be mad, but you get to be dumb. That's very unfair. Especially because 99% of the time when I get mad, it's because somebody's doing something stupid.
Man, that looks like Claude.
I should have known you were going to say that. I don't know why. That just made me laugh. Who owes you money, Devin? Nobody. They're still here, so we can't be that pissed. Joan Rivers, Phyllis Diller. I do. Why? I'm pretty good making my own. I just don't know what to do with it. Your own what? Money? Aw, Amanda. Claude. Look at me. Yayo. Oh, that's your buddy, not you.
Claude
That's
doesn't
true.
say much. Claude doesn't say much.
Aw.
He's like, what? What? It's morning for me. Come on. Let me have my coffee first.
He wants to go. It's nighttime. He wants to go do cat stuff.
Yeah, that's how they are.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah, I saw your cat. I wish I had that one handy. That was a pretty funny cat dog thing. The difference between cat owners and dog owners and stuff.
Oh yeah.
It's a pretty cat. That's Claude. Yep. Never mind. There's so many funny stories with that, but what's important is Claude's a trooper. Shoot, I don't want to play the Gen Xers things while. Aw, Mary said, "Handsome boy you are, Claude."
Well, he's always dressed for like a table for two. He's got that tuxedo on. Yeah.
Right. I had really hoped Virginia would be here for some of this Kathy O'Brien. I am going to go ahead, though, because I don't know. Maybe she's busy, got life stuff going on or whatever. But it is very interesting. She talks about the MK Ultra stuff. She talked about 100-year plan. I'm not going to play that or anything. And there was so much, but I probably won't play it all. One of the things that is Pootie here. Good, Pootie's here. You probably already heard of this or knew it or whatever, but she talks about the MK Ultra hearings and they got skipped back a day or whatever. And then Tulsi Gabbard being raided, which they did. I feel like even Trump and them, everybody tried to say, oh, yeah, it wasn't anything bad. So I don't know. Maybe they came to a deal or figured it all out. But he was trying to put out the information about the MK Ultra. He was trying to release it like all the other things they've done and put out there. And then Gabbard got raided. First off, they were threatened and they had to push it back. And then Gabbard got raided, which is like crazy to all happen. So I'll just play this really quick one that talks about that. There's a lot more stuff when it comes to her, but I'm just going to skip over most of it and get straight into here because I found this interesting. I don't guess I'd heard her say it. I heard it as a speculation, but I thought they laid it to rest. But I trust this lady. I got a book called Transformation of America, and I've read it more than once, and she makes a lot of allegations in it. She spoke before Congress in 95 when Clinton was in. There's a lot. This chick is for real a trooper, but this is about the MK Ultra hearings and stuff.
May 13th of this year,
May
we
13th.
were supposed to have had the MK Ultra hearings opened up. And that morning, the threats to the people who are going to be testifying were so severe, they postponed those hearings. That evening, our Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard's office, was raided by the CIA to confiscate boxes of MK Ultra document that President Trump had said was to be declassified. Under presidential order of declassification, the CIA still went in and confiscated those records. They're so scared that people are going to know their complicity in MK Ultra mind control and how far-reaching it has become, that they confiscated those records. So when all that happened, I received a request for documentation on MK Ultra because of the far-reaching aspects of it that I'm aware of. And I was getting those documents ready. So apparently, there's still fear in the CIA. There's still fear among all these complicit perpetrators in government that people are going to gain knowledge that's their defense against mind control going forward. And those documents have been turned in, but that was a heck of a process in itself to get them turned in. And the MK Ultra hearings finally went forward June 30th. And
I'll just stop it there. The main thing that was crazy about it is that she's saying that they were trying to stop that from happening, that he was trying to put the info out and they were, which just goes back to the thing where people working against transparency from the inside. They're supposed to be on the same team, If he goes to declass something, how does it make sense that when a 3-letter agency goes and tries to get it away first? Like, that's not working together. Not the same team there. And I don't know. There's so much more in this one, for real. She talks about Bohemian Grove and all the things she's in.
Oh, that's weird, ain't it? That's what I've been thinking too. See, you don't hear much about the CIA.
Well, I think it was her. She talked about, the one that's been off, that he said he wanted to scatter them into 1,000 pieces and all this because of the secret societies. And, they got rid of him. And I feel like they try to get rid of the one we've got now. They've got that in common. They just haven't gotten them yet. But I don't know. There was a lot of interesting things in here. She alleges she saw Bush and Fauci at Bohemian Grove having a conversation about things that are happening now, probably. But like I said, I probably won't play much more. I do want to play one more where she talks about how when she was in the throes of it, MK Ultra mind slave, there were people on the inside who were terrified of Trump because he couldn't be bought. And this was like the 80s. And he also was against, mind control and things like this. And they were so worried that they told her to stay away and stuff like that, And I think that shit matters. It's like she's one. Another would be Allie Carter. That's another person that alleges to be MK Ultra mind control. It's passed around by presidents, but not that one. She herself said. So the only two people I've ever heard actually allege that they were these MK. Plus, this hearing is about to go down. Or it already has, but there will be more. I'll be interested what all these people say. Maybe we'll say his name, but thus far I've not heard anybody that speaks of the. I don't believe it either because of what people like the ones that do speak say, like this part right here. This was a lot what she says right here.
For my testimony, that casino was Trump's casino, and at that time, George Bush Sr. had told my handler that that Trump is not one of us. And that went into my programming, and that meant if I saw him and spoke with him that I would be killed. A death program would kick in, and I was not allowed to talk to him. And Bush said it was because he knew about MK Ultra. He adamantly opposed MK Ultra slaves like myself being used by the State Department, and they couldn't control him because he knew about mind control. So knowledge, our defense against mind control, Trump had that knowledge. He opposed what the shadow government was. He opposed the funding mechanism of drug and human trafficking across open borders. And they feared they couldn't manipulate him or blackmail him because he already publicly opposed the pedophile agenda that was being pushed so hard. So they couldn't blackmail him. They couldn't mind control him. They couldn't buy him off. He had his own money. And they said they couldn't breach his security because it was so tight. So they feared him. And Bush, the Clintons, Byrd, all feared him openly, so much so that they did everything they could to destroy him with that Wall Street collapse that they had in the late 80s at that time. They thought they could maybe destroy Trump's empire through the stock market collapse at that time. And they were trying everything back then. These are things that I was privy to. When the mind photographically records surrounding trauma, and they use that for me to deliver messages to and from government leaders. These people are so stupid, so arrogant that they would just talk about all these things right in front of me. And I was photographically recording all this information, but they thought, well, I would be killed with that information and never be able to talk about it. They're wrong. I'm talking about it, and they're not going to silence me. I'm still bringing this information out. And it's important, I think, for everyone to know how much they feared Trump all the way back in the mid 80s.
When it comes to things like that, I just don't know why anybody would make all that up to leave one person out, And she's been saying this shit for years. And she talks, you wouldn't believe some of the things she alleges. She talks about the most dangerous game in her book that I read. And I think it's Dick Cheney. She alleges was playing that game. For
wait a minute, stop. The most dangerous game, like the movie where you're hunting people.
Yeah, her and her daughter. There's so much, y'all. Y'all should definitely read the book, she's got a trilogy. It's Kathy O'Brien, and she testified before Congress in 1995 and alleged all of these things from the Clintons and that she was sold into the program. And I got clips for days, but it's 2 hours long. I don't want to bog it down. Yes, that's right, Miss Menderson. Because her dad was sending CP, corn through the mail, and they let him off of charges if he'd sell his children into the program, which was her. Anyways, it's a lot. She talks about all of it. She explains how she had to break the programming, writing things down so she'd open up different neuron pathways. She's written books to help people. So the way she got out of it.
How is she getting away with talking about it now?
I don't know. I kind of wonder how because for one thing, if they did do something to her, it almost gives her more credibility. The stuff she alleges about Hillary and Bill Clinton is a lot. I don't know why they haven't sued her, except it's probably true. Some of the first things she talks about being a human tape recorder, that there was so much trauma done. If you have trauma done before you're 5 years old with SA, which they knew she had because she had a sicko dad, and they knew her dad was a sicko. So that just made her easier to MK Ultra. It's a lot, y'all. She's got 3 books out there. She's testified before Congress. I believe her. I've sat and read at least one. I need to read the other 2 books. I read Transformation of America, and trance is spelled like trance, TRANCE, Transformation of America. She talks about Bohemian Grove. She talks about it all, and it is a lot. I believe it's powerful. I mean, I just don't know why she would personally go through all that. It's too much. There's no way one person's doing all that for what little attention she gets. It's just she's trying to help people. So
Hey, I was just going to say real quick, if anybody tries to talk to me in chat or doesn't think I'm responding, I cannot see chat. I'm on my back porch and all I can see is the panel. So,
right.
Okay.
So real quick on how she got out of it. She alleges that there was a lot of this going on, and at 30 years old, and it makes a lot of sense if you've been down any rabbit holes, but at 30 years old, that's what they do at Bohemian Grove, is take their quote unquote secrets to die there. So the cremation of care ritual, they say, is just a fake little thing, and you hear those screams, is really what they've done to these people. They're human tape recorders giving messages from this president to that one, schmeck slaves, all the things, like programmed. And these hearings are coming out, so you can, when these people all speak out and tell their sides of the story, you can weigh it against what she said. She's fighting for them, though, and I believe it's a real thing, and I believe a lot of people are already gone because they reached 30 years old, and that's why there's so very few people speak out. So how she got out, which would be a valid question, I'll just get ahead of it before someone asks. Her husband was in the high up of the government, and he was blown away by the things he was seeing and finding out. And they had hidden the cure to mind control under national security. Basically, like they would use that information to take their soldiers and unprogram them by the MK Ultra. And for whatever reason, they were hiding it. And he went and got the information, and he basically rescued her out of it and took her to Alaska, of all places, and had her write things down to open up. He used the information from them to help her. And then because he would be a seditious conspiracy or sedition for him to tell national security, he explained a lot of things to her, and she wrote books about it to help other MK Ultra mind slaves, to help them unprogram themselves. It's pretty intense, man. And it's very, I don't know why anybody would make up. It was too much to make up. And pieces add together to be, I just don't see the point of it. You'd have to read it for yourself and look into it. I've seen her before Congress, footage of it anyway in 95. I've seen her on Roseanne multiple times. I feel like she's maybe been a couple other places. But yeah, she alleges some big claims. But once again, what does it do for you to make some crazy ass shit like this up if it's not true? And why don't they sue her, right? Dick Cheney, for example, she talks about, I'm pretty sure it's Dick Cheney. I got my little digital book right here, and I made bookmarks of the most salacious things because it's digital, so you can do that. It's like dog ear and a physical page. And I just looked at it before the show tonight, and I'm pretty sure it was Dick Cheney. And she alleges that they did the most dangerous game with her, but also that he was the most violent with the smecks. Like he just threw her around and hurt her and was violent with it.
Who was this?
Dick Cheney, I'm pretty sure, but I'm double checking my
Yeah.
Okay. Allegedly in Minecraft, right? I'm looking it up. But also she did she said both Hillary and Bill. And she knew about it. She didn't care. She wanted to anyways. It gets deep, man. But yes, why would he not sue her, right? If this isn't true. The Clintons also, and they're not, I feel like Trudeau was one of the people, like they're not small people she's talking about, because that's what she's saying. It was in the high up, All right, I'm pulling it up. And That is the good thing about a digital book, the way you can. And hey, Jason, if I didn't say that out loud. All right, here's what let's see. Cox's Couch, Bad Nightmare. I'm not sure if this is the place or not. It's been a while since I've even used this tablet. All right, I think it's these because they're 2 pages. Byrd, she talks about Admiral Byrd. She talks about Marilyn Monroe in here, actually. A lot of stuff. She says that she was one of the first. Okay, Byrd justified mind control atrocities as a means of thrusting mankind into accelerated evolution, according to the neo-Nazi principles to which he adhered. He justified manipulating mankind's religion to bring about the prophesied Bible world peace through the only means available, total mind control in the New World Order. It's a lot, and she goes through the Project Paperclip, which is where it did start, where we brought all those scientists. We wanted to know what they knew. Oh, wow. Steph says I met Kathy in Nashville a couple years ago. She really does just want to help others and give them their free thought back. She says you got to go within. A storyteller's reflection. Thanks, John. But yeah, I wanted to make sure it was Cheney because I don't want to say the wrong name. That's a big thing to, be wrong about. But I bookmarked several things and I'm not sure which one's for what. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I think it's here. Dick Cheney, then the White House Chief of Staff to President Ford, later Secretary of Defense to President George Bush, documented member of the Council on Foreign Relations and presidential hopeful for 1996, was originally Wyoming's only congressman. Dick Cheney was the reason my family had traveled to Wyoming, where I endured yet another form of brutality, his version of a most dangerous game or human hunting. It's my understanding that now a most dangerous game was devised to condition military personnel in survival and combat maneuvers. Yet it was used on me and other slaves known to me as a means of further conditioning the mind to realize there was no place to hide, as well as to traumatize the victim for ensuring the programming. It was my experience over the years that a most dangerous game had numerous variations on the primary theme of being stripped naked, turned loose in the wilderness while being hunted by men and dogs. In reality, all wilderness areas were enclosed in secure military fencing, whereby it was only a matter of time until I was caught repeatedly, the bad thing, tortured and assaulted. And Dick Cheney had an apparent addiction to the thrill of the sport. He appeared obsessed with playing a most dangerous game. If I'm Dick Cheney, I'm suing this bitch because she's a lying whore. This ain't true. This didn't happen unless it did, because then when you get sued for something like that, you got to prove that it's not true. Maybe
he's passed away, but yeah, his family would be pissed.
This has been since the 90s, though.
Right. Oh, okay.
Okay, she talks about how they did this. She remembers, she's got a photographic memory, so that's the bad part. But also, they were going to, unalive her at Bohemian Grove, according to her. So she's going to talk about some of the trigger words and stuff that were used right here. Make up your mind, Cheney Cokes. Unable to speak, I remained silent. You don't get a choice anyway. I make up your mind for you. That's why you're here. For me to make you a mind and make you mind/mind. MINE, It's like codes and trigger words. It's it. You lost your mind a long time ago. Now I'm going to give you one, just like the Wizard of Oz gave Scarecrow a brain. The yellow brick road led you here to me. You've come such a long, long way for your brain, and I will give you one. There's these weird, they teach each other these codes. It's real sick, man. And I believe her because it's way too detailed. It makes way too much sense. I thought it was Byrd, B-Y-R-D. And yeah, I do think it's the same one, Cheryl. The shit starts to look, Aquino, the guy with the weird eyebrows, that he does that weird thing where he makes them curl up like horns. His name ties in. It's some weird shit, y'all. Y'all should read the books because I'm not going to, I can, tell you, I can go to the bookmark page and stuff, but I believe her. I just don't know any reason on earth. First off, she shouldn't know all the things she knows if it's not true. It starts to be impossible. Anyway, nobody wanted it to happen, Devin. Anyway, I just wanted to share. There's so much more in that. I could pull up some more clips of her. Now you'll have a little bit of an understanding. I mean, she explains it, like I said, as far as why it happened. They let her dad off of a crime and he sold her away. It's terrible, man. And I think that, like, for example, I have a terrible memory. I try really hard. I take notes and stuff. And so she remembers because of the trauma, I believe. Her detailed memory is because of the stuff she underwent, what they did to her. People say someone's protecting her. They almost have to be. She's met President Trump at least once because she went with Roseanne. And her and Roseanne have a really close friendship deal. Kissoff says Russian warships destroyed at port. Iran threatens attack on U.S. soil. Breaking war news. The Enforcer. You think Jeff would show back up for that shit? I have not heard any of it. I've been here with you guys. Has to be men and high up. I know that was a lot. I probably shouldn't have went into all that, but I believe that chick. And it's pretty crazy, the stuff that she alleges, but I just don't know why someone, and she's kept the same story and she has such details that it's almost, she explains how, the writing with that's what saved her, was writing it out to keep her from going into her trigger. I'll find y'all one more part right here where she talks about the memory being compartmentalized and hand signals or tones and delivering messages and how the trigger would send her. But she started to write it out so the trigger wouldn't send her into whatever part of her brain or whatever kind of programming they've done. This is high level shit that they practice, on people for years. And it's insane to do it to just some child that didn't deserve it. Several, I'm sure.
It's not insane, darling. It's called evil.
Yeah, for sure. But a lot of people just think she's crazy and don't believe her. But if you really just, listen for, watch the whole thing or read a book or several of them of hers or watch an entire thing beginning to end, I can't imagine too many people will come out, not at least, not being 100% sure what to believe. Okay, you made it back. He had to fight off some crackheads, but he's back.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
Didn't have to fight any crackheads. I just had to deal with crackheads.
Another thing she talks about with this programming is that it makes the assassins and the school shooters. And I know it's far-fetched, but I feel like there are things they always have these strange things in common that they die, just like when those things happen. I don't think a lot of them happen organically. I think they are doing this for whatever reason. She says, because, okay, say it's a school banger upper. I don't know. I try not, the words are either going to get you or they're not, but then the school is traumatized, all the kids, the community. But also when you watch the news, all those people are kind of traumatized by it. It's like that's the purpose that it serves, is to put people in that mind state of being that is the mind control, is the people finding out and being. She explains that if you are traumatized by something, it passes up your conscious mind and goes straight into your subconscious mind. So like she said, they did that a lot with COVID, showing us the ticker. I'll play that one if you're interested. But this one here, she's talking about the hand signals. She also talks about harmonics and frequencies. And I know a lot of the shit sounds woo-woo, but she explains it better than most of the people I've ever tried to. I think she really did. It helped her in a weird kind of way with her memory.
When memory is compartmentalized, the trauma can be triggered back open. Like my father's sexual abuse that began in infancy, before I could even think to know it was wrong, the neuron pathways in the brain shut down around it and repressed it deep into the subconscious so the rest of the mind could develop and function normally. This is a mind sane defense trauma too horrible to comprehend. Then when my father would come in to sexually abuse me again, the part of my brain that knew how to deal with that abuse would trigger open and deal with that abuse again. So the compartmentalized memory has the trigger of what caused that. In MK Ultra mind control, that trigger can be replaced with a hand signal, with a harmonic tone, with a verbal word. It can be replaced. And then because the brain photographically records events surrounding trauma, then programming can go in instead. And in my case, I was used to deliver messages to and from government leaders, people in the drug and human trafficking business and everything else. And they would be handed the trigger, the code to access the information. And then I would spew the program verbatim using the voice inflections of my programmers, because that's how the brain photographically records. But
So
that
you
be
were just
triggered
parroting
open.
what you were programmed to say?
Yes, and it could be triggered open at key times. So those triggers need to be diffused. And the way to do that is by writing out that memory, opening the neuron pathways so it's no longer compartmentalized memory. It can't be triggered anymore. It diffuses the triggers and allows for free thought. And that's within us all to.
So she said a lot there, and people don't have to believe it, but I think that is why journaling things helps and why writing down things helps, because it gets the logical part of your brain. And she's like, goes on to say, like, texting, typing, nothing else does that. The way that writing pen to paper activates the logical side of your brain. And that's how he supposedly unprogrammed her. Was yeah, they did speak about marijuana was the one thing that does not aid in, like, other mind, like coke. They wanted people off of the weed and on the coke because they could use the mind control on them better than the weed. Anyways, that's what they said they had to do. She had to, like, go and write the things out on paper so it wouldn't trigger her to, like, make her take her out of the cycle or whatever. It sounds simple, but if you never do it, you wouldn't know. You know, if you never heard it or never did it, you wouldn't know any better. But that's basically what she did, was write it out, all the memories, and kind of stop it from triggering her. And so basically anybody that has any trauma, according to her, one of the best things you could do is get a journal and write out all the memory of your trauma. And it may help you. And I mean, I guess that's pretty basic stuff. Like, maybe people already knew it, but she makes it a lot of sense out of it. I'm moving to Camo's house with all my gear. I don't have a house. I wasn't gonna say anything, but I was like, you're moving. She's moving into your car with you. You're gonna scoot over. He's gonna get in your big camo thing you got going. I have survival everything. Anyway, I know that shit's heavy. I really, sometimes I feel like it's important, though, for people that never even heard of this chick. So, you know, maybe they can take and go do some more research of their own and find shit out they didn't know and whatever. Anyway.
I came in too late to talk about this.
No, I think I just jumped straight in, but go ahead. My fault.
I don't know what was going on per se with the young lady, and I don't want to, like, jump in and stomp on somebody's misfortunes, but I have a couple things to say, and I don't know how this fits into your discussion, but I'm going to throw it out there anywho, because I figure somewhere along the line it might fit in. Number one is, how do you know that the person who is, how did you put it? Basically deprogramming you isn't someone programming you, because obviously you're already fucked up to begin with. And secondly, I don't, like, if somebody has gone through severe trauma, this is not for them. This is not what I'm saying. But a lot of people that go through a lot of normal life shit, you know, hey, get over it. Anywho, and I'm going to shut up because, like I said, I didn't hear everything that was said. So everybody can go ahead and unload on me in the comments. I don't care. But anyway.
I don't know, nobody's going to. I mean, it is a far rabbit hole to go down. And there are a lot of people that don't believe it. You know, they don't believe her. They don't believe it's a thing.
Let me just add to what Cujo was saying, because I get it. I don't want you to play that clip where I forgot what I was going to say. But as far as like walking it off, you know, as opposed to, you know, everybody has their problems and people deal with their problems differently. But some people, let's just put it this way. I know a girl, well, she's a woman now, but she some guy committed rural rod in the apartment next to her, and he used a run, right? He used a poop 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 pew, you know.
I know,
And,
you can't hardly say anything. I know it.
And she
A bang
heard
bang.
she heard the gun. She heard the kabloosh, right? and now she claims just from that she has PSD. She's had PTSD. Ever since then. I have PTSD. Wow, how'd that happen? And she told me, and I didn't want to say, boy, that sounds like a big load of shit. Yeah, it might affect you for a day or so, I get that, but
everybody's different. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
But it's also something you can claim as, it's, oh, I got something now. I can latch on to that. And, man, walk it off, man.
Okay, Camo, a van down. I didn't know if it was a van or a Jeep. I said car. I knew it wasn't a car. I've seen it. I've seen it's camo painted.
Truck.
Yeah, truck. There you go. No, Devin. I'm just saying, maybe to that chick, maybe she's, I don't want to say weak-minded, but maybe she's, maybe it was trauma to her. I don't know. I like the idea of, even if something happened, don't claim it and be a bit, if there's any way to overcome it, try to do that before you just settle into being a victim and having a victim card,
My biggest problem with any of that, I've been through, believe it or not, my fair share of traumatic things. And my thing is, as soon as it's over, the minute it ends, there's the fallout. You deal with it. And hey, here I am. I'm okay now. There's nobody shooting at me anymore. There's nobody trying to do this or that or whatever. And so the minute it's over, I go into, okay, I'm okay now. So let's process what happened and figure out how to go on from here and all this. And then it's over. I don't understand. I'm sorry, but I just don't have an understanding of how people have trauma happen to them like that. And then they, after 24 hours, they're not just like, okay, well, here I am now, and this is what I'm doing now. I guess that makes me an asshole, but because I don't have that, I have a different thought process. I guess it makes me a little more unfeeling, I guess. Not unfeeling. I do feel bad for people. If they're really having problems, I feel bad for them. It makes me a little more unfeeling. But I also think that, because I hear some people's stories and they're not all that bad compared to the shit.
Right. That was my point.
And yeah, exactly. And then I'm like, okay, well, now you're just being a punk bitch at some point. And I don't know where that point is. I'm kind of rough judgment on that, but I try to be nice, but sometimes I just think you're just weak and maybe, social Darwinism type thing. Anywho, I'm done.
Or looking for an excuse so they can say they are a victim.
Right. Well, I agree with you both on all the different things. But in this one case, this chick, her story, if true, which I believe, and maybe I'm dumb, but I believe it, it's horrific. Like, either one of you, I believe, if you listen to it all and if you thought to yourself, if it was even possible, you would still be dealing with it. Like, it's different when you're like tortured, like prisoners of war type torture, schmexual stuff and things like that. You know what I mean?
I don't not believe her, but I don't completely don't think I believe her either. I mean, I'm on the fence on that one. I don't know. I'm not decided either way.
It's crazy. Some of the details and her being before Congress and stuff like this, I feel like if she was bullshitting or lying, then they would have tore her up. They would have came for her. They would have done something. You know what they did? Here's how come I believe her. One of the biggest reasons. They hid all her information behind matters of national security. Now, if it weren't true, they would just say it's not true and throw it out. They hid it. They call it, why is it matters of national security? Because they don't want people to know how sick it is in there. It's pretty nuts. Anyways, I'm just saying, in her case, it's not. And Echo wanted to come up, so now I have another chick on the panel. What's up, girl?
I was
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that it, like, there is a difference, I guess, when you're, like in a situation where you're powerless, or whatever. Like, I had some shit, when I was a kid, young, whatever, where I dealt with. I've never been a woman, so I don't know how it feels to be the fairer sex, weaker sex, whatever you want to say, and being brutalized that way. Because, I've always been like on the top of the food chain, so to speak, or however you want to put it. Sorry if anybody's getting offended, but so I've never had to deal with that too much. I mean, I've been in a weaker position, but I've never, blah blah blah. I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
You're good. Well, I believe any girls from the Epstein house then. I don't know what you really mean, Cheryl. I do believe them, and they hunt. And I believe that more's coming. Like, this is the thing. Does anybody really care? If people go before Congress, and which some have already, so a lot of people don't know, but you all know now, that these women or men, whoever goes, that claim to be mind-controlled slaves have been MK Ultra, speak before Congress. Are you going to listen and care? Like, imagine it was you. Like, to me, I'm going to listen to these people. And, maybe some of them are crazy, maybe not, you know what I mean? Whatever, but it's pretty nuts. The idea that this could go on, and the fact that it's trying to be uncovered. Okay. What you missed when you were gone too, Cujo. Kathy O'Brien alleges that when they were trying to get these MK Ultra, I already played it, or I'd play it now. They were trying to get it. They were being threatened not to go and speak, the other women. And also, then right after that's when the Tulsi Gabbard was raided by the CIA. And they were trying to get the MK Ultra files that President Trump had tried to declass. They were raiding for those to stop them from coming out because they're implicated, because they don't want the information. They are going public, Doc P. They're going to speak before Congress. I think they already have some. I mean, I haven't heard every word of it, but I keep close watch on it as much as I can. I want to hear it all. And if they do possibly say some senators' names, or, I know that Kathy O'Brien said Dick Cheney. She said Bill Clinton. She said, I believe one of the Trudeau. She said a lot of names. And what's funny, it's a weird, anyways, let's say hi to Echo. How are you doing tonight, girls? Your mic working?
Hi. Yeah, I'm here.
I agree with you, Doc.
Okay. I think that there's just a lot of psychological things that have been done, and people can be easily programmed. And from what I comprehend over the years, all these different kinds of testing and goofy things that they did to all of us when we were in school, looking at the ink blots, all these different things that they did. Those were operations that were going on during those times that helped them to figure out what mind frame, what type of family, what kind of background every child had. Okay? Who was going to be the most vulnerable, most easy person to gain their trust and to get them into these types of programming situations. You can actually see by behavior of certain children and predict
Virginia.
what kind of, there she is.
Hey, Virginia.
Hi.
Hey.
Anyway, you can't, their people are trained in picking up key points in actions and behaviors of children so that they know what they've come from and how easily manipulated they can be. Okay. So going to the part of the trauma of these people, the things that they've been programmed over the years through the different types of treatment like this lady was talking about.
From childhood, right?
Have to
And
be
Dad didn't care about it.
deprogrammed. There are triggers, just like anybody that has a Marine or anybody that comes back from combat that goes and all of a sudden here's an explosion and panics, gets into a panic state, like they're back in that situation. That
Right.
can happen to a person that has gone through any kind of trauma. It
Right.
depends on the individual's mind and the amount of trauma.
Mhm, I
Okay.
agree with you.
I have sat in rooms where people have been triggered by a freaking movie. Something said in a movie where they got down on their hands and knees and crawled across the floor thinking there was a snake gonna crawl up their tweeter. Okay. Old ladies, young people, something happened to them. Okay.
Mhm.
And they ended up in these mental institutions where I had to go speak and watch these movies with these people and watch their reactions.
Whoa.
I know,
Okay.
right?
These movies are made to trigger
Oh.
people. They can see psychologically what's going on with the person and what they've been exposed to by their reaction.
Right. I mean, I believe this stuff. Like, I don't know how far to follow it all. Are you did you still have more to say, Echo?
No, but you know, don't try to be a part. Some people can fake shit, yeah, they will. And
Right.
some people will go on a bandwagon and use it. But I myself have suffered from post-traumatic stress syndrome, and I totally comprehend, because when that one moment came in my life where it brought everything back as if it was happening right now, it's like I was in that place at that time. I had to pull myself out of that situation.
Right.
Mhm.
And I had to teach myself
Right.
how to respond differently and tell myself I'm not there. That was then. But in that initial moment, you smell the smells, you feel the pain, and it's there.
Right.
It's like it's really happening to you right there, right now. And you
I
have to
think
learn
that's
how
sorry.
to get that out of your head and respond differently.
Yes.
It's
I
not
think that
easy
is
for
how they did
everybody.
it. I think they used something that already existed in our psychological minds, and then built off of it. They try to give you the trauma because they know how our brains respond to trauma, and then they toyed with it, to program us, or not us, whoever is, when the MK Ultra was a lot different than just some commercials on TV. We're like on a low level MK Ultra when it comes to like propaganda. What happened to people, they were just testing on them, God knows. They gave them drugs, they did all kind of sleep deprivation, all the things. But real quick, if everybody's cool with it, Devin's in the chat saying we'll eat Cola's chickens. And then he said, I'm kidding, but I have actual footage. The chickens actually wanted to tell Devin something. Here we go.
And just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
I didn't say it. My chickens did.
I fucking love that. I thought you were going to play the What's Going On chicken choke.
I thought about it. I was between them. No, that's I didn't say it.
I got my groove on. I got my groove on with that.
I wish y'all could have seen me. I was doing a little dance too, like, yeah. Tell them, chickens. And yeah, this
That was
the
And I
top
wasn't going to come up here, but I realized that 3 of my favorite gals are up here, so I thought I'd better get up here anyway.
There you go. Thanks for saying that. We appreciate it. Well, I mean, he was the one talking shit about the chickens, you know? They had something to say. Look, you notice you don't see him. Oh, he's there. He sees it. Yes. Okay. Carl says multiple personalities common on YouTube. Well, it's DID, right? Dissociative identity disorder, that I think is how one of the ways that they did with the MK Ultra.
I was talking about 420. 420's in the chat with 4 different IDs.
Yeah, you're making jokes.
That's true.
I'm seeing it. So yeah, I guess she couldn't. We got on one of her subjects. She couldn't help herself. She had to come up here. You were gonna miss the night, and you're like, wait a minute, I can talk about some MK Ultra though.
But you know what you were talking about. What's really great about that is that they're getting it on the record.
Oh yeah,
What's being said there, they're on record.
Exactly.
Here's how I feel about this, Cola. Is I severely underestimated the ability for Americans to be programmed and to believe just anything that they are fed. All right. I really, early into this, like 10 years ago, even, I believe that people had enough discernment that the majority were going to see the truth. And I'm either sadly mistaken, or they hide it from us better, censoring us, but then giving them the soapbox kind of deal. So I just, boy, it's a letdown to see so many people follow the narrative or the bullshit, whatever you want to call it.
All right, Carl, I have an example. So I've worked in several buffets and different types of restaurants, right? And I am astonished at what people choose to pile on their plates. Because in my head, I'm like, why would you pile that on your motherfucking plate? You're at a buffet. As far as I'm concerned, you choose the best looking meats. If the mac and cheese looks like it's on fire, you get some of that. You don't pile your plate with the mashed potato. Everybody knows the mashed potatoes at the buffet came out of the box with some fucking parfait on it. Okay? You don't do that.
If the macaroni and cheese is good, there ain't room for nothing else.
You go to the prime rib station. You get the hot rolls. When Golden Corral rings that bell, you're like, there's some hot pastry somewhere. You find that you follow the smell. But there are still people piling on the boxed mashed potatoes.
I can't help myself. I'm people. I gotta take. They're right there. They look so good. And Pat, I listen to you. I have to.
What kind of shit is that, Pat? I listen to you, even though I can't hear you because you never get on a panel or nothing and talk to us.
Right, you could just come up here. Devin listens to you, Pat. Carl does. Virginia does. I do. Anyway.
But I want to say something really quick to Virginia on the same subject. It's more of this, like, there's this, and we can look it up. I'm sure I could find it for you, just not right at the moment. But there's this thing where a guy walks into a lobby, and I've talked about this before. He gets into this lobby. It's like a waiting room for a dentist appointment or something. And there's a few people in the lobby, and he sits down, and he's there for a few minutes, and a buzzer goes off, and everybody in the lobby stands up. All right. And him not knowing what it was, sees everybody else stand up. He stands up. And this happens over and over. And nobody asked what the buzzer's about throughout the entire day because a few people started it. All day long, whenever the buzzer goes off, people stand up and nobody asked why. Even at the end of the day, they asked people why they were, standing up, and they have no clue. It was just because the other people were doing it.
I've seen those.
Is that like the power of suggestion?
Yeah, they just follow the leader. They're like, oh shit, I guess that gets you along in your line.
That would happen to me one time when it first went off, and when I realized it wasn't shit, my ass would be sitting down, not standing back up. I promise.
Right.
But if
Does
And
somebody,
the
anybody
first
go
time the buzzer went
places?
off, too, Joe, I'd have been at the desk at the two nurses behind the window and going, "What's the buzzer about?" Because that's
No,
who I
no,
am. I
no,
mean, I
no, 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 no,
immediately.
no, 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 no. What you do is you sit down when the buzzer goes off, and then you stand up when it
All right,
stops.
I'm with you. I'm with you. You do that, I'm right with you.
if somebody
Okay.
goes by running, do you guys run? I mean, like if there's a bunch of
No,
people
hell
go by,
no.
wouldn't you run?
Something's
Like, oh
on
shit,
fire. I
there.
will.
No.
I might.
No,
Like,
it actually I don't, because I'm like, I've got to help the people that are like, why are they running? Whatever the
Yeah,
problem is, why everybody's running, I've got to go help stop whatever's making people run.
Do you
I've
guys
actually been
do you
tested in
remember the
that.
little
All right.
marks all over the floors in the stores
I do.
during the pandemic, and it go
I
this
do.
way, go that way, and don't go beyond this point, keep your distance.
Right.
People are still doing that without the marks.
I
People
know.
are trained to do it now. I go
I
to
do.
the bank, people are standing way back and away from everybody,
I,
keeping their distancing, and
I
I'm like,
never,
wow, you guys are programmed.
I never honored any of that. And if I see the rare person that's still wearing a mask now, I get right up on them in line.
Well,
Just,
Good
some
night, Pootie.
people.
Thanks for being here, Pootie. Have a good night.
Good night,
All right,
Pootie.
buddy.
are you leaving,
Good
Pootie?
night, Pootie.
I
He
think
wrote
it's
in
hard.
private chat and snuck out.
Yeah.
Night, Poot.
But I mean, some people have a medical reason to wear a mask. Like there's some allowance here for reasons other than weird paranoia, right? And we don't know other people's medical conditions. So I basically
But you know what?
ignore, you know,
I'll wear one if, let's say, I've got the flu and I've got to go somewhere. I'll wear one then.
Man, I wore a mask one time because they made everyone wear a mask to go in and vote. And the minute that I dropped my ballot in that machine, I looked right at the camera and took the fucking mask off. Every time I went to a grocery store, I didn't have a mask on. I never fucking wore a mask. I was completely against that, and never did somebody check me.
right.
I played in front of crowds. The whole crowd was wearing masks, and we had to play behind. I was telling Cole this. We had to play behind a freaking like a salad bar sneeze guard thing. This giant plexiglass thing that separated the band from the audience, and the whole audience had masks on.
Oh my
That's
God.
why I had to get the jab, was because we could not walk into the place if we didn't have the little card.
Right.
You know, and I didn't want to let my guys down, man, because we had all this work, you know. So
Well, just
I
don't
did
get
it.
11 boosters, you know, because that would
No,
get.
I did get the second one, and then I said, "Fuck it, I've done what I'm supposed to do," you know, according to them. And the bad, and let me just add this to that: the keyboard player was my doctor, and he is to this day like the most popular doctor in this whole town. He's on the radio, he's on TV and shit, and he was on the radio at that time promoting the jab. I mean, big time. And I'm in a band with him, and he's my doctor, and I trust him. And I said, man, you know, really, I mean, let me know. I don't want to do this. He said, man, it's good. I've looked at all the science and everything. Sound like Fauci. Yeah, man. And I trust. I mean, this guy's my friend. He's my friend too. You know. So and again, we had all this. I mean, big, you know, really good, high paying jobs. And you know, I just couldn't let him out. I mean, I already broke my finger at the first practice, so I had to let him down on that. You know, until my finger got better, and then you know, COVID hit like really hard and all that dumb shit. So I did it. I got it, and I got a booster, and then I said no more. But I don't think it's affected me any. I don't think.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, no, it didn't affect everybody, and I'm glad it ain't done nothing to you, Yorga. You know, but here's the way I see it. You know, I did try to warn people. You know, one of my first videos I ever did was about that, and I had already a healthy distrust for the medical systems and any fucking injection, anyways. You know, so to me, it's like, okay, I didn't social distance. I didn't get a vax. I didn't use any medications. I didn't do any of the shit they told us to do, and I'm still alive. All right. So to me, that's all bullshit. Then
Yeah,
My
I'm pissed
best
off. I'm
friend,
pissed off of that guy. To be honest with you, man, I am. You know, and you know, yeah, I don't think I had any side effects, but I do. I have grown like a baby's arm is coming out of the top of my head. But
Oh,
actually, it's pretty handy. You know,
I was
I
gonna
kind of
say,
like it.
you know, can
I
you
can
Hang on,
scratch
grab
your
check
back with
shit.
it?
I can grab shit off the top shelf and everything. Man.
with
how
your
Can
can
you,
head
you
and
can you
nibble?
scratch
hang on
your
a
back?
second. Hang on just a second, y'all. Echo, your mic's kind of low. Were you trying to say something?
yeah.
Go ahead.
My best friend was a veterinarian until she got MS. She found herself paralyzed in bed and ended up over the years finally getting herself out of a wheelchair. Her and I bought a house together, and she has taught me so many
Dee.
things.
What's up?
Hi,
They
Dee.
were calling it a sausage fest and said we skipped our clam bake. They were just
We got a
Nah.
full fledged clam
This is
brunch
getting
going
better
on.
and better.
Oh, I think we
all
are
right.
clamping now.
I can only say
One,
a
Okay.
minute.
2, 3, 4.
Okay,
1, 2,
cool. Well, we interrupted Echo. I just thought it was funny because they
Oh,
were
okay.
saying that a bit ago.
We-
Finish up, Echo.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, go
We're
ahead, Echo.
almost to the clam bake. Hey, girl.
That's okay. Anyhow, try to make a long story short, she was a guinea pig as an MS patient going to one of the top 5 neurologists in the United States. And she got to learn a lot from him, and he learned a lot from her. And he warned us, and she knows about the jabs. And from way back, that once somebody has been jabbed, they expose everybody around them to what they've been jabbed with.
And
So
this
I
guy,
want to
and
leave
this
you with that
person
little
that you keep
detail.
talking, I just want to
And
say,
she,
this person that you're talking about rocks people. This is good people she's talking about.
and she went through some of the experimental medications and everything else, and is one of the sole survivors of one of the experimentals. And she has made and broken or defied a lot of what has happened to everybody else that has been treated with a lot of the things that she's been treated with. So we have lost a lot of faith in what we've learned about the medical establishment. Okay. But to each their own, everybody's got to make their own decisions. But the thing that really gets me is how so many people were deceived, the way they were deceived through this whole thing. People that thought they were doing the right thing actually helped to fool people. And I still believe there needs to be repercussions for all of that.
Right.
But I guess I just wanted to say that I tried warning a lot of people, and they tried telling me I was crazy. My own family wanted nothing to do with me, and every one of them has had it, and every one of them has been having health issues. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks.
Well, there are people that aren't, though. There are. But there are a lot that are. I mean, and look, I don't know. People talk about
Well, right. They said that some of it was going to be saline solution initially.
that they weren't all the same. I've
I hope
definitely.
that's what I got.
Hey, Bonnie. She says, "Look at Virginia."
Hey,
talking.
I'm sorry,
If
I'm
I
causing
ever
a
end up PNW, I'm going to ask, what does that mean? PNW. They were saying that. Does
Pacific
anybody? Okay.
Northwest.
What is it?
Pacific Northwest. PNW.
Oh, okay. Like an
Pacific
area.
Northwest.
Okay. Dee, I want to
Yes,
play a
ma'am.
clip, but if you want to say something,
Oh,
since
I
you
just
don't have
wanted to say
long.
hi, and I wanted to show off these 3 good-looking men I'm hanging out with.
Uh-oh. Hold
Oh,
on.
now
Let
they're
me
gonna
big
stop
screen
playing.
you.
Damn it, you guys.
Hey.
Hey.
My
Hey, my
good-looking
voice crackled.
cousins here. And
Hello.
I was just gonna say hi because I was missing you guys, and
We
I
were
really
missing
haven't. I'm
you.
sorry to come in on a heavy conversation. I wish you were here. I would give you some
Oh,
of that
wow.
pizza.
Party at Dee's house, and we're missing it, y'all.
I
Look at that
know. I
pothos.
love
Look at
y'all.
behind her. Love
I
you.
wish
Look
you
at
were
that.
here to eat some of my food.
Oh
Me
my
too.
goodness.
I'd be on that.
Good.
We
What
do
was
love you,
Yeah, I
Dee.
guess that's fair enough, D. The gals need to see a little eye candy and beefcake too.
I know the
Yes.
ladies, right?
Yeah.
Look at
Thank
her
you.
pothos on her
They're doing
ceiling. Do
it.
you guys see that? I'm sorry. It
They
gets, I
are.
can't ever look at anything else. They're jamming. What are y'all
Yes.
playing?
Eye candy for the ladies, right? I mean,
We'll play us
yeah.
a song.
All right.
How about
Right. What are they
what?
jamming? What are they playing?
Oh,
Yeah.
they were
Man.
playing all kinds of stuff. They were just country roads,
Oh, wow. I like
knocking on heaven's door, silly things.
Oh,
Can they
I'm
play
gonna
us
go in the
Brown Eyed
sunroom. I'm
Girl?
gonna stay with you and go in the sunroom, but I might lose you. And I should just say goodbye. But I'm sorry to come in on a heavy conversation. I didn't realize that, and I just wanted to say hey. And it was good to see y'all. I'll see you soon.
Hey,
Hi,
D.
D.
for stopping
Hey,
in.
good to see y'all. Bye.
You too. Bye, girl.
Love you, girl.
Bye-bye.
Love you.
Come
I
back
know
and play us a song. Sing
she's
a
talking about
song.
the food. She's talking about the peeps and all.
I
I'm always,
know.
I can't stop looking at her plants. I don't know. Every single beam on the ceiling is another vine of pothos. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's
Have
like,
you seen the view from her yard, Cola?
huh?
Have you seen the view from her yard?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's got a setup, man. She's got it good. It's beautiful.
I would
And
love if she would come back and show us the plants and have them sing a song. Like I really want to hear them play those guitars and like sing.
I wouldn't
songs.
mind. Yeah,
Pretty cool.
I just didn't. Yeah, I didn't want to
All
bug
you,
her. I wouldn't mind.
all you fuckers that show prepared food piss me off. Just so you know.
Why?
Because he wants to eat it.
That's the wrong way to do that, Cujo. If you're sweet to them, they'll send you jars of stuff and shit. These gals ain't fooling around. They know how to can and cook and grow stuff like crazy. If you're sweet to them, man, they gotta send you shit.
We'll
Oh
find
my
a
God.
way. Yep.
Well, me being sweet's a trick.
What am I doing wrong?
Oh,
Nobody send me shit.
yeah, I do actually. I am going to send you some spider plants. I am going to do that. And
Oh boy.
Just fry them up, Yorga. Fry them up.
oh my God, well, let's see. I'll send you relish. No, but for real, because I actually have a grandma
Oh,
yogurt plant made it
yeah, I
through the
know.
mail.
I'm gonna be buried in that plant.
Well, I mean, you're gonna have to. Yeah, I'm gonna be like you're gonna have to mail a little couple crumbs to this plant too.
Well, I can do that. I'll put a little bit of me in an envelope and send it to you, baby.
That sounded
Yeah.
so wrong. No, but that's
I
actually
mean,
true, though.
I'll just veer off on that real quick. I decided we have a family plot like 70 miles away from here. And I was always, planning on being buried with my parents, but screw spending all that money, man. I'll give that money to my kids. I'm just going to be cremated and then put in this plant that's my grandma's plant. So that's what I'm going to do. Split it up 3 ways. I got 3 kids. Each kid gets a little bit of me. And it'll bloom every year.
You know, Yorga, looking back on my life, I realized I did it all for the cookies.
Oh my gosh.
Well, don't we all? Think about how much trouble that your schmeckle got you into. I mean, no, it's not. Oh my God, it's the truth, Cole. It's the truth.
Every problem that I've ever been involved in,
Thank you.
and either directly or indirectly, was from my little friend.
Oh my gosh.
I call mine
Your
Little
pickle
Elvis.
should have been a little more fickle.
Mine is Little Elvis.
It's still been worth every damn bit of it.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
Oh, no, man.
Mine's Godzilla.
Oh, no.
There was
got
a
the
literal
what?
cricket. He said Godzilla, but right after that, it got
Oh.
so quiet I heard an actual cricket. I don't know who's outside.
It's me. I'm sorry.
Well, you know, people go crickets. There was an actual cricket. He's like, it
yeah,
was me.
I heard it too. He's right over my right shoulder.
Okay, so I literally just got back like 7 seconds ago, and I heard cricket. So, and then I heard like what you would want to be, like something about a superhero. I swear to God, like I was talking to my son, and I was out of here and just got back to something about what you would want to be, and then a cricket and Godzilla. Can you elucidate what's happening here?
Yes. If you could just say, Virginia, I love Godzilla.
Oh my
No.
gosh.
I was gonna say that Virginia probably looked best in a Catwoman outfit. Just saying.
Oh my gosh.
Carl, don't
I
tell them.
know, Carl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't tell my secrets. But I mean, for real, you were saying Godzilla, like you would want to be Godzilla. I was trying to put that together, but I was just
No, I definitely would not want to be Godzilla. He's
okay.
been places I don't want to go.
I think it was a name.
Yeah, we were talking about what our schmeckles were named, and I told him mine was Little Elvis, and he said his was Godzilla.
Oh, the schmeckle.
Man, I didn't hear the little Elvis thing. Yeah, but then as soon as he said Godzilla, it got so quiet you heard a cricket, and I thought that was so funny. You know, like cricket.
After I said your pickles should have been a little more fickle,
Oh, that
Carl
was funny
said,
too.
Yeah, like a
he
ghost.
doesn't regret
That's
any
really
of it.
funny. That's not what I expected y'all to say. As far as what it
Right.
was.
Yeah, well, you were way off. That's why I just had,
Like
I had
a
to set the
Halloween
pace.
costume, and you all know it's your schmeckle name. I apologize for asking.
Oh man.
Right.
I know. I mean, the shit is just devolving, but that's just how it goes.
That's funny.
I don't.
We're not on the internet anymore, are we?
No, we're
Yes.
not.
Yes, we are.
Are we backstage or not?
We're not backstage.
We're
We're
not.
really not. We're still live.
Not backstage.
Oh,
But I think
internet. I'm gonna take care of Tokyo. Don't worry.
He says
sure
that
you
every,
hit-
he does
make
that.
sure
Are we
you hit the-
backstage every night? I
Make
swear.
sure you hit the Tokyo Tower. He kills that in every single movie. The Tokyo Tower.
Yeah. I'm going on radio silence until I'm not letting millions of people know the name of my pecker.
Oh no! There goes Tokyo. Oh no, Godzilla!
Okay, but all right. I'm
Yeah.
curious though, how
Oh my
many pecker
goodness.
names have been revealed? So Cujo is like, I'm not going to tell you my pecker name, but it's not Godzilla. So what did the rest of you got? What's the name?
Yorga said something about Elvis. I didn't hear
Oh,
that the
mine-
first time, but I heard
mine-
it the second time.
Mine is Little Elvis.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
Little Elvis.
Mine-
Okay.
Mine is a heat-seeking moisture missile.
Oh
That's
my
not a name, though. You got to name it.
Oh.
Oh, I'm going to tell you, Virginia, is I ain't never referred to it as junk.
Dick.
Kim said,
Just
we're
Dick.
sharing too much. I don't know. Are we?
All right. So Carl, is it little Carl? I mean, little anything to start off.
Carlito.
I've never heard it called that.
Good night, Stephanie. Okay. Well, I was just coming in. I swear to God, I've been out of audio for a few minutes, and so this naming thing, I didn't want to miss anything.
Oh, it went south quick, Virginia.
Yeah.
Literally went south.
You better be careful, Virginia. I don't have anybody to send nudes to anymore.
I know,
Oh my
right?
gosh.
I
G
cherish
said, I
them,
thought they
Carl.
were all just named Woody.
Right. Go Woody.
John says, shock and awe.
Cobra.
All right. I don't know how in the world I could make anything serious. You know what? I'm not even going to do the Kathy O'Brien. I'll do the short I've got about Gen X, y'all. I can't even with a straight face put a serious mind control. Like, I just can't do it. We can't go from Schmeckles to mind control.
Wait, Miss Mindersu says Mama Thong.
I called mine Mama Thong. She's just being silly. She said,
Call
joking. Yes.
Schmeckles to mind control is a very easy transition because I think all of the males here would agree that their Schmeckle has controlled their actions at some point. or another.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You're talking about Bad Santa, The Best Life. I can't even say it. It won't sound
That's a
right if I
good
say
movie.
my fart stick. That just sounds nasty. It's not what he says there.
Right.
Yeah, they're talking to him. He said, "You talking about that?" Yeah, that was fun. I loved that movie. It cracked me up. Bob, what happened to name Schmeckle? All right, y'all. I got a little Gen X one to play if you don't mind.
It's a little too Hebrew for me. I just call it Dick.
Oh my gosh, you guys. So I do think if not Gen X, y'all are just one generation away from it. And I think it's the closest one that to each of us, like in all the, young and old.
First of all, Americans. I've got stories coming at me from Gen X followers all over the world.
This isn't didn't grow up soft, but oh well.
Yeah, that's part of it, but lots of generations didn't grow up soft. Look at the silent gen. Look at the greatest generation. They grew up very unsoft.
We grew up unsupervised.
Yeah, we were the first generation of latchkey kids. We were the last generation of latchkey kids. I'm not saying people before us didn't go home to an empty house and that kids today don't do the same, but not like us. Not in the number we did. Before us, moms were generally home. After us, laws, child welfare laws. Yeah, that's a thing now.
We were the invisible generation.
You ever hear the expression children are to be seen and not heard? Yeah, that was for the generations before us. Gen Xers would have been neither seen nor heard. Get out. Go play outside. Don't even think about coming home until dark. Our parents worked a lot. And when they came home, yeah, we weren't going to be the main characters of that story. We wanted to relax. So we played outside, came inside, got something to eat, and then sat very quietly if we wanted to be allowed to stay up. We mastered invisibility. It's how so many of us got to watch things that were completely for our age. Parents forgot we were there.
There were no helmets, no tracking apps.
Yeah, safety had not yet been invented. No helmets, no seatbelts, just a really hard dash of prayer and a parent who used the right arm as an emergency airbag. And the close tracking devices, our parents knowing where we were, yeah, well, we had this.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
That sounds about right. At least in my case, the answer was always yes, for the most part.
If you messed up, it hurt.
Yeah, we're tough because when we were growing up, things hurt a lot. And that was an expectation. Expressions like no pain, no gain, no harm, no foul, no guts, no glory. Stop bleeding on the rug, go outside. You didn't die, did you? That was common.
Gen X toughness isn't loud. It's quiet, skeptical, self-reliant.
Gen X, if we're resilient, it's because we're a bunch of kids that grew up watching MacGyver. Fix what you need to fix with what you got on hand. If we're tough, it's because we fell off the bike, we got back on ourselves. If we cut ourselves, we cleaned the wound. If we cried, we dried our own tears, preferably when nobody was watching. We're not tough because we don't have feelings. We're not tough because we're stronger than everybody else. We're tough as a result of the specific way we grew up, which resulted in a very specific kind of worldwide toughness.
For every Gen Xer I know. I don't know. I liked it. And I just wanted to quit talking about y'all Schmeckles.
Yeah, we were joking on that.
I'm just kidding.
Well, no, the generations, I think they are an interesting thing as far as what our parents were going through, what whether it's Gen X or the greatest generation or the silent generation, or this goes back to about the turn of the century with World War I, and they all span roughly 20 years. And it's not about superiority of one being better than the other. It's the experiences that you had. And I can say for sure, I look back, I'm a 70s baby, late 70s. I look back and sometimes I think, what were my parents thinking? Because I would get on my bike and I'd be gone forever, or go to some neighbor's house, like some random neighbor for sleepovers or a school person or whatever, right? And it's kind of weird if you think about it now, like, would you trust neighbors and school friends? And
No, it's like they
Sorry,
made
your
they
kid goes on a
expected.
bike.
It's like they really trusted us and expected us to be like, hey, this guy's bad or judged by what we. But nowadays, it's not that way. They want to meet that parent. I don't remember it being like that. Actually, going to meet parents and know each other, and that's how it is now. Or out at public places, which is obviously the most safe. But we had it better though. We got to have sleepovers like normal flipping kids.
Right.
You know?
Well, I don't know. Is this normal though? You guys, my mom was a control freak and I got in all kinds of trouble. You know about all that. But starting when I was like 15, I could have girls sleep over. And I could also sleep over at my girlfriend's house. Her parents allowed it at 15.
Yeah, that's kind of it's just a different time, I guess. Different generations. That's why it's kind of funny. I do think Gen Xers are tough, but they're not tougher than. I don't think we're tougher than Boomers, though. Like they're definitely the tougher of us. But compared to everybody,
no. They may be just as tough as Gen X, but you got to go back a generation before you want to start talking about people being tougher. And the generation before that was even tougher.
Yeah,
the motherfuckers that went through World War One, and the Depression, tough motherfuckers. The people who explored the West and had to plant shit and survive, tougher than them.
Well, they're kind of closer to Cro-Magnon or Neanderthal too, to be honest.
Well, I don't even know if they were tough.
Well, the farther you go back, I think the tougher we were.
No, but that's what I'm getting at. I mean, there was less and less and less, but I think Boomers and Gen X are probably the same, and early millennials.
I just wasn't going to say Gen X are tougher. And yeah, early millennials, but then it's different.
No, but see, I got older brothers and sisters, and they're all Boomers.
Right.
Okay. I'm a early Gen X, and I'm tougher than all 5 of them sons of bitches. So
when I was in school, we still had the huge auditorium attached to the gymnasium that had stairs that went up and around all the seating in the auditorium. And we would have, if we got in trouble, or even just in gym, we would have to do laps up the stairs, down the stairs, around and through the hallways in the whole school. We would have to run around the baseball or the football field and the baseball field and all that stuff. We had to do the ropes, climb the ropes. We had to do those peg things where you put the pegs in and, your upper body strength stuff to climb up a wall with your arms. We had to do the, the pull-ups, all of it. We had to walk on beams.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that beam walking is a fucked up thing for dudes.
There's more than there's something that people lose track of too. Oh, sorry, keep going.
No, I gotta break in here for Camo and for Cujo some Boomer news here. 2 hours ago, Richie Blackmore performed with Deep Purple for the first time in 30 years tonight, Wednesday night at Jones Beach. Blackmore, Deep Purple.
I'm gonna have to go listen to that. But I was going to talk to Cujo about tough, tough kids. And it's something that I realized, pretty young. There was different kinds of tough. There was like the kid that was really strong, he could fucking lift the damn pony on his own. But then there was the kids that like to fight and they could take a hit and shit. They could get punched in the face several times and fucking kind of giggle about it. But then, if you hurt their feelings, they'd fucking cry. All right. And there's you've got to be mentally and emotionally tough on top of the physically tough. And, and that's where I see a lack of this in people today, the younger guys today. And I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of the ones that I know, they're not emotionally wired right, man. They're not only are their physical attributes different than when we were young, but their minds are different, man. There's different kinds of tough is all I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah. Wild Dragon said
Yep.
if there was a war, the kids will have a phone in their hand texting. And Life with
There-
Bobby said Zennials. And I know a lot of people don't even count that one. They don't even talk about it. It's like a 4-year, Virginia, you know, right? It's like in between, and it's 4 years long. It seems so dumb to just pop in like a sign nobody ever talks about in for 4 years, but it exists. And
It's
it's
a
like,
real thing because of the technology. So when people talk about like the Zillennials, it's Gen X to millennial, that age, right? So, you know, Gen X would end around 80, 81-ish.
Right.
But then the millennials start around 81, 82, etc., right? Now, the reason why they get married together in those age groups from late 70s to early mid 80s is because when those folks were born at that time, they did not have internet, the computer yet, whatever, right? So what it comes down to, I think, for the delineating factor of behavior and how brains work is the internet being in people's homes, which was roughly 92, 93, 94. So you're talking if someone's born around 82 to 84, whatever, they remember playing Oregon Trail on a disc on a big computer that was like sort of grayish beige color on a desk thing, and people would have like pull out little Rolodexes of fucking floppy disks or the hard disks that had the games and the programs and the files of your fucking taxes or something you were going to print or whatever the fuck you want to save on it, right?
Yeah.
And so people of that age still lived in that time where, you know,
In
we're
between
all
almost,
playing these little games.
It's like in between.
Frogger.
So Johnny says 77 through 83. If that's right, that's like 6 years. That's a little
Okay.
longer.
Yeah.
Here's I don't like I was born in 68 and Gen X is I guess supposed to be 65 to 80.
Yes.
I don't
Thank
have
goodness Borg is here, so I'm not the oldest one.
Yeah.
It's okay. I know more than y'all do.
But,
You got all the wisdom. That's right.
1963 is when I was born.
But I don't think that I have a whole lot in common in my upbringing with the older Gen Xers.
All right. So I was born in 78. And you're saying that your upbringing from 68 to, and look, I agree with you because your parents might have been more in a summer of love. There's some fresh liberation happening, even if you're in a conservative state.
No, my
Right?
parents were Depression era.
You know, I just realized, dang it, you know what? This changes everything. My truck is older than you.
Oh, shit.
You know, I was just going to say, I graduated high school in 1978. I can tell you all about that year. I got in a lot of trouble that year, man.
I believe it.
Woo! 18 years
I'm
old.
saying what you come up through, right? Your parents.
Holy shit, I got 2 t-shirts older than you, Virginia. I'm sorry, I just realized I got 2 t-shirts older than Virginia.
Oh my God.
But I all I'm saying about like being older is the internet did not exist as far as being for consumer consumption until I was already in my teen years.
Right, right.
You know?
Yep.
And like I was already an adult by the time, or coming close to being adult when like Oregon Trail was a thing.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's different if you're a kid growing up with those types of things versus you're already an adult dealing with those types of things. Like I when I was a kid and I went to my grandmother's, I used an outhouse. I don't know.
I didn't know that.
Huh?
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That my
when you
grannies
went
had an outhouse?
to Mamaw Pruitt's house, Mom put that extension on her house to put the plumbing in for the bathroom. But when I was a kid and we went there, you walked out to the outhouse, toilet paper on a rusty nail.
Yeah.
Oh my
Uh,
God.
I never played the Oregon Trail. Was that around the same time that Duck Hunt came out? You guys remember Duck Hunt?
Yeah.
yeah, I was
Oregon
like
Trail was
16,
probably
17 years old when Duck Hunt came out.
I
Well,
believe
Anyway,
you. It sounds like you're making that shit up. It's so dramatic. You're like on a rusty nail. Like
I
no,
know,
I
right?
know you're not a liar, or I'd
the
swear to
big
you.
ass
Lying
rusty
or
nail
joking.
that she had
Ugh.
in
Oh
the
yeah.
cross beam that they put up, they just because I've been there before when they had corn shucks on
Yeah.
that motherfucker when they didn't have toilet paper, and you had to take corn shucks and wipe your
Been there,
ass.
done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, been
Right.
there,
That's
done
true.
that.
Yeah.
Old
All,
books,
Yeah.
old
No, my family
magazines,
has that
old
too.
I under.
clear
newspapers.
Roebuck
Yes.
catalog.
I feel like
Um,
I more understand why my grandmother left the country and moved to the city before I was old enough to know any different. Like I get it now. She's like, I
Now,
am getting
now you
out
know
of
why
here.
old. Now you know, Cola, why old people are hard asses.
Mm.
yeah, it
You
literally.
got a corn cob stuck up your butt? No.
Yeah,
Oh
No.
up
my.
here when it's 30 below, it makes a lot of steam when you go in the mold out houses. And
Oh
you
my
Tell
God.
you
kept
what,
Yes,
the
it
toilet
would.
paper in a coffee can so the rodents didn't get into it.
Kim
Yeah,
said
my
we called it the
generation.
Thunderbox. Cujo hated it, especially at
Yep.
night.
Yes.
I remember
This
when
is
Yeah,
the
we were
and
raising
question
not
that
only at
makes me.
night, but you wake
raising.
up and you it's like 20 degrees outside,
Oh my
and you
God.
got to walk about 30 yards to get to the outhouse. Nobody puts them close to the house, right? Because of the smell.
Oh,
So
try
you got to
40
walk.
below zero and 5 foot of snow. See, you guys, this conversation is making me feel a lot better about all y'all.
Well,
Good.
And
that's
then the hand
why
pump was
we
out there and you had to wash your hands before you went into the house. That handle
Right.
on that hand pump out there was pretty darn cold in the winter.
Well, I can tell you what, I heard my kids complain about this and that, and I went through this whole outhouse thing myself, and they complain about little stuff, and I just turned to them, suck it up, keep marching, man. You're all right.
Right.
You're still alive. Keep going. It's not going to
Walk
kill
it off,
you.
you baby.
Oh, but
I think all kids should be raised in a simulated environment
Mm.
where they don't see the outside world until they get to be like 12, and you just keep them in old times where they've got to do all the old shit, and then you slowly introduce them to the technical world and let them go out, because the kids are so fucked up and soft now. It kills me. Anywho, I'm gonna shut up. I've talked
No,
way
you're
too
right.
much.
Man, what? No, let me say something about that. We didn't have fat people back in the 70s, man.
yeah,
And
I agree.
everybody's fat now. Everybody's
Yeah.
fat.
That
I'm
or all the
telling
fat
you.
people kept off the beach, because I've seen those videos and footage people try to show and use as
But I
evidence.
mean, kids,
That or they
though.
stay
Kids,
home.
Yeah,
fat,
kids,
fat
we're not
kids,
fat.
10-year-olds, man.
There
Fat
was a
kids.
lot less fat people, and there was a lot less cancer.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, we had
You
like
would,
one fat kid in school, and he was an oddity.
yeah, he's right. He's right. I can verify that 100%. But
Right.
my life was like this. I went to work for the local farmers for money. Okay, bucking hay, hoeing rhubarb fields, and it took endurance, which is something the young people now don't have. It took mental and physical endurance to be out there weeding in a rhubarb field from dawn until dusk, and then go home and work in our garden, because we grew all of our own food, all of it. Every vegetable we ate, we grew it. Tell me how many youngsters would be able to tolerate that? When I was raising kids, zero. None of them would do that. None.
But that's the whole
Man.
thing, though. If you're raised that way, and that's your normal life, that's what I said. Take the kids out and do a simulation away from the world. Because if you're raised that way, you don't know any better. You toughen up and you do it. But when you grow up with all the technology and everybody wiping your ass for you, you're soft. And
Well, there's also the tools, man. You think about that. I shit you not. I used a scythe. All right. I used a mower that you pushed that rotated you by hand. You know, we
I
dug
did.
ditches, we baled hay, we fucking fed and mucked the stalls. We did all this fucking manual labor when I was young. You know, I don't know, man. I think they're not fit because they don't get physical activity like we did.
Well,
That's
you think
part of
that's
it,
bad?
but
I
even
had
like
to
when
dig
I
up
was a
an
kid, we
asphalt
drank.
road with a spoon all day long, 16 hours with a spoon, digging
Did what with it?
asphalt.
You did what
Nothing.
with it?
I'm joking around. Y'all got some terrible stories, man.
I missed the beginning, but I heard with a spoon.
I said, I had to dig up an asphalt road with a spoon.
An asphalt road. Oh my gosh.
I was
Oh,
trying to
that
be funny. It fell flat. I'm sorry.
You tried to one
that
up.
ain't nothing,
Trying to one
Georgia.
up 'em.
One time I had to dig out the foundation for our house with a toothpick.
See, there you
Now
go.
that's a one
You
up if
guys
I ever
ever
heard
run
it.
a?
That's
You
not
got?
an under, that's an up.
Hey, has anybody here ever run an air hammer, aka jackhammer, all day long? Because it ain't no
No.
fucking fun either.
It'll
How
rattle
about,
your teeth out, man.
how about a
I
rivet
see
gun
that shit.
driving rivets
So-
on
That'll do it
airplanes all
too.
day?
That'll do it too, Bob. Yes, it will. The big ones.
Hang on a second.
Yep.
Echo, were you trying to say something and couldn't get in there? I couldn't tell. Were you trying to talk?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we had to walk 2 miles up the road to get our raw milk from the farmer next door, and us kids did a lot of chores up there before we were ever even in junior high, and we carried glass jars of raw milk from the bulk tank home from up there. But boy, it sure made some good ice cream having all that cream.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
I do remember doing that, churning butter. That was a lot of work too, man. I remember doing all that shit. They'd have,
Yeah.
you know, but it was good.
Yeah, I didn't have to do a whole lot of the farm work, but I did do everything enough to appreciate it. You
I
know,
think
from
the
the
worst one, the one that I hated the most today, that it's still I don't want nothing to do with it, is killing chickens. I remember
Oh.
killing like 200 chickens
Oh,
at a
yeah.
time. You know,
That's
boiling them, fucking plucking them, gutting them, fucking freezing them.
Oh
And
my God, Carl.
Oh yeah. I've done
I
that.
don't even like chicken anymore, man. A chicken would be the last thing I'd buy.
Oh my God. I'm sitting here watching baby chickens grow up to be big chickens, and you're just talking about mass genocide of chickens.
That's what it felt like, man. Matter of fact, you do it so much, it's like your hands hurt, man. You do that so much.
Yeah.
I saw my mom kill a chicken.
Oh my gosh.
And,
I
I
learned
had
so
to do
much.
and
Every Sunday for chicken dinner.
Oh my
Every
gosh,
Sunday.
you guys.
no,
We
I
just
didn't.
lobbed their heads off with an axe. I'm telling you, it's for real that they run around without their head sometimes.
No,
See, I
They do.
never want to witness that. If I really wanted to, I could have. I don't want to see it. Sorry, Cujo.
You see your mother. This is, I revere my mother above everybody that, except for Jesus Christ, that ever walked on the earth. And I watched her grab a chicken head and snap it like you would crack a whip.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just
that
I
worked.
can.
yeah,
I
it
don't.
did. It ran
I
around
think
for a while and it was done.
I feel like that shit takes practice, dude. You don't just do that on your first try.
I know, but when you see one of your parentals do something like that, you
You don't
straighten
mess around.
up.
There's all kinds of tricks for that.
You
You know,
better not talk back
Cujo,
either. So, hang
Cujo.
on 1 second, Carl. Hang on. Cujo, what'd the chicken do?
Yeah.
You saw
Exactly.
No, there's a joke. I'm not going to do a good joke. You want to try or
It
not?
ran around like a crackhead.
Hey, all them critters come with a built-in handle right there on their neck. It's pretty simple, you know.
Oh.
But I don't know. I was gonna say
The
something.
problem, the
Well, I
problem
don't
I
get
had with the whole process was her demeanor
Yeah, don't mess
about
around
doing
with this
it
life.
was like there was no sadness, no nothing. It was
Well, that's
just
what I'm saying. Like, you
grab
don't
the
do that on your
motherfucker.
first try. She had practice. She'd done that enough times that she did it in one motion. You're scaring me. Like, I'm glad I didn't have to see that. I'd have been more
There's skills
What?
like that. Pooja, I was going to tell you. My mom taught me how to take a pheasant and lay it on its back, and to put your thumbs together on its breast and push down, and that breast meat will pop right out of their skin into your ham.
Y'all
I
gonna
mean,
give me
without a
nightmares.
knife or anything, dude, you can have a pheasant breast just pop right there if you know how to do it.
Hey, have y'all heard about Mike? Have y'all ever heard of Mike the Headless Chicken?
Yes, I have. He lived for over a year or something. There's a
Well,
couple famous ones.
he lived for like 4 years.
Yeah, he lived a while.
I'll guarantee you, if there was ever any kind of major food interruption of any kind caused by whatever it is, those of us who are left will be spending most of our time burying the dead. Because as I see most people that are under the age of 60, if they can't open a package and put it in the microwave, they're going to fucking starve to death. I will
Man,
guarantee you there will be tens of thousands of people who will walk right by a potato plant and can't even recognize what it looks like.
hey man,
Guaranteed.
for real, I'll be one of them. I'll be one of the dead. I mean,
Right. Well,
I can hunt shit and eat it raw, but when it comes to cooking anything or anything, I'm lost. I'll be dead.
No, you're going to be all right because there's I'd say there's many people in the community that is their main skill is cooking. That'd be probably what they're best at.
Devin in Virginia, you're trying to ask him. Devin says, anyone I hate, if I could change eye color, I would without context. I do look scary. And your question was spooky eyes, meaning the color, like the color of your eyes or some other thing that was spooky. What do you mean you don't understand the question, Devin? Why do you think others think you look scary? The color, the look, what? I call them
Because you
night
said he has,
vision
like,
green.
different color eyes. So like, okay, you call them night vision green.
Right.
But I'm curious because
But why do
earlier
people
Devin
think they're
said-
scary, right?
I think he's trying to tell us he's a bot. All right, he's trying to tell us he's actually not even a real person.
What kind of sandwich do you eat, Devin? What's your favorite sandwich?
Right. Devin says, anyone I hated, if I could change my eye color, I would without context. I do look scary. And so I said, what do you mean? What did anyone say that would make you
Devin, is Devin related to Garrett? That'd be my first question.
Maybe he's pleading the fifth like Fauci, it looks like. I mean, he's not trying to, I don't understand the question. What do you mean?
No, first question is are you related to Garrett, Devin?
Oh, man.
Yeah, they're cousins.
Oh, green would be beautiful, says
It
Cheryl.
would. It would.
All right, this is going to seem, I mean, I don't know what would be on topic right now, to be honest. People say I have scary eyes. We're asking you why you think that, though. What is the reason? Are they dark brown? Do they? Yeah, Devin be tripping tonight.
Right. That's the whole crux of my question. Why do you? Why do people
Is there
say,
3 of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of the people who said that, what did they say exactly? Here,
Yeah.
I yield.
Or were you on drugs? Are you on drugs tonight? I'm just saying he's been different. But anyways, I want to do this before I close it out and before everybody's gone.
Well, you better ask one more question. Devin, blink twice if you need help.
Right.
He's gonna have to type it though. We won't be able to see
Yeah.
it, Carl. He's gonna have to write blink blink or some shit.
Right. Blink.
You know, there's a
Yeah.
lot of truth to that, Carl, because I've been in martial law overseas, than when the officials pull the car over and look you right in the eyes. That's what they're looking for. If you're under duress, you blink your eyes slowly 2 times, and then the leads will start flying. You know,
Interesting.
there's truth to that.
He's still not answering.
No, I
still
know.
not
He's like
answering
trying to
the question.
sidetrack me. And then 420 said, I got his weed, so it's not weed. So, all right. I know this is going to, like I said, it's going to seem off track. You ever seen the girl that plays the character on YouTube, the blonde? She's got her fake cigarette and her pink eyeshadow and her big funny wig. I've played it a couple times. I don't know if you've ever caught it. You have no idea, Virginia, what I'm talking about?
Walmart bitch.
Well, I just played her tonight, but Virginia wasn't here yet. Yeah, I played it on purpose. Anyways, it doesn't really matter if you have. This clip is real short. It's her in character and also not. Look what she really looks like. And I've been watching this chick be goofy for, a couple months at least. She cracks me up. She's, just some chick from YouTube. But I don't know. I thought it was really cool seeing her explain. She started this during COVID and stuff. And I just really wanted to share it because I thought y'all might enjoy it. If, I don't know if anybody else. They're just shorts. It's just a character she created. And I think it's pretty cool. I mean, I'm her fan. You know what I mean? Here we go.
Dude, we're fixing to do a Q&A with Charlene and me. Right, because some of y'all got so many questions I can't keep up, huh? Right, let's get started. How did Charlene get started? Well, just so happened during the pandemic, I got really bored. My sister was sending me all kinds of TikToks. They were hilarious. I've always been hilarious. Used to make people laugh all the time in school. All little boys in school growing up, I was hilarious. Or at least I thought I was. But I decided to turn my stories from childhood into, like these little skits and stuff. Number 2, is Charlene a real person? Is she based off somebody you know? Hell yeah, I'm real. Can't you see me? Yeah, Charlene was a real person, y'all. Is a real person. She was our neighbor growing up in the trailer park. She was kind of like a lady of the night. She came around like before there was kids in the trailer park, so we really didn't have anybody to play with at that point. So all there was to do was watch this lady. She always kept her blinds open. She was always dancing. Number 6, do you get recognized in public? Oh, hell yeah. All the time, hon. People come up to me and ask me for my autograph. I say, what you going to use that for? Try to get a check in my name. So I got bad credit. Do you actually work for the Dollar General? I absolutely did work for the Dollar General. It was a fun time. I really liked that job, y'all, because I liked interacting with the public and stuff. And my boss was exactly like Charlene to a T. And I'm head key holder. Now, letter F. How long does it take you to film a VCR tape? It takes about an hour and a half to 2 hours to film. And then the editing part, which I love the most, it takes about 5 to 6 hours. I do write every bit of my stuff. Sometimes I get no sleep because I'm up late at night when my kids go to bed so I can write. And I do keep a little notebook by my bed so that whenever I wake up in the middle of the night, I have an idea. I don't want to forget it. I write it down. And so I'm always writing. I'm always watching people, observing. I'm very observant, almost like OCD observant. So I notice everything. And so I'm always watching people's mannerisms. I'm always watching everything and writing it down. Has anybody ever got mad at one of your videos? Oh, hell yeah, hon. I get haters all the time. Right, they think I'm making fun of poor people, not realizing this is my lifestyle. This is what I grew up in. The last one is what's next for Charlene? Lord, I hope they up my food stamps a little bit. I'd like to be a writer or maybe an extra on a show or something. I really like to stay in the background. I don't like to be in the front. It would be very fun to be like an extra helper for a writer or something. Lord, I'm fixing to go out here and start some trouble in the trailer park because my coffee just kicked.
My coffee just kicked in. I don't know, y'all. I just think she's a trip, and I hope she gets to be a writer on a show, an extra, everything she wants, because she's a funny chick. And to create that out of thin air, shit is nice to have something funny. You know what I mean? There's so much heavy.
Hey,
What's up?
I gotta go. I don't know why, but maybe this phone is getting old, but I've got it on charge and I'm down to like nothing on battery. I don't know why it's not charging. I've tried different cords, different outlets, different things, and I don't know what the hell's going on. So I'm gonna have to,
No, but sometimes you got to take a needle or something and get up there and clean the charging port out of the. Sometimes hair or something gets in them, and you got to clean them out. Sometimes that fixes it.
that's
You
what
know
I'll
what
do right
really
now. I
works?
got some contact cleaner too. I'll shoot up in there.
You know what though?
No, don't do that.
A
No,
huge
contact cleaner. I'll
sledgehammer,
shoot that shit up in there.
get you a
Yeah, it's
sledgehammer,
good for it. It'll clean
and
it up.
that'll fix it every time. You
What
won't
will
have any more
Virginia?
problems.
What was it?
A sledgehammer. Get you
Oh
a
my
sledgehammer.
gosh.
Oh, nice,
Clean
nice.
it.
Yeah.
Well,
It'll
if
be
you
fixed
do get it
forever.
charged in your board, you can check and see if we're still backstage, because we
I
might
will.
be.
I will. I will. Let me go address this issue.
Okay.
So
99%
Thanks for being
contact
here.
should clear up anything if it's going to be cleared up.
yeah, I hope so because it's dying.
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
just a dumbass. I thought he was
I'll be
talking
back if I get it squared away.
The
Awesome.
only
Have a good
one
night.
Hope you come back.
sledgehammer
All right.
though.
Bye.
Good night. Thanks for being here. I
Well,
thought he was saying contact solution, and then I realized y'all are talking something else, and I'm the dumbass. I thought he was making a joke. He was gonna rinse contact solution, but then I realized y'all are talking something else. Okay, my bad.
It's made for electrical connections. It's the clean electrical connections, really.
It's
Right.
I shared Amanda Meadows in chat, so if anybody's interested in
I
watching,
saw it. Thank you. Yeah, she's goofy, but isn't that nice sometimes when you're like all the news and all the thing, just somebody, she cracks me up. And
Yes.
to think that she's doing that out of her own creativity. She does Waffle Houses. I played one earlier. She did the student conference, and she just does the stereotype really well. And it's funny, it's lighthearted. I don't know. I just wish her all the best.
Like
No, actually, Cola, I just want to say that I think the comedic breaks during your show are therapeutic, man. It's like it's a break in the mix, I think it's a good thing.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Were you saying something, Virginia?
Yeah, so like the people who, they do kind of like skits or whatever, they sort of have a character and they're taking the time to edit
Yeah.
sort of a 2-minute thing. With all the AI that comes up nowadays, y'all, I shit you not, I go through, if I can tell it some AI crap, even if it's a subject I like, I'll like block the channel. Don't recommend this, block this channel, whatever, if it's very obvious. And people who are doing these little skits and these little fun things like YouTube 15 years ago, where it was people being really unique and weird or showing things, even gardening videos. If I find some and it's obvious it's a human being, or maybe Cola, like showing some of her plants or whatever, I will click on that and I will block the other ones. So this lady doing this funny shit all day, watch it, view it, because that's one of the ways we can kind of circumvent the powers of all of this garbage and have some real human connection. You know?
And yeah, she gets more views out of it. You're rewarding creativity instead of negativity. She's a trip. Like if you really, I had never seen her before that video. That's why I shared it with you guys, because I seen tons of her skits, never actually saw what she really looks like, and it was kind of cool because she does those obvious 3 big circles. I think she just takes the lipstick and goes bump 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 on her eyebrow. She holds like this big white fake pen for her cigarette. She puts the fanny. She's always flipping her ashes in her fanny pack, which is kind of funny just by
That
itself.
is funny. Yeah.
And just the dialogue. She's always saying it's goofy, but it's like, get the
Yeah,
you're
but it's real.
playing with
It's
cigarette
real,
butts in the
though.
pool. Yeah, it's so funny.
Okay,
I'm stuck a whole paragraph in the back because what she said about the way she said the shit you nots. It made me think of like a really stinky flower the way Virginia said that. The shit you nots.
Huh. I didn't see anything written out.
But
Oh my
don't
God,
we
and you
have
will smoke
a
it. What is
family
going
member
on?
like that, all of us? Like someone who's just real and raw and like a little bit raunchy sometimes in some way or not. I have many. many that this, I'm sorry, I don't remember her name. What was it? Amanda Meadows.
Yeah.
That's like a real human being, a depiction of a real person. We all know that person, whatever it was, whether it was the fanny pack or that lipstick out of whack, or like, you know, the ashing or the accent. Like, dude, I know all of those people.
Horn rimmed glasses and a cigarette. You guys know her?
Great.
Some of her cooking videos that she does are hilarious because she'll do the thing where it's like she's ashing her
In the
fake
food.
cigarette into the food.
I've seen it. Yes, it reminds me of and they took that
Peggy
out.
Bundy. Peggy
Yes,
Bundy.
that's what I was gonna say. They used to have that in the beginning credits. She's doing a salad and she flipped the ash in there, but then they ended up taking it out because they quit her. She quits. She didn't smoke on the show anymore. But I remember that's exactly what she probably gets her humor out of that. You know, it's hilarious. She's a trip. That wig is god awful, and she knows it. And that's what makes it so damn funny. And she's a character. And then if you listen, she goes, yeah, she lived in a trailer right next to us. She was a lady of the night, left her curtains open, was always dancing. She's literally emulating someone from her personal life, and it probably cracks her up to do it. Right.
Listen,
right.
Cola, in the 1970s, I knew more than one housewife that still dressed like they were in the 1950s with the horn-rimmed glasses and dressed in the heels and dress every day and stayed at home. And they were good mothers, and they stayed together. The family stayed nuclear for decades. You know what I'm saying? It's like they were caught in like a typeset or something years later.
Well, that's what they were comfortable with, you know?
Right.
Didn't grow out of it, I suppose.
But the reality is, though, the homes, really, how many of us really had like a June Cleaver, Beaver Cleaver, fucking whatever, all those shows, like sort of, how many of us really had that level of optimal?
I never had it, but Virginia, but I did see it a dozen times, maybe. You know.
None of us had that, though. If you think about it,
I
is
had
there
that life.
anyone here or in the chat that can feel like they really had that realistically?
Yep, I had that
I
life.
didn't. No, I definitely didn't.
So Bob is the only one.
Yep.
Bob says he did. So we got 1 out of 6 up here.
My mom and dad got married in 1940, 43, 42, 43, before he shipped out to North Africa. Yeah, just before he got on the ship to go overseas to fight World War II is when my mom and dad got married.
But
They
did they
stayed
have
together.
the Cleaver marriage? Did they have
W-
everything peaceful?
Was he with Patton up against the Desert Fox?
Yeah, then he had to go over to Egypt and then into Italy and then over to China, Burma, India. Yep.
Wow, that's interesting.
Oh, no, not like Beaver Cleaver or anything like that. Well, it wasn't. But between my parents, they were great parents. Then the thing that really broke our family, our family never got a divorce or anything like that. But I had a brother who really was an inhuman monster, and he really effed over my parents, man. Really did. He was a monster.
What made him a monster? What was the turning point?
Psychopath, no conscience, nothing.
Okay, but was he in a war? Was he? Was there any trauma, or he was
From
just
childhood.
okay?
From
Born
childhood.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you what. I was sitting on the couch watching the old RCA TV with our family, and he couldn't get the channel that he wanted, and he would throw himself on the floor for 40 minutes and scream and pound his fists and feet. And I remember my dad looked at me, and I'm younger than this guy, flailing around on the floor. And my dad looked at me and goes, he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison, and there's not a goddamn thing I can do about it.
Damn.
And he was
dude.
right. He was absolutely right.
What did he go to prison for?
Theft, swindling, multiple charges of break and entering, you name it. He's been in and out of jail for his entire life. And my dad was absolutely right. And my brother was 10 years old when he said that. And he
Wow.
was right. He was 100% right.
Yeah, I didn't want to speak for Yorga, but we were having this conversation the other day, and he totally just said that the other day. He said, "Leave It to Beaver is real. I lived it." But I wasn't going to speak on it if it wasn't him saying it. But he did say it the other day. I heard him. And I mean, that's what I said. Well, maybe that's why he's so damn happy now. That's what I told him. I was like, you're just kind of in your own bubble and you're happy and you're just content. Maybe that's why, and good for him, He's like, people can't stand that. I'm like, shit, I think it's awesome. I think everybody should want that for, I'm
I
happy.
think it's possible. I just think it's rare.
It is rare. Yeah, it is definitely. And people are saying poor. I don't think Leave It to Beaver had to do with money, really. When I think of it, I don't think about money. I just think about wholesome and love. I mean, you could be poor and have Leave It to Beaver, the way I see it.
Leave It to Beaver was just they were a middle class family.
Right, but I feel like
and the Brady Bunch, it was all considered middle class. And when I was a kid, we used to have, and there were several of them in the area, but one of them really close. They called them shanty towns. All right. And in the areas that they called shanty towns, there would be a bunch of little shacks, and the poor folk lived in there. It didn't matter what color they'd be, mostly white people in this area, but there would be poor people living in shacks all huddled together on some back road somewhere out of view.
Yep. Yeah, I know. I know Shantytown.
We just called it berry. We just called it berry shacks because where I grew up, there was a lot of berry farmers, and the berry farmers usually had 5 to 10 acres, and some of their employees would live in one of those shacks, raise their kids, and have 4 or 5 kids right there in the little shack.
I actually, when I was first married, met some people from down the road. They were pretty well known throughout the community and several communities around that were raising kids in a little shack not far from where I was living. They never mowed their lawn. All the neighbors had issues with them because they had all kinds of animals that would get loose and get into people's yards, including emus. And they lived like we always imagine the hillbillies.
Yeah.
They lived like that.
Yeah, we have a part of town here in Louisville that's called Portland. And when we started the city, it was a port on the river. It was actually a more affluent town, but it became, as time went on, it degraded and it got poor. But my mother and father, when they first moved the country area where they moved in there, and of course this was before me, but it had become a poor area. But my mom used to always tell me that even though it was, everybody there would keep up with their shit. They didn't have anything, but they still cut their grass, cleaned up everything, took out their garbage, blah, blah, blah. That seems to be missing from society today. It's like it used to be. Yeah, you had the people that lived out in your hillbillies or whatever that just didn't care. But when you were in town or whatever, there used to be this pride. when you were poor. You kept up with your shit with the hope of not being poor and being able to move into a better place or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't even know where my brain's going right now. I'm just rambling, but I think it's sad that everything should be clean. Nobody should be throwing their trash. And blah blah blah. I'm done.
I agree with you though. I mean, it's true. It's okay. It's up to me now. I agree though. You have the choice to be clean and shit and, be a responsible human. Money doesn't decide how you take care of your things. Like you said, mowing the grass, doing all the things you're supposed to do. It makes sense. I mean,
Well, money does not define you as a human being. Like, if I meet you at the bar, it doesn't matter if I'm a CEO and you're a janitor. Okay, it doesn't matter. That you've got your own reason for doing what you're doing. I got my reason for doing what I'm doing. None of that matters. But what is your character? How are you when nobody's looking? You know what I mean? That's the only thing that matters.
right.
It's if you're good with only making X amount of dollars a year and you're providing for your people and I'm doing my thing, I'm making a bunch more. I'm providing for my people. That's all that matters. If you're happy, cool. I'm happy, cool. But who are you when the lights go off? That's what matters. When we're up at the bar and I'm talking to you, are you a decent person on the inside or not? Because I don't give a flying fuck about whether you're a multimillionaire or whether you're just barely scraping by. It doesn't matter to me.
Right.
Anyway.
I do like how it's every scenario where at the bar. Sorry, Carl. I was going to say
No, I'm just going to say, I don't care how anybody is. If they treat me well, I treat them well. That's just the way that is.
Right. I was just saying to Joe that it's real quick, just that in every scenario we were at the bar. He's never like the park, the library, the grocery store. It's like at the bar. At the bar. See you at the bar.
You know why? You know why?
I'm kidding. I know why.
You know why? Because not everybody goes to the library. Everybody goes to the bar at some
There you
point or
go.
time. So
That's true.
and that's when you're you. After you've had like 2 drinks, you're being yourself. Anywho,
True. No, I'm just teasing you anyway. What were you? Did you have
I
anything
know
else?
you were teasing me. You're just making fun of me because I drink all the fucking time. I get it. It's not funny. Nobody.
All right, Uncle.
Nobody on the internet thinks it's.
Uncle, pump the brakes. I'm going to swoop in here right quick because I think you made a really profound, deep point here. Is that who are you when no one is looking? Whether it's 1 drink, 2 drinks, no drinks. The point is the real character, heart, and soul of someone is who they are when no one is looking. You do the right thing, say the right thing, try to do that. Now, I agree with you. Like, take 2 shots, you might tap into that real person a little bit more because there are certainly lines that get crossed with something that frees the mind, whatever that is. Could be booze, could be little mushrooms, could be, whatever, weed. It doesn't matter, right? But your point is very true. And I don't think we pay attention to that enough. Like when somebody shows you, it's gonna be sometimes when you're alone, because I think about, okay, meeting a lot of people here and there in the world. I bartending for a long time. There were some people, whether it's on the internet or someone I'm serving food or drink, right? It's like, okay, I have some inner instinct telling me I don't want to be alone with you in a dark alley, or I would be okay with you walking to my car. Like, like there's different things, right? And you can tell that because sometimes you got to pay attention to that thing. Like if no one else was in the room, and I think women in this room, I'm going to say women in particular because we are a weaker, for lack of a better term, or
less physical.
as far as the sexes go, so we have an instinct as far as threats. And there are sometimes you meet someone and you're like, man, if we were alone, I've thought this many times, I would never want to be alone with this person, a dark alley, a room with no one else in it, because I know they'd be a fucking weirdo for some reason.
You
And
just
then
feel it like a vibe. Yeah.
Yes, it is kind of a vibe, and it doesn't matter if they're rich or poor. I have felt
Only if you want me to be a weirdo. I mean,
no. And this is not about physical appearances or if someone appears to have money or not. No, this is you can
no, I get it. Because I'll tell you straight up, right now, it's something that's been on my mind for months. All right, you guys know I plan to drive around and visit people and meet people off of YouTube and stuff. But I've got to the point where I knew this before. I've just been reminded that I really don't want to be put in a position where it's just me and a woman I don't really know, because it's their word against mine, and I don't want to be ever in that position to where somebody can claim I did something. So it's kind of changed my whole, thought process here.
Right.
Right.
That can go both ways for
Don't
sure.
think it can't happen with guys too.
Oh, I know that both sexes are equally capable of the same evils and goods.
Right.
Right. You
I-
say something, Cujo? Were you trying to talk to Virginia?
I was. Virginia, I appreciate you saying what you said, because I've been a protector my entire life, and I have had probably a dozen or so situations where female bartenders were closing up and they were in like remote locations or whatever. And for whatever reason, I always was the one they trusted to stay there and walk them out of the bar, and they would let me stay after the bar was closed and feed me beer, and I would be there with them and walk them out to their car when they got done with their closing duties, and see them off, and they always trusted me.
So they trusted you, right? Like they'd be like, okay, like Cujo, he's cool to walk me to my car, and sitting here and closing, I got to clean up, lock up, whatever, and he's here watching, right? Now let me ask you this, like on the reverse way around, how did you prove it? Were there times where there was somebody fucking weird and you were the guy that came in, and even with a look, or like sitting next to the dude to stop him from fucking with the bartender or whatever, where they built that trust? You see what I mean?
Yeah, well,
that's how you built it.
Yes. He's got bar, and there's been a bar where, since I was old, so he was definitely old, where I'm just saying, if I'm old, he's old. Are getting him beer all night long, and all he's got to do is bounce anybody if the need arises. If the need doesn't arise, he just gets to drink for free. He's like a bouncer paid by beer, and I'm like, that shit's nuts. I know you enjoy to drink beer, but you're getting ripped off. They should be paying you, $10. You could have extra money and some beers, But anyway, you're risking personal injury and all this, and you're just getting some beer. I guess you technically are risking that anyway, just going on and about. But yeah, he'd be like unofficial bar or bouncer.
Right.
If you don't walk her to the car and something happens, you're going to feel like a piece of shit. So you have to walk them to their car. You have to watch their back. Otherwise, you're going to never forgive yourself.
Yep.
I'm going to jump down, you guys. Thanks for having me up, Cola.
Thanks for
Night,
being
Echo.
here, Echo. Anytime.
Talk
Love
to you
you.
guys later.
Good
Bye
night,
bye.
Echo.
Good night. You were going to say something, Cujo, about whatever. I feel bad I spoke for you, but I know that's a fact because I remember thinking, you're getting ripped off. Like, you should get paid by the hour.
No, I don't know. I've been out in it my entire life because I very rarely, every time I tried to be with somebody, it never worked out or whatever. So I've continually went to the bar, but I quit caring about hooking up with somebody or anything like that by the time I was like in my mid 30s. So I just been hanging out and doing stuff, and I've been a bouncer. I'm still a bouncer. The little bar right around the street. I mean, there was a dude messing with the bartender up there a couple months ago, and it was ex-boyfriend or whatever, and she told him that. I said, "Hey," she said, "Goodbye, go," and he started giving me shit, and I like walked his ass out to the car, and I don't know. It's just natural to me because my mother used to crack the whip on me, and well, never mind.
It's just who you are, man. You know, I was a cook at a few bars, and I say I was a cook, but you know, I fell into what you're talking about every time because I was always the sober one. I didn't drink, you know, and I always knew the cops. So it was like anytime anything happened at those bars, that was in my hands because even the people that owned the bar would be drinking. All right. And it just, there was times where I did it for no money. All right. Like he's saying, I was just there to hang out, usually because of a gal or something, but I wasn't making no money, but I'd still end up being the one who had to drag somebody out by their ear. All right. Or
Yeah.
That's fucked up, man. I would.
Yeah.
In
For
several
sure.
places. Like I was at Wick's Pizza before, which
You
is
know what? I miss that place since I'm in the BFE now. I was just talking, but anyway, it's pizza that's like 4 inches thick. It's like the deepest deep dish pizza. I don't know if everybody's got a Wick's, but I'm sorry. Go ahead about it. I miss that place.
no. I was up there one time with your late Uncle Dennis, and we were just watching football games or whatever, and I come walking in blind. I don't know what's going on. I'm sitting and this dude, this biker dude was like giving 9 kinds of hell, and I'm just sitting there, and the freaking manager of the bar comes up to me and says, "Hey, could you get him out of here?" I'm like, I don't know the dude. I've never talked to this manager. I don't know him. I'm one of 100 fucking people sitting in this bar. Why does he come up to me and grab me? That has happened to me multiple times. I'm like,
Can I answer this? Because I might have an answer.
I was just minding my own business, drinking a beer with my brother.
Right, but all right, back in the 90s, early 90s, I was working at this bar, and I came into work, and the owner's son's like, "Hey, my mom wants to talk to you in the office." I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm fired, huh?" No, it's nothing like that. And I walk in to her office, and she's immediately like, you know, "Well, Carl, we got to talk." And she, you know, I swear I thought I was getting fired, but she reached into this file cabinet and pulled out a stack of police reports. All right, I'm talking a stack, more than a dozen. And the first thing I started to try to say is, "Hey, man, I didn't start any of that." And she cuts me off, goes, "Carl, I know every police report says you never started. Everybody in the bar is a witness to you never starting it and how people always come to you." All right. And she says, we have to figure out why you're the challenge. Okay. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Her name was Red, an older gal. And she said, "Carl, you got to open up. All right. You got to talk to people, greet them when they come in the door. When you look at somebody, don't look like you're checking them, because I always check them. You know, Mom, look you up and down. I'm gonna know who you are before I look away." And this created this mountain that them drunks wanted to climb to prove a point. Whereas I was the silent guy in the corner in the shadows watching everything go down. I'm always known as the guy that will take you out of the fucking bar. So it's like you become the challenge. So when they get drunk and stupid, you're the first thing they think about.
Okay.
Conquering.
What's that, Virginia?
But that still doesn't explain why they grabbed me.
Well, because you see you as the challenge, dude. I could tell just by talking to you and listening to you that you would be that challenged for them.
Well, that's sorry. I mean, that's not good.
No, but I did open up, and I swear, like 9 out of 10 times went away. It improved incredibly because I became open and outgoing over that. I'd say more open. That's all.
Yeah.
Friendlier, whatever.
Well,
Yeah.
look, here's something I'm thinking about, okay? You gentlemen have a good instinct for protecting us. Some have it more than others. Bob has put up a video or two about protecting women in his community. We've seen examples in the stories tonight, right? And I think there's something to be said for that instinct that women have of safety, and that men, like you guys also, you will put off an energy as far as trustable or not to help in any given situation. And believe me, we bitches know the difference. I mean, sometimes they don't, but
Virginia, I was raised by women. I love women. All right. I think in ways you're superior to us. But I'll tell you something. If I see somebody, I don't care if it's her fucking husband, do not hit a woman in front of me because I can't control what's coming. All right. I do not handle that well. If you strike a woman in front of me, I don't care who you are, you're not going to do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But and Virginia, that's funny because I got to tell you, I have all kinds of terrible thoughts, or at least I used to. I'm old now and don't care. But when I was young, I had all kinds of. Wait a minute, are we still on the internet?
Yes.
Guys,
Yes.
I used to have all kinds. Fuck it, internet. Guess what? You're getting the real Cujo. Yeah. I always had like lustful thoughts about any good-looking girl.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they still trusted me to be around them alone, but I'm not the dude that like. I don't push myself off on anybody. But if they came up to me and they wanted a little something, okay, now I'm in. But I've hardly ever gave a pickup line or tried to pick up a chick or anything. I just existed. And when they wanted, a little something, whatever. But there's a lot of situations that I was in a one-on-one situation where I was looking. I'm like, hey, she looks good.
Okay,
And
I don't know. I don't know how we
I
got.
don't know who this is in the chat, but if they think hitting a woman, if they think a man hitting a woman is okay, you're in the wrong spot, motherfucker.
Yeah, for sure. Now look, it's not about whether or not you think a woman is attractive. It's not about that, okay? It's an energy that is put off. I'm saying at Cola, I was gonna say as a female, and I stopped myself because I'm like,
No, it's
no.
okay.
But
It's fine.
But you know what I mean? Like as a woman who has a horse, okay, it's not okay. You can be like attractive eyes and all of that. It's an energy that's put off as far as if we know we're going to be protected or not. Okay, So I have met men who, let's say I'm the bartender and they look, they're attracted to you and they do some perverted shit. Obviously, I don't want to be alone with that dude in an alley. But I've also met dudes who act very standoffish, but their energy is very creepy and fucking weird, right? Like they're being standoffish, but there's something, it's almost like, and like a lot of these almost seem like gay men in a weird way. And I know that sounds weird, but like a beta, like a classic beta, and they have that serial killer vibe. They're quiet. They're fucking, you know what I'm saying, girl?
Yeah.
Those are the ones I don't want to be alone in an alley with. A gregarious dude that says, girl, you have great tits. Cool. It's about your energy. It's not that. It's the vibe.
Yeah. I know one time, this is a story that's on the same line, but a little bit off the subject or whatever. But I dated a bartender one time that I was out at the bar and I was bouncing at the bar that she was working at. There was this dude that come in and I know he's a rough dude, man. I really don't like, I don't say this very often, but I really don't know if I could have took him or not. It'd have been, yeah, I don't admit that.
Cujo, you know the golden rule. It doesn't matter how tough you are, there's always someone tougher.
Right.
Yeah, so he was in my category, right? So yeah, I knew him, and I was keeping watch on him. Time before I purposely bumped into him to see his reaction, and it was what I thought it would be. And I de-escalated the situation because I'm the bouncer there, right? But I wanted to see what kind of shit this dude was going to give me to verify. Anyway, so de-escalated, and I talked to him a time or two after that, just general conversation. But he was up there at the bar one night, just sitting at the bar, and he was not taking his eyes off my woman while she was bartending, and I got creepy vibes from it. However, because I am working at the same place she is, I don't say anything because I'm not supposed to be dating the bartender, right? I just sit there, but she was sitting there working, and she's in the middle of making drinks, and she can see the mirror. She got her back turned towards him, but she can see the mirror. And she just turned around, and she used to, like, she called me Scotty. It was a normal term. But her code word was Cujo. Whenever trouble was going down, she turned around and said, Cujo, get rid of him.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I turned and I went and I grabbed him. I said, you got to go. And he's like, what the fuck? Blah, blah, blah. And all this bullshit. Anyway, we got into a verbal altercation, and I kind of pushed his shoulder a little bit. We did not get into a fight. And I got him out of there. But she just was feeling the nape hairs on her neck.
Yep.
And I noticed it, but I wasn't at liberty to say anything. I was just keeping my eyeballs on it.
Listen, fellas, if you know a female or even are around a female and they give you a certain look, there are also hand signals for distress. But if they give you a certain look, like listen to that, because I'm a big bitch, right? I'm almost 6 feet tall, but a small man, 5'3", whatever, they can overpower me easily because men have different bone structures, muscles, whatever, okay? So we rely on the good ones out there, you guys who are the good ones, to where if we give you a vibe or an eye side just something, like just look at people around you. And I've seen this there. I went into the Walmarts one time and somebody, a man, a creeper went up to this young lady right as I was walking in. And it was interesting because it was evident she was not comfortable. And I witnessed walking by, another person was like, "Hey girl," put her arm, it was a lady, put her arm around the girl's shoulder and was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go show you these you know, plants or shower curtains or whatever," and just like walked her away. And if you ever walk in and see something like that, where you have this feeling that some dude is being weird or trying to coerce someone out of there, you just go in and be, even if it's a total stranger, be like, "Oh, hey, great to see you. The socks are over here." And this girl, I saw this happen, and she had relief on her face. She went and walked with this person. I'm walking by, looking back, and I was like, "Oh shit, that was a moment right there."
Yeah, women can do it
You,
too.
you
A
can
woman,
spot it.
Yeah,
You
a
can
woman
spot
can do the
that,
same thing, but
Virginia.
you could walk up and just be like Mom or Aunt
Yeah.
Liv or whatever, and just act like you were meeting them, and just kind of it puts that person. It could work. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I've seen things like this. I
I've,
would at least try if I thought it was a thing.
I've actually had a bunch of shit like that happen to me before.
Right.
You can actually spot it sometimes, man. You can see some guy focusing on a chick in the bar way too much. Like, you can tell their attention is directed at that corner that the girl's in or something, and it goes on. And sure as shit, man, I've called it. You can see it when they're getting drunker and drunker and still staring over at that gal. You can see it just festering. It's coming.
Yeah.
That shit's scary.
I'd tell you, I was in a bar one time, same one that I was talking about earlier, actually, and it sits off the side road. Cole, you remember the one we had my mother's memorial at?
Yeah.
It sits off the back. It's really nobody. It's off the beaten path, and I was in there one night when the bartender was in there, and there were 4 biker boys, and I'm not going to mention their club because I don't want to get on anybody's list. But well, I got enough problems, you know what I'm saying? But they
99.
come in. And there was like probably 8 other people in there when they first come in, but they're getting drunker and drunker, and people started leaving because they were getting rowdy, and I was like, that's exactly why I stayed, was because they were getting rowdy. But man, I had to convince all those boys to leave the bartender alone and get them out of the bar. And was not, I was like, I was going to die there that night. But I wasn't leaving. And that always pissed me off. I told, because I'm friends with those bar owners, and I was like, why don't you? That's how I started working there as a bouncer. Was I was like, you got this girl, she closes this bar.
Sometimes, Cujo, you get lucky and they tell on themselves, just like that Funky Hammer.
Huh?
That was good, Carl. Actually, that was pretty good.
It would be if I knew
Kim, you're right. Yeah.
Anyway, the point is that they were off the beaten path like that, and these girls were closing the bar up by themselves. And anybody could have been waiting for it, like that knew that could be waiting for them or whatever. And it was bad. And I tell you, that night I was there with like those 4 dudes, man, there was we actually got into it, and not like a fight, but there was physical pushing and all this kind of shit to get them out the door. And it was bullshit. And I think about that because all over this country, there's little bars that are in little corners like that where the girls are getting off by themselves in the middle of 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever, going out to their car. I mean, it's fucked up. Anyway,
Right.
blah, blah.
Okay, he's talking about in chat. I don't think he meant him. I think he meant the creep in the bar after the chick creep detector activated. I don't think he meant it at him. I don't know.
Oh, well, I just never seen it handled before. It jumps in like that. I was just,
No, I'm
Yeah,
just saying I don't know for certain either. I just was saying I don't know. I forgot about this clip that I got from Echo. I don't need to put sound on it or anything. In fact, I'm better off to not. But it was about the in the men and the women's football thing. It's a skit that I forgot about it. Look at that. It's just supposed to be a joke or whatever, but it's kind of an accurate depiction. Yeah, like this is. I mean, I think they really should define it before it gets out of hand because like the commentary really was funny, but there's music too. He's like, I can't remember, like something bitch, you know, just talking shit. Now, look at that. That's ridiculous. I don't even see that in men's basketball. I'm the definition of a woman or something. I don't know. They're just saying ridiculous shit. And it's just goofy, but I thought it was kind of funny. I forgot about it. I was supposed to play it when we went over all this. There's like actually like at least 2 guys saying this shit now that, I'll just play.
There's a funny Dave Chappelle clip from several years ago when all this bullshit first started, where he was talking about, I guess it was LeBron James or whatever, scoring 100 points a night or whatever. It was funny.
Right.
Yeah,
well, it's not the first time I've been mistaken, so I better apologize to that funky hammer. I just,
you were
I'm a little trigger happy around here sometimes.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the chat. Okay. I just like to give the benefit of the doubt, you know, and it's hard because you can't read tone or anything like that. I don't owe you money, Devin. Utterly.
No, I know. It's like the first time I ever seen the guy in the first comments, abrasive. I thought he was talking about Cujo, so I was,
I did for a minute too, honestly, because when you said that, and then I was like, wait a minute, he's talking about weird, creepy weirdos too. So
I thought it was glorious.
Please explain this to me because I can't see comments. I don't know what the fuck you are.
The chat said earlier that whenever your Carl said to you something about like a creaky, funky hammer, it's because in chat it said creep detector activated. He was taken up for you because he thought this guy was talking about you. But then I said, I think he meant the guy in the story, not him. And he said, yeah, she's right. And then Carl's apologizing to him for taking him the wrong way. That's what happened. I know you can't see it, so I'm trying to do my best to.
Thank you, Carl, for taking it.
Well, and I got to hand it to Funky Hammer because the way he dealt with it. Now, if he's got thick skin like that, he's probably going to fit right in around here. He'll probably stick around, I hope.
Yes, and if you were not talking about me, then hey, cool, no problem. If you were talking about me, go fuck yourself. Okay.
I still think it was funny.
It was.
I knew
It's
it was
the internet,
Let it go. Let it go.
We have the most polite. So far, I want to knock on wood when I say it. We have the most polite section of YouTube. I social butterfly my way around, and I am shocked at the way people are in other sectors. People really are nice here, and I appreciate it.
You've got me and Cujo and Yorga and like multiple flavors of clam bacon. You're saying we're polite?
No, you notice she didn't say me. You notice she didn't say my name. I noticed you didn't say my name, Virginia.
Dude, but think about it. If we're the polite corner, I don't know where you've been, bitch. I don't know where you've been.
I'm talking about like chat. You know how when somebody new comes in, everybody's like, "Hey, person I don't know, good to see you.
Right.
Welcome in." Other places, they don't
Well,
do
no,
that.
wait a minute. No, but the thing is, there's the difference, though, Virginia. Nobody here is going to attack somebody without cause. All right,
Right.
there's nobody here gonna act like that. But it is all over the fucking place.
It's righteous.
In
if
fact,
it
I
does
tell you
happen.
what, if all of you decide you don't like one person, there's a great chance that I'm gonna probably like that person or give them a chance at least, because it
Yeah.
gives me pause. I don't like that mob mentality. You know, not that long ago, I can't remember what the guys, I think it was APP. I would call him ARP. I didn't even know the guy, but everybody was mad at him. And I do think maybe he was in the wrong, but I just didn't like the way nobody really wanted to hear the whole story, or just like that. Everybody was mad all at once. It gives me
Yeah.
pause. That could be any one of us. You might want to hear both sides of the story before you know, that's just the way I've always been though.
Look, if somebody, here's another thing. If somebody has a problem with another person, they shouldn't tell you not to hang out with that person. You know, since I've been on this platform, I've had several people say, "Oh, that person did this or that person did that," and you shouldn't, you shouldn't hang around. Don't tell me that shit, man.
I would
just let
never
me
do
figure
that.
it out.
That's
Just
I
let me
heard someone
figure it out on my
describe that.
own.
I've heard someone describe that as covert contract. Like, I don't do that. Like, it's like saying, if you're my friend, you have to abide by these things. You can't go here. You can't go there. You have to hate who I hate, like who I like.
Man, that's
I'm
what
never
bugs
going to do
me.
that. I'll never covert contract because I don't want to have to answer to, I mean, go wherever I want to go. Why would I, you know? You want to,
But
oh yeah, my new clip. Hopefully this doesn't get, I hope I get to keep this one. It's the first time
I
I played it tonight. Go
I
ahead,
don't
Cujo.
I don't go anywhere except here because it's my niece's channel, and for some reason she thinks it's good to have me on here. But
I think it is too, dude. I enjoy your company when you do this. So,
well, thank you, Carl.
Well, you know, we're all probably sick of each other, Cujo. You're the new guy, really. Everybody's like, who's the, you know, they got a new person, a new character unlock, you know?
Really, because it had nothing to do with my wonderful personality and charisma.
Sparkling personality. But also that is
it
a
might
real
be
thing.
that you're not. It might also be that you're not filling us full of fluff and bullshit.
Well, along
That's
those,
what I'm here for.
No, you don't do that either.
Fluff and bullshit is my middle name.
Yorga, you got your shit straight.
Yeah. Well, it's I got a slow charge going, so.
All right.
I want to play the clip I got from Yorga because he told me to smoke a bowl. Hopefully I get to keep it, but I hate that everyone pointed out the eyeliner. It's not as much fun anymore.
Ripping Boneheads, Ripping Boneheads, you really ought to give it a try. Ripping Boneheads, Ripping Boneheads, and floating up to the sky. Ripping Boneheads.
Yeah, it makes smoking pot look really gay. I mean,
I was gonna say, man, I was gonna say that's like saying that you don't smoke pot without saying you don't smoke pot.
No, that was wonderful.
First of all, that is long overdue. Everybody talks about safety meetings, and I have not had. I finally have something. I'm just happy I have anything that fits the category. You know,
those people put raisins in their pasta salad. That's just so.
It kind of has like a Captain Kangaroo feel to me, you know. It feels like the feds or something.
Horrible.
Yeah, and shredded carrot. It's not good.
No.
It's like it would be a guest segment on Captain Kangaroo. Think about it, you know, like Mr. Green Jeans and then them poo.
Right.
Yeah, they would have fit in on that, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Huh.
Right.
Only got to see Captain Kangaroo when you were sick from school.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Shoot, we didn't really do much Hollywood. I have a ton, but I feel like it's so late. We've been on for so long. I have a short about the what's the guy's name? What's his name? Ajwan Gal. I always mess this guy's name up, and I don't know why. It's not that difficult. Osmond or something like that. Anyways, he was covering
Osmond
the.
Gold, something
Thank
like
you. That's right. Yes.
Osmond Gold.
The whole Perez thing. Did you get into that much, Virginia, about him like doing all that on the live stream there?
Yes.
Did you see the part where there were other? Thank you. Yeah, Osmond Gold. Yeah, when I can see it, it works better. It wasn't on the video.
Man, that dude's popular. He's got millions of viewers now.
Oh, he's cool. Yeah.
But you know what's great about his videos is they're like a minute.
Short. Yeah, they're short. Well, he covered the Perez thing, and I just wondered. I saw the part where he was like doing all that. I didn't stay watching it because it was disturbing.
Yes.
But he covers the part where he like gets on a panel, and the people's reaction was all jacked up. Did you see that part?
Not from Asmon. I have watched a few things on the Perez thing.
I have a lot more, but this is probably all I'm going to share because I don't want to keep y'all on the like live panel so much. We'll probably open up the backstage and hang out as long as y'all feel like it. Open it up to the chat if they want to come. But I don't want to be a liar. I want to do something Hollywood. I really didn't do much. But hopefully maybe either Sunday or Wednesday I'll share some of this other stuff. But this one's short anyway. I don't know why it's got a different channel name. I don't know. But it's pretty nuts, man. If anybody, I don't know. If you didn't know, it's just kind of right into it.
Perez Hilton was live with a knife covered in lacerations, blood all over himself from seemingly head to toe while naked. And as of this moment right now, he is still in the hands of the medical professionals and healthcare professionals taking care of him and looking after the multiple lacerations that he suffered from this. Obviously, I don't want to show you anything from him being like covered in cuts and blood and all of that. I would highly advise you don't watch the video. It is extremely disturbing and hard to watch. During the TikTok live stream, there was a moment where he entered into like a group call. I don't know if they're friends of his or if they're just like strangers. Their response to what they're seeing is so unfathomable to me.
What's up? Oh, 5,000.
Perez. Okay, I did want to say this is not him. I'm sorry. I don't know why I called him that. Yeah, the penguin guy, Penguin Zero. I guess I got him mixed up, but it's not about the channel person anyway. It's about this stuff with this live.
Nah, if blinking twice means you need help. What the hell does cutting yourself on a live feed mean?
It means he definitely does. He was like on there for 30 minutes. I'm sorry I said it was the other guy. I don't know. I like both of these guys anyhow. But this blacked out square is Perez covered in red from head to toe with a knife, acting insane. And this is how they reacted.
What the f are you doing?
I'm committing.
What are you doing?
No, that's not what we're doing here. No. No.
Yes, it is. Not a single person takes this seriously at all. How is that possible that you could be so desensitized and disconnected from reality that you can see something as horrific as this and not even think for a split second about trying to help or call someone to get help for this individual?
Can you not
Perez, what's wrong?
Where's your mom?
What's wrong?
Perez, are you okay?
No, Perez, no. Perez, what's wrong?
You gotta get out of Florida. The water probably not good. You've been drinking out the sink, huh? Yeah, you're not supposed to drink out the sink, bro. Go to Publix, get you some Beverly Hills.
He meant Zephyr Hills. I'm surprised he was even able to get a word close to Zephyr Hills there. The whole time, he has his phone out, not calling anyone for help for Perez Hilton, who is visibly covered in blood and cuts. It is head to toe drenched in blood. And they're not reacting at all, like as if it's not that big of a deal. This guy's just saying, "You good, bro?" as he's recording it on his phone, talking about like, "Stop drinking out of the sink. It's not good for you."
No, Perez, no. We need to call. No.
Perez, why are you crashing out?
No. Don't do that.
Yo, we're gonna pray for you, bro.
What if we called someone? Maybe we should call someone for help. Huge moment right there. But then no one still calls for help. Not a single person calls for help. I just totally disagree that the people in this call did anything right at all, because they didn't do anything. And luckily, Perez Hilton is seemingly, going to be all right. But again, the not calling for help, the talking about like, stop drinking out of the sink and shit like that, asking why he's crashing out. None of that is a normal way of handling.
I agree.
It cries for attention, in my opinion. And the reason I'll say this is because I've known several people in my life who offed themselves. I know you're not supposed to say this S word. And they didn't tell nobody. They didn't threaten it. They just did it.
Spaghetti?
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. It's more of a cry for help because the people who do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's done.
Well, yeah, going on the live stream for sure, but I'm sure even though he may have wanted attention, I wouldn't think that's the kind of attention you want. He's probably had to been, a lot of people said demons, or he could have been on drugs or alcohol or something like that. That's just not normal. I feel like he's going to be embarrassed is what I'm trying to say. It's not in the long run. He's going to regret it and be humiliated that he did that. If it was a cry for help, that is what it
Cole,
was.
you know about cutters? You know about people who have this desire to cut themselves? It's like an addiction thing.
Yes, but not actually, yeah.
And there's also, like, you know, back in the day, if somebody cut their wrists and they went across their arm, they didn't really mean it. If they went up their arm, they meant it.
Right, along the veins in the story.
Provided had a knowledge of anatomy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, Cujo, Cheryl said, Cujo, I didn't know you could see chat. Really glad you take the time to spend with us. You're a lot of fun. So.
Oh, well, thank you, Dalton. I can't see chat. I occasionally.
I guarantee, Cujo, if you disappeared, I guarantee if you disappeared, they would bug the shit out of Cola. Where's Cujo? We miss Cujo. When's Cujo coming back? That's what they do.
Yeah, and don't tell him that because he'll do it just to mess with me then.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it bothers Cola, yes, I would. But
that's so messed up. Damn.
But what I want, let me explain to the people that are in chat right now, real quick. I am on my phone and can't see chat most of the time. Occasionally, I wander inside when I have to grab a beer or pee. I'll stop by and look at the comments, and if somebody has said something to me, I'll respond. But like when I'm actually talking or on chat, I'm usually on my phone and I can't see the chat. So
Okay, but can you grab a beer, pee, and respond at the same time?
no, it did. When I pee, it's a 2-hand lift. I can't do
Oh
it.
my God.
Okay, because I was going to
Kim
say
says,
functions.
we're back on Smeckles again, so I'm going to read Kim's comment. She's talking about that video again. I can't blame those people. What could you do in that situation? I get that, but there was this talking about vibes. They had a vibe like, bitch, don't kill my vibe. They like, we're partying. How dare you come in here and act like they didn't care. It felt like, and they could have said, they could have called the paramedics. They could have shut the damn live stream down, right? And done something about it. Like sometimes it just didn't make sense. But yeah, I get it. There probably wasn't a lot they could do, but I don't know. We're not doing this. Oh, you're drinking that water. Like that's I don't know. It's a lot.
It's when they have so many followers, you would think, why did it take about 20, 30 minutes? Some people are trying to say 10 minutes. Some people, it's being played down. But okay, even if it was performance, it's still alive. Now think about how many YouTube lives that we've been on where someone plays a song for 1 minute, or even shows certain things. Some lives have been taken down because a coffee cup looked like something else.
Bang.
Like just weird. Yeah. Just weird.
When I visited Shad, we did a live and we were having a great time. And all he had was an ammo clip on his belt, and they took that live down forever. Nobody can see it. My first 3 lives they took down and gave me strikes for medical misinformation and shit. They've been fucking with us all along.
Well, this is TikTok, which is a little different. I do not have TikTok, But from what
Either.
I hear, it's similar. Like it shouldn't have gone on for that long.
Right. No, they
So,
didn't watch him bleed to death. He
right.
did. He is alive, and I think Popcorn Planet covered it and said that he needs a surgery, but they didn't watch him bleed to death. He did bleed some. Sorry, Virginia. Continue, please. I'm
But
sorry.
still, for that long, when you're saying these words, and when you're like, there's audio of him saying to the cops, like, "Come on in and finish it, finish him, sweep the knee." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true, Kim.
Part of it feels performative.
Shock. Yeah.
And I'm not trying to pull Alex Jones here with, things, but some of it did seem performative. The more clips I see about it, especially because it went on for so long and certain terms were said, certain phrases.
I couldn't keep watching it, Virginia. Once I saw that it was real, like once I saw that it went across and it started to pull, the skin started to separate, I was like, oh my God, he's really doing that. I just couldn't. It gave me that's the thing. I could play more Kathy O'Brien and do a full circle right here because that's just traumatic. Like, even though.
But it's not real life. Like Funky is saying, it's not real life, but it's the portrayal, because what if it is? Like, how much of it was?
Funky Hammer says he's Cajun. I just wonder if he's got any gumbo. Been a long time since I've had some gumbo.
Oh,
you were saying, what if it's what, Virginia, though?
What if it was real? Like, there are certain aspects that seem pretty off, right? And it's like, well, it's not real life. Like, he's under some kind of delusion or something extra, right? But
he was out of his damn mind somehow. That's just not normal. Attention seeking or not, like,
Exactly. And so we can say spiritual warfare. We can say.
Oh yeah. What about that part, Virginia?
Yeah.
What about his recent turn to Christ and all that? So, gosh dang it. I have one more short. I have several more, but I have one more right here where he was talking about how God and this and that. This was like a few months before. And to me, it is weird because they always say it's performative. Oh my gosh, Devin. I saw a real life deletion 4chan. Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
Right. Yeah, you can find those type.
But isn't that weird? The stuff, isn't it weird that he's like, I'm going to read the Bible. I'm praying to God. I'm so happy. Life's so good. And then this, like, it's.
I don't know. This stuff, I've actually experienced several things. And what keeps coming to mind is I was 12 years old, locked up in maximum security, and I had a 2-person room to myself for a couple of weeks. And one night at midnight, they brought this kid in and put him in my room. And they, locked the door up, and the kid looks at me. He says, "I'm getting out of here." And I kind of giggled at him. Said, "Yeah, that's everybody's plan, Well, this fucker didn't sit there, but for a few minutes, looking around the room, and eyed this light in the corner that was designed to withstand impacts. It was unbreakable. It was built into the corner of a brick room and a brick ceiling with a metal housing and really thick glass. And that fucker stood up on a concrete slab of the bed and started punching that fucker as hard as he could with his bare hands. And he actually broke the glass. And he took a piece of that corner glass that was the size of his forefinger and his thumb, looked me right in the eyes, sat down on the bed, and threw it across his belly from side to side, and his guts popped out in front of me. I was trying to hold his fucking intestines and shit in place, yelling for the fucking staff to come and get this fool. And they took him out of there and took him to the hospital. They stitched him up. That fucker got up and ran and got away. And nobody in the juvie ever knew what the fuck happened to him. He did exactly what he told me he was going to do. And then like 8 years later or something, damn near 10 years later, I'm at a party in Waterford, Michigan. And this gal is like, "Carl, you got to meet my boyfriend." And takes me over to meet this guy. I took one look at him. And the thing that I remembered was he had one blue eye and one brown eye. And I looked at him. He started talking. I'm like, I know you. He said, you don't know me, man. I'm not from around here. I said, I know you. He said, how do you know me? And I fucking reached over and whipped his fucking t-shirt up and said, that's how I fucking know you, motherfucker. That was the one holding your guts. That's a fucking true story. His name was Tony Austin. I wonder what I tried looking him up. Couldn't find him.
Funky said demon possession, and that's, I mean, it could be. And that's why it's strange to me that he was talking all this church talk and God talk right before. I am going to play this one more. This is the last clip I'm playing, and I probably will shut it down shortly right after. But I mean, we came this far. We talked about the others. We played the other clip. This is what he was saying before all that.
As the queen of all media, the original influencer, believer, and I took a little break from the Bible, and instead I'm reading this. A friend sent me this book. It's called New Morning Mercies, a daily gospel devotional. And something said today I should start reading this while I take a little break from the Bible, which I will get back to. And that something was God telling me that I needed to hear this. Quote, now I don't know about you, but in the busyness of life, I lose sight of God's existence, let alone his glory. However, the universe is his, designed to function according to his purpose and plan. That includes you and me. The Christian life, the church, our faith are not about us. They're about him, his plan. I don't know about you, but I'm a planner. And a recurring theme is surrendering and trusting him and his plan, AKA faith. It's hard, especially for a newbie, but I'm working on it. God knew that in your sin, you would never live this way. So he sent his son to live the life you couldn't, to die on your behalf and to rise again, conquering sin and death. He did this so that you would not only be forgiven for your allegiance to your own glory, but have every grace you need to live for his. When you admit your need for help, you connect yourself to the rescue he has already provided in his son, Jesus. Reach out for hope by reaching out for the rescue again today. And also, I don't know about you, but I could use help, a lot of help in so many aspects of my life. And I am asking him for help and thanking him and my friend for this. And the Bible. The Bible is the living word. We'll get back to that. But this was needed. And I made my little notes. And I've got a smile on my face. Thoughts? Anything you think that I should ponder? Let me know in the comments section.
From that to all that craziness on that video, it's pretty weird. And there's the link for backstage. There's something about it, right? I don't know.
What's the craziness you're talking about?
He went on a live stream and took a knife and just drug it across. Yep.
Okay.
For like 30 minutes, and now he's in.
I didn't know if you were talking about that. He's obvious.
Go ahead.
He's obviously a disturbed individual in the video just played.
Right.
You know.
Okay, can you see my camera?
Yeah, a little bit. Let me.
All right. We had a lunch date. The brown guy, that's me, my wife, and one of the Catholic priests had a weekend or a Saturday lunch thing with him.
That's cool.
He told me straight out, the Catholic Church knows a great deal about demons and all that. He said the closer you grow to God, the harder the other side tries to pull you away or do you harm to make you give up your faith. That's probably what happened to this guy here. You know.
Yes.
I mean, I guess.
You know, I think it's very possible. A lot of this stuff that goes on in our world right now, people doing body modification and all that, that's goes against God's plan. It's a spiritual war out there, guys. Prepare yourself for that.
Yeah, and that's to piggyback off what Bob just said. What God will, when someone first believes, this has been my experience. I'm throwing it out there, and you all can. When someone first believes, God usually brings them along a little bit. Maybe shows them some things that he doesn't show you when you're walking through the desert later on. But when you first like believe he pulls you along, but then after a little bit, you start getting bombarded with demonic attack.
Yep.
And I
That's a
think
fact.
that's your trial. And I think once you overcome that, you are able to navigate your spiritual life whenever like demonic forces come against you. You can be like, nah, I already seen this, dude. Go on. Get on about yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the
All
way.
that is true.
Okay, Bob. That's the way that I've seen it. That's the way I've seen it transpire in most people's lives. It's like at first you're full of zeal. Like I've turned, I'm on a new life, and God seems to be there with you every step of the way for a little bit, and then he kind of, I don't want to say like he draws back because he's always got you in his hand. But
He can give you armor, but you got to wear it.
yeah,
Yeah.
he lets you go through the desert for a little bit,
Uh-huh.
and that's when the forces come against you and just start smacking you upside the head, and depending on yourself, I guess, is when you come out of that desert. And
Well,
then
even go ahead.
no, I'm done. I'm just rambling. Go ahead.
I was going to say, on top of that, even Jesus said, to one of his disciples, "What if I don't help you? Will you still have faith?" And I think there's times where, when we go through bad things, maybe that's God just going, "Okay, let's see how strong your faith is here for a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna bail you out, but maybe not right now."
Yeah, and I think that's something very. I'm sorry to keep jumping in here, but I think that's something that's very important when you say, "Let's see how good your faith is," or whatever. We have to remember that is not for God. Like the building your faith is for you. Okay, it's like when God says, "Okay," like when He says He's pulling back or whatever. How good is your faith? That is not for Him. He already accepted you because you believed in His Son. So you're already taken care of. But He's letting you build your faith for your own edification, so that you can navigate this world. Anyway, okay, I'm done. Shut up now.
No, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he's waiting for you to call him and give those problems back to him. That's what he's waiting for. And if you meet that, you're good, man. He's got your back. But I'll give you an example. The last couple of years that I worked at Boeing, this one woman was female, was a thief and a lowlife and just a nothing. And I went over to the Catholic Church and I got a little bottle of holy water and I put it in my overall pocket and carried it with me all the time. One day, before we started working on the airplanes, I took some of it and I put it in a cross on my forehead. And she saw me at a distance and she walks over to me and goes, "You think that's going to help you, Bob?" And I said, "It'll help keep you away from me."
Yeah.
Because I had been told by several people who were very strong in faith, they said the evil ones can see the holy water on your forehead. They can see it. And she was one of them. She knew what I was doing without even seeing what I was putting on my finger. But she knew exactly what it was.
That shit's crazy.
No,
That's true.
That's
all
true.
true.
And I can believe it because I've had a lot of people hate me just looking at me. And I like to think that I carry that spirit. Now, if I may say one more thing, I know I've been talking a lot and I'm sorry. But if I may say one more thing, as far as that body mutilation bullshit goes and all like that, I did have one time in my life that my mother was dying and I was having trouble with my current female or whatever, that my brain wasn't right. I mean, I was just all over the place wrong. And I took a cigarette that I was smoking and I was finished with it and I just like lost it and I just buried the cherry of the cigarette in my arm and just put it out in my arm because it made me feel normal, like I was on the planet again, feeling that physical pain. And it's the only time I ever did anything like that. But I did lose it that one time and did it, and it was like done and over with. But I kind of, that's where I'm coming from. In my mind, when I did it, it brought me back to reality. If that makes any sense to anybody, but that's all I got
Yeah,
to say.
it does. It does. I got a couple big scars on my arm too. I get it.
So we were talking earlier about the Perez thing. Funky Hammer said Mel Gibson is a good example. And you just giving me an excuse to play the pain in my ass Mel Gibson clip. He was totally set up by this in a fight with his girl. But he was about to lose his shit for a minute and it got caught on tape. It still cracks me up. I'm going to shorten this to just the end just for fun, but I still love this clip. I'm going to play it. Headphones warning, it's loud. It's Mel Gibson freaking out on the phone call.
You're a pain in the ass! You're a pain in my ass! Stop being that!
That's still probably my favorite clip. Just to stop being that, because I think
Being that. I love that.
I mean, he's so mad he can't even stop being that. He's just so pissed, and I love it. But I can't. It makes me, every time I think about it, it makes me not like that woman even more because she was totally setting him up. She knew she was recording, and she should have stopped being that. She was totally pushing his buttons. It's so stupid funny. We are going to be okay, Devin.
Can totally relate with that.
Yeah. Yeah, he might have put a cigarette out on his leg right after he said that shit. I mean, it wouldn't have shocked me. He was definitely pissed off losing it. Moon said, I think my life and realize there's nothing left because I've been blasted and laughing so long. Even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. It sounds so weird.
That's Gangster's Paradise. Moon and I
Yes,
were
right. It is.
Gangster's Paradise in there. Yeah.
Bruce says it's humans because we're made in the image of God. That's a good point.
Cola remembers Gangster's Paradise.
I do.
I'm older than that. All I remember is don't push me cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Sometimes life is like a jungle. Sometimes it makes me wonder how I keep from going under.
You should have a
I mean,
rabbit.
that's like a decade before, but way to tap into the genre.
Right? Yeah, that's another song. Yeah, that's in a song. I believe just to know you're alive. I don't want the world to see me. Don't think that they'd understand. Yeah. Love Mel. Oh, good. You are still here to see it. But that shit is hilarious. And I like him too. I think he's one of the good guys. Hey, Lily, good to see you. But yeah, I am going to, I really just can't believe we're still on, to be honest. No wonder you thought we were backstage, Cucho. I am going to open it up.
Backstage for last.
Uh-huh.
I said I've been thinking we were backstage for the last 2 hours. Now the entire internet. Fucked up individual that I am.
That's funny. I love that.
I mean, you always say that. I totally tell you. I play the same clips every time I'm ending it. I can't ever tell if he's kidding or not. But if you aren't, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm not kidding because I'm
Too late now, Cujo. The internet is forever.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yay.
No, he's trying to remember his confessions. He's all like, son of a bitch.
I almost stopped him and said, "Hey, we're on live stream," but I'm like, he knows we already had this conversation.
I I'm just
We
gonna
all
start
told
sending
you.
nudie pics out.
We'll
Hey,
set off a
I
sound.
can't wait to see who's got the cojones to come backstage here.
Right. A lot of times no one new does. Everyone, and then sometimes people try and can't because devices don't connect. That shit's so frustrating. Someone new does try and they can't, and I'm not tech service. I can't figure it out. I wish I could. Anyways, I am going to play my couple clips from Chessboard. I do have one more. He keeps sending.
I want to warn everybody who might be thinking about coming backstage that I am exactly the same. Anyway,
that's true.
I'd have to say that's accurate. I think the same thing of me. I'd like to think the same thing.
Well, I'll tell you, I feel like most of the people that I have up here are usually pretty blunt people who are who they say they are, and that's why I like them. And I mean, every single one of y'all will straight call somebody out if they say some shit. I love that.
Oh, yeah.
That's called a real person. Think about it. When you go one by one, even you know, people that aren't up here, you know, that like D was up here earlier. Thank you, Miss.
I can't even get any words. So how much worse can it be back there? Like
he said I can't
Well,
get any worse.
you know, that's something that a troll would never do there, Funky Hammer. He just told us his real name.
you're my favorite veg, Virginia.
Oh my
God. Oh, I
Good night,
felt
Cujo.
warm in my chest. I got a warm heart feeling for the first time ever from Cujo. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, that's so sad. The bar is so low, Cujo. All right. Good night, YouTube.
That's the
Did you have
secret.
any final thoughts, Yorga?
Keep the bar low.
What?
That's the secret to life. Keep the bar low, and you'll always.
You ain't lying. Yeah, expectations. If you don't,
I don't have any last thoughts, Cola, but I want my last words to be yeehaw.
Oh my goodness. Any thoughts, Bob?
Let him stay muted. It's funnier. Let's all read his lips.
Well, I had the time of my life.
Oh my
And
gosh,
I
you guys.
owe it all to you.
Oh my goodness. All right, Yorga, you can get the last one. I think Virginia, you're gonna whelp and smack your leg, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want the last final words there, Yorga?
Yeah, Willy Wonka killed all those kids.
I love it. Good night, you two.
How do they do it? How do we watch it? Why do we watch it? Why do you watch it? Well, every week this show looks better to me. Every week your eyesight gets worse. I think I ought to see a doctor. Oh, why do you say that? I'm beginning to like the show.
I swear, Chessboard finds a way to sneak shade at me all the time. But good night, YouTube. It was nice to meet you, Funky Hammer. If you want to come back and say hi in the backstage, you're welcome. There's a link out there. If not, come back on Sunday or Wednesday. What's that?
I said I love the internet.
The internet loves you back, I'm sure. All right. Good night. Good night, YouTube.